and under Act 173.
Thank you.
To do certain things. And I'm confused as to where you, as the board, wants to be. Do you want to be in a sort of oversight role where you're looking at what the Agency of Education does and what's good for Vermont schools? Or do you want to be actively participating in policy making through what you've done with Act 46 and with Act 173?
Well, I think the board is always available to do the General Assembly's bidding, and so in the case of that, it was of Act 177. We're certainly shaping rules, but the general policy is already cast in stone by the legislation, as it should be. We don't want to. I just don't want us ever to get close to creating law, and I want to have very clear boundaries so that the board is working at the direction and behest of the General Assembly. Beside that work, though, I would like the board to become kind of a think tank about education in Vermont and gathering information, not, by the way, just looking over the shoulder of the agency, because the vast majority of what really happens in education isn't happening at the agency. It's happening in the schools and in the districts. And that's where we need to spend more time, is where it's on the ground, where it's happening, and be, number one, talking about accountability, and number two, talking about visioning a better system than we have.
Briefly, we cannot make policy, but we can help you enact it and make it work.
Right.
But I guess following up on that, I'm concerned. I mean, okay, so we passed education legislation. Typically the Agency of Education would be responsible for implementing that. But at least in these two instances, Act 46 and Act 173, the legislature, for whatever reason, chose to have the State Board of Education do that.
Right.
And I guess I'm just, should we be doing that? Because there is some confusion about who is taking legislation and creating the regulations and driving that down to the school boards and the schools.
Can I just observe that a lot of the law did specify what the agencies did in regards to this. They set the table, and then they say, okay, it's up to you to make the decisions. But they set the table.
That's exactly correct. It was in that case a collaboration where the actual rules or state plan was drafted by the agency, handed to the board to then sign off on, and we made some changes. Stowe being a good example. But in general, the less rulemaking and directing the board does is probably better, because we don't have the expertise that educators do.
Or the resources.
Yes, and definitely not the resources. There are, though, exceptional cases where you feel, that is, the legislature feels, that we want an independent entity of citizens, not civil servants, making the final decision about the issue. That's precisely what you did in Act 173. And we're available and reasonably capable of doing that work.
Rob, did you have a question?
Well, I did. I'm curious as to how you get the feedback from the local levels. Mm-hmm. Does it come directly? Do you end up having to get it indirectly through the Department of Ed? As far as, what got me thinking about this is it was just really quick this morning, but I'm listening to the proficiency-based learning. Mm-hmm. It sounds like that there's a little confusion and some concern about that. It sounds like you folks went out and made some decisions that were within your purview, but yet, and again, I just heard this quickly, but it seems like that the Secretary of Education's out there trying to explain it. Is that indicative of how this is working currently, the relationship?
I was on the committee when that bill passed, and it gave the authority to the local districts to do. I mean, and so there wasn't one formula that had to be applied universally. It was up to the local districts to apply it. So, and I think that's been the big issue, and that really didn't have anything to do with us. And we talked about it, but there was really no role that we had to be able to. So we were just advisory, but we had played no role in that.
This is sort of an illustration of the kind of democratic, heterogeneous way that education unfolds in this state. There was no template given by anybody, the legislature or the agency, about how proficiency-based learning should be done. It was left to every school to figure it out. That's the way Vermonters seem to want to do a lot of things, is at the local level, local control, highly heterogeneous, and so you get very different results. And you have some schools that have really done quite an amazing job at implementing PBL, and some that have really botched it. And that's what happens when you leave it to folks to figure it out. And that was, I think, quite clearly stipulated in the statute, that you would do this, but how to do it was left to each district to figure out. Just like curriculum. Curriculum in every school district and superintendency is a local matter. State board has no control over curriculum. We set standards, but we don't set curriculum. So I think part of what we see, and it's a concern of the board, is that with any new initiative, you get in some schools you'll get terrific implementation, and it really benefits the children right away, and you can see it, and it was a smart law. And then in other districts, it's very slow to roll out, and maybe never does. And those children are at a disadvantage as a result. So part of the challenge that we face in our state is this wide variation between sort of strong districts, well-resourced districts, and districts with different resources and, frankly, different aspirations for their children. It's like we're dealing with two different nations sometimes, and that's how it felt during Act 46.
Jeanette?
No, I'm not going to ask my question, but that is true with lots of things. It isn't just education. If we look at our justice system, we have 14 different justice systems in Vermont because we have 14 separately elected state's attorneys, and we have 14 different elected sheriffs. So I just came from Waterbury with a meeting with Mike Sherling, and I mean, there are issues there too. So it isn't just education.
Yeah, it's Vermont. It's the
Yeah,
way we do things here.
And it does seem to me that the legislature passes. I mean, I'm surprised that I wasn't involved in Act 46, but I mean, I voted for it, but I misunderstood it. I have to admit. And the legislature passes legislation, and then the executive branch implements it and administers it. But here we have a non-elected,
Right.
what's the word?
You might say we're not
accountable
right.
to anybody group implementing
Yep.
the legislation. And
Yep.
I'm not sure that that's, anyway.
Well, that's for you all to decide.
Right.
It really is.
And I hope you think about what would it be like without the board. I mean, that's I think I firmly believe we play a vital role. Otherwise, I don't think we'd have the quality of the people that are on it. Quite honestly.
Well, no matter what we do here, that any recommendation that we make clearly goes to the two education committees. And they're the ones that, so we don't have any final say in.
Right,
on
but
it
you have
here at all.
influence and we're
Right.
hoping to encourage you to
Right.
give us room to improve.
And thank you for offering that time.
Thank you.
Well, I think we need to wrap up now.
Yes, of
Yes.
course.
So thank you very much for testifying, Mr. Carroll and Mr. Phelps.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you all.
Nice to
Thank
see you
you.
again.
We're glad it
My
worked
pleasure.
out time.
Thank you. Glad you could be here for.
For most people.
Let me go see if the gang is out there. Oh, on Friday? Oh, okay.
Let me just give a little background here of what happened and why you're all here. It's Laura's fault. So, we are tasked with looking at boards and commissions and which should exist and which shouldn't exist and which ones might be combined to be more effective, and because we know that a lot of boards and commissions kind of get created and then they outlive their usefulness and or something else pops up. So I was having this conversation with Laura because this is an area where I know nothing, and I really, it is not my area. So I was having this conversation with Laura, and she said, well, you can't, how can you decide what kind of governance you need if you don't know what it is? Not big IT, but little IT, it. And she said the oversight committee has been working, and I'm not sure if they've been working with you over the summer, but you are involved in this, that you've been working on looking at what it is we need to know about. Is that fair? What it is we need to know before we can start asking the questions about how should we govern. And you're not looking at governance necessarily, but you're looking at what it is we need to know about this whole area. So we decided that it would make sense to just have a roundtable discussion about where you guys are and what it is we need to be thinking about before we start thinking about governance. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah.
So, may I enhance that?
Yes.
May I do that now?
Yes,
Okay.
you may.
So, specifically, the Joint IT Oversight Committee has been looking at cybersecurity,
Mm-hmm.
and also some of the larger IT projects. And I think that what I really wanted to share with you when you and I met was that the cybersecurity issue is very serious, and that the legislature does not have a handle on it, and that we really needed to focus energy on getting a handle on it, which is going to be difficult, and that I hoped we would focus our efforts on that in this session as opposed to creating a new oversight structure for governance structure. And then you said, well, why don't you come and talk to us?
And that's why you're here.
Now, I should say that we started our effort, though, by trying to get a handle on the totality of IT in Vermont, starting by looking at, in effect, every agency of state government, every department of state government, every independent officer, the legislature, the judiciary, of just creating a map that says, what is the IT structure? Is there one there? Who's responsible for it? What is the relationship between it and the Agency of Digital Services? What's the role of the Chief Information Officer, if any, with respect to these? And we found stuff all over the map. And to me, it's clear that, well, of course, I asked the question, why do we need a government structure since everything we have is working so well right now? And it's not. That's a cynical view. There are lots of things that appear to be uncoordinated. The overlay of this, I think, is to also be thinking about IT in a broader sense, because the whole issue of information technology and telecommunications, for example, are increasingly intersecting. We used to deal with them separately. We used to say that telecommunications is the responsibility of the Department of Public Service, because that's the old regulated telephone company model. But now, where IT stops and telecommunications begin is a line that nobody really knows, and it's increasingly intersected. And certainly when you look at the Verizons and the AT&T of the world, their feet are clearly in both camps in terms of both the internet and also the transmission of telephone signals that used to be solely the regulated telephone company's role. So that to me is one of the bigger issues that we really need to think about. What's compounding all of this, though, and making it more complicated is the role of the federal government versus the states. In the old model of telecommunications, we have oversight through the Public Service Department and the Public Utilities Commission. We've got control of these telephone companies. But as the telephone companies move into the internet, and as the internet moves into transmitting telephone signals, many of us use Comcast or whatever as our landline now, and indeed many Vermonters don't use a landline at all. Their telephones are solely in the net. And all of that is the almost exclusive, there's some exceptions, responsibility of the federal government. It preempts many of the things that we can do. People knock on our door and say, you got to prevent 5G because it's going to kill us and end the world. And our answer is, we can't do anything about it. We do not have even the ability to control what are potential health hazards, if there were any, because that is the exclusive province of the federal government. So that compounds anything that we may want to do vis-a-vis governance. So that to me is the issue, and I think Laura and I have discussed briefly that maybe this is a year in which we really need to study what is the model that we have regarding this whole governance structure of IT, as opposed to moving precipitously. I mean, there are all kinds of ways that we can move precipitously and so on. The second thing, though, in my mind, though, that we may need to do, and this is something we may need to do this year, we need to talk about it further, is strengthen the role and clarify the role of the state's chief information officer. Because one of the things in terms of the matrix we did is to at least establish the fact that we're all over the board, and the notion of some dotted line responsibility to the chief information officer for information technology throughout the state may be a role. Don't kill everything until we study it about how things are organized now, but look at the role of the chief information officer as, in effect, a dotted line responsibility to stay on top of IT throughout state government. That may be something, a limited step, that may make sense at this point. And I know there are differing views of that, but so that's kind of the long-winded summary of just what I see in the landscape.
Yeah, I know that this came up last year. So Senate GovOps is in the room right here, and institutions is here, and finance is here. We're right there all. And whenever anything would come up in finance and institute, it seemed that it was going like this. Well, we do that, but we don't do that. They do that. We do that, but they do that. And so from a governance standpoint, we started saying, well, who is responsible and who does run the shop? And we couldn't figure out. You guys might have been smarter than us, but we couldn't figure it out. And so that's, yeah.
And the Senate is, we don't have a committee like the House does that deals with
I've addressed that with the pro tem and said that we need to sign it someplace.
We need to, put it in someplace. But realistically, the way we're structured, there are things that each of these entities does that are sufficiently unique that even if we had a separate committee, and I'm not necessarily advocating that, the other committees, the things that are in their jurisdiction are still going to be involved.
They are, but we do need to have a central, I think, that's going to be the main committee, and then as things, I mean, if it's a utilities issue, clearly it's going to have to go to finance. But I think we need to have one place where they can look at it more comprehensively.
What is it?
What is it? I don't know what it is. That's. I think that's part of the problem is that I don't know what it is. So that's what you're here to tell us.
Well, I think maybe it might be useful for you to hear from Secretary Quinn as to what his view is. One of the things I thought was very interesting is we started dissecting this roles and responsibilities issue, and of course we talk about the chief information officer. Well, he's the chief information officer for the executive branch, and you've got a separation of duties issue right out the gate because you have the judiciary and you have the legislature, and they're in very somewhat different places in terms of how they're structured, and the chief information officer can't necessarily tell them what to do. Before we started our work on joint IT oversight, they didn't even meet. And we've got them now meeting on a regular basis together and collaborating, and clearly...
We believe.
We believe. But clearly that's an issue. You have... Obviously, the legislature somewhere intersects with the executive branch in terms of the internet and some connectivity issues, but in other places, it doesn't.
So, can I ask another question?
You don't have to ask
okay,
permission.
so,
Just jump.
So with regard to this group, we're sitting here now, and then you have a number of different boards and commissions that are coming in afterwards. Do we relate to that, to those people that are coming in? And if so, how? How can this panel be helpful with those boards and commissions?
Well, I guess what you can do is, if there are things on those boards and commissions that you know right now that you've already looked at, share with us.
Because we will be, each board and commission that comes in here is handed a standard questionnaire that we ask about as to whether or not they should continue to exist. If they should, what modifications, if any, should be made in legislation with respect to what their mission is. So that's basically what we'll be reviewing this afternoon with these various boards and commissions that are on our agenda today. And anything that this roundtable discussion can help us in educating us as to what that is. And I should say that their coming in today is the first step in the process. If we were to recommend the elimination of a board or commission, we would typically take testimony from other people who are interested parties.
And so I know you have the Public Utility Commission.
Yep.
Yep.
And the Department of Public Service on this list. Yes. Okay.
And one of the things is that one of the questions is, I don't know if you guys saw the questions, but one of the questions is, if your mission is still relevant, whatever it is that you were doing, could it be better accomplished someplace else? Does this particular board need to exist in order to carry out that mission or to oversee whatever it is? And we have heard from, in other areas, people who've come in and said, the mission is still relevant, but it could be better handled over here instead of by this board. We don't need this board. Is that fair?
So, before we get into some of that, can I just mention quickly a couple things very briefly?
Yeah.
I know Senator Brock.
Oh.
I know
Oh,
Secretary
I'm sorry.
Young. I don't think I know Representative Brickland, is that how you pronounce it?
That's correct.
All right. I don't know,
Good
Commissioner?
point, Matt. Let's all introduce ourselves.
Okay.
Okay, Suzanne, start.
Suzanne Young, Secretary of Administration.
John Quinn, Secretary of Digital Services and State CIO.
Laura Spilia, Chair of Joint IT Oversight and on the House Energy and
Are you from
Technology.
Dover?
Yes.
Okay, all right. There's a reason why I asked that question.
Keep track?
Maybe
I
it's
know somebody. Okay.
And I'm Senator Randy Brock, representing Franklin County and part of Grand Isle County, and I'm Vice Chair of the Joint IT Oversight Committee.
I'm Sue Zeller. I'm the State Chief Performance Officer and one of the governor's non-legislative appointees to this commission.
I'm Jeanette White, Senator from Windham County, and I chair Senate GovOps.
John Gannon, State Rep for Wilmington, Whitingham, and Halifax, and I co-chair this committee, and I'm Vice Chair of GovOps.
Senator Brian Collmore from the Rutland District.
I'm Matt Krause. I'm one of the gubernatorial appointees.
I'm Rob LeClaire, I'm a rep from Berrytown.
Thank you, Matt. That was an oversight.
Well, you let Tim.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tell me to ignore him twice.
Sorry, Tim.
I'm Tim Briglin, and I'm a state rep from Thetford, and I'm the chair of the Energy and Technology Committee. And the technology slice, very specifically, is not technology writ large. It's technology in state government, very specifically. And the committee also has oversight on the House side of the building of telecommunications as well.
Okay. Is my rep on your
Who's your rep?
Heidi?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then I had a couple of quick points and then I'll be quiet. So I'm a 30-year state employee, so I'm going to direct this to Mr. Quinn. It's not a question, it's just a comment. For 30 years I served in state service. Every time we asked IT for something, the automatic response, well, not automatic, but most of the occasions was, we can't do that. So it was always frustrating to me in state service that was the typical sort of default response. So all I would ask you to consider is that the default response is, we'll figure out a way to do that, okay? The second thing is, just very briefly, I'm a very practical kind of person, and I always think that this is a huge subject. I mean, it's a really large subject. And I always think to the human being, what would they like to see? What sort of solutions? And so for a couple of them, one, the feds are tackling anonymous spam phone calls, which is, as a citizen, I love. take care of that. That's a problem for me. I get phone calls that say 802 all the time. That's good. I'm happy that they're doing that. I would ask you to consider, as a group, the same kind of thing. Focus on some very concrete solutions to problems. And one I'm sure you've always heard or continue to hear is coverage, cell coverage across the state. You know, you're in a car, you're traveling someplace, out it goes, and that type of thing. So I would only ask you to consider, as you take a look at the big subject, the large entities, to not forget the little solutions that the average citizen would appreciate. I mean, the average citizen focused on it. That's a good thing. I like that. Okay, that's it. I'm done.
I would just add that I think you've got a good point, but there's an enormous amount of work, not just something like the Joint IT Oversight Committee, but the committees of jurisdiction to deal with some of these issues like cell phone coverage. I know we did a lot of work between the Energy and Technology Committee in the House and Senate Finance, on which I serve, producing both a broadband bill and a bill designed to tackle the very points that you make. And I do have another bill that I'll be introducing this year. It's to reinstate capital punishment in Vermont. Now, it is limited, though. It will only apply to robocallers.
Might get that bill through.
But what that bill, though, focuses on is the work some other states are doing, like Indiana, for example, has adopted some criminal penalties and fines for robocallers, and people do get picked up nationally elsewhere, and the notion of creating fines and so on for those people who get picked up in national sweeps. And Indiana, for example, has got something like $12 million in the past 5 years for robocallers as a result of their law. So we are doing something about it.
Hear from Don?
Yeah.
Would like to hear from me?
That would be you.
Sure. So, to echo some of what Senator Brock said and what Representative Spelia said, you know, things are still a little disjointed across state government, but what I would say is, since 2017, when we created the Agency of Digital Services, we've been focused on the executive branch. Each agency, each department had their own IT person or multiple people. And so, excuse me, over the past couple of years, we've been reorganizing them and making us more efficient and trying to spend smarter. We've documented in the first 2 years $5.5 million of cost avoidance by being able to reuse what we already have across state government, being able to use employees across agencies rather than just in one agency where they may have been before 2017. Now, if they have a specific skill set, we're able to look across the enterprise and pull those people around, which has been valuable to the enterprise overall and saves money. So I think we've done some good things from that standpoint in regards to cybersecurity. When you look at the state's posture prior to 2017 and then now, we have visibility across the enterprise. We know what we have and where we have it. We know what our assets are. We didn't before. Our risk to a cyber threat was much greater than it is now. It's still great. It's great for all states. But right now, we're in a much better position to be able to not only stop an incoming threat, but be able to respond in a faster, more coordinated way. So those are some of the things that we've done in the executive branch as a new agency. And those are just some of the highlights. But, you know, some of the areas that aren't included in the Agency of Digital Services are separately elected offices. So whether it be the Attorney General's office or the Secretary of State's office, 3 branches of government, so the legislature, the judiciary, radio services and public safety. That's quasi-IT. They use a lot of technology to run their radio network, but they have the expertise there, and we coordinate with them fairly closely on what they're buying and how it's being implemented to make sure certain security standards are being followed. The telecom piece still falls under the Public Service Department. That's more regulatory, and so we haven't, you know, that we leave that to them. We do not get in that business. And then there's E911, which I think there's going to be a report by the Secretary of Administration, Suzanne, by the end of the year, making some recommendations there. But, you know, I look at that myself, and that it's going to be, you know, one of those things. Sure, they use IT, but so does every other agency out there to run their agency or their group. And then the HIT, the Health Information Technology Plan, that's run out of Human Services, but we're involved with that through statute and through just general oversight. So whether it be Vital or any other organization that connects to our network, we look at their security standards to make sure whatever they're doing doesn't increase our risk to a cyber threat. So they have to follow certain standards if they're going to connect to us. So a lot of valuable things that we've been doing, but there's still some, better coordination that could happen.
Rob, you had a question?
Well, I got a couple. I mean, there could be some. One of the issues that seems that we've had, especially before the creation of your position, was that we never had the ability to quantify what we had, what we were spending on IT, what we had for resources in IT. Have we been? Are we at a point now where we can say, how many folks we have in IT, what we spend, say, on the executive branch side on IT, and more importantly, what we have for in-house capability? I've heard the example a few times, like the Health Connect. One of the reasons that it has been the ongoing, I guess I'd have to say failure, that it has been, is that we just did not have the in-house capability to deal with, one, even what we were asking for, and two, to deal with it after the fact. Are we in a better place now in regards to that? And the last one is I know that on the human resources side, there's an awful lot of activity going on about dealing with legacy programs, and all those come with an enormous price tag. Do we have a plan in place for that sort of stuff? I know I ask you a lot, but that's it.
Okay, so I'll try to address some of those, unless someone else wants to. So we've done an inventory across state government. Before, we didn't know who was IT and who wasn't. We have about 386 IT professionals across state government. That includes business analysts and project managers and IT managers and system developers. We know what we have for assets. We know what we have for the number of computers, the number of servers, the number of switches. We manage over 20,000 devices and 1,400 applications. That's about one application for every 6.5 state employees, which is a lot. It's a lot of applications for that group to manage. We have about 10 security professionals for all of those applications. So that's one area. I think we had 7 before the Agency of Digital Services. So as positions come up, as vacancies come open, we look at every single position very carefully to see, what is the skill set that we need, what is the priority. So we've transitioned 3 people to security already. We've built a business office, which was something that I overlooked in the beginning. We used AOA Business Services, and we really needed our own for the amount of services that we provided in the build-back structure. So we moved a bunch of business office positions around and have a full suite of business office professionals, including payroll and those type of things. Are we properly staffed, or do we have the right skill sets? In some areas it's very challenging. So system developers, people that are developing connections between systems, people that are developing certain code for regulatory or legislative changes on legacy systems that are up to 40 years old. Those are really challenging positions to fill. They're challenging not only for state government, but they're challenging for Vermont employers, just with the demographic issues, the unemployment, the low unemployment rate. Vermont doesn't have a large pool of IT professionals anyways across the state, so it becomes very challenging, and the structure that we have in place across the state as far as being able to telecommute, broadband issues, makes it a little harder to hire outside of Chittenden County for the most part. And so, do we have the right skill sets? Not necessarily. We hire out and do staff augmentation where we can't find those. We do private, we use companies inside and outside of the state, preferably in the state where we can, but it's been a challenge for us to staff our offices. And I think I missed the last question.
It was the doozy.
Legacy stuff.
It's the legacy systems, yes. That's a challenging thing for us. I think we've been talking about it quite a bit as an administration. How do we move forward with IT? How do we keep up with the changing landscape? How do we fund these IT systems that are, anywhere from $1 million to $40 million or higher, right? And how do we do it in a way that's sustainable? And so, one of the things my agency is looking to do is consolidate towards platforms, consolidate towards, I'm trying to think of something that everyone would know. Like you could call Microsoft a platform, right? Something that's common to everyone, a common email type of client. Get everyone on those type of email clients, which will reduce the number of staff that we need internally. And focus our skill set in certain areas rather than focusing on 1,400 different areas and trying to keep skill sets. We're trying to narrow those down. One of the other areas is case management. We have hundreds of case management tools across the state. We're consolidating where we can to one platform, right? Everyone may still have a separate instance, but we're going to focus on getting everyone on that platform rather than needing 40 people to manage that. We may only need 10 people in the future. So we're focused on things like that, and that's how we're trying to get off the legacy systems. Technology is changing every day, which makes it challenging. But by focusing on those cloud type of solutions where we get out of the business of having to upgrade. Every time we do an upgrade on our ERP system, for example, it's $3.5 or $4 million. We have to do one of those every 3 or 4 years. We want to get out of that model. We want to move to the cloud software as a service where the company that's hosting that has to do those updates, and we're continually up to date. So we'll level out the spending projection and be able to plan longer term, because we'll know with that company we'll see an average increase of 4% or 6%, but it'll always be up to date and always secure.
Rob,
I'm good, thank you.
Brian?
It's something I just want to follow up on,
Sure.
because I think it tracks with what Secretary Quinn was saying, and it's something more that the legislature has to consider. It might not be in the purview of your committee, but is thinking about how we actually go about funding IT. And I think there's a traditional mindset of it's a capital expenditure. When we're funding IT, we're buying a bunch of big boxes that we're putting on people's desks, and they're going to sit there for 10 years until we replace them 10 years later. And we've moved way beyond that as a society. And how we fund a lot of IT expenditure in our budgetary process is through the capital budget. And I know that drives that committee crazy, because a lot of this expenditure is really general fund type expenditure. It's annual operating expenses. And I think real innovative private sector companies no longer think of their IT spending as this is a capital expenditure. It's something that we put on our books and depreciate over 10 years. These are annual expenditures. As Secretary Quinn was saying, a lot of this stuff is subscription services that you're paying for year after year, things that are updated, but it's not a pay for it and forget it type of project and then we'll come back to it in 10 years. These are expenditures that go over time. And in a perfect world, and we're a long way from there, this would be more general fund focused as opposed to things that we bond for and pay for over time.
I think one of the things that also we ought to be thinking about is the strategic changes in the way IT is being run. We've learned, for example, from Vermont Health Connect that this massive, large project, as opposed to what we're doing now, and I think Secretary Quinn can perhaps address it more specifically about cutting things into smaller chunks so that we can measure them, and then adding oversight both from the IT Oversight Committee and from the Joint Fiscal Committee and others to look at those chunks as they're being done to measure how we're doing relative to what it is we're trying to do, so that we can stay both on budget and on target. And John, you may want to expand on the strategic changes.
Yeah, I think when you look at how we would go about a big monolithic system like Vermont Health Connect before, it was all one, it was all integrated, every piece connected in some way, and if one piece failed, the whole thing went down, right? We're now building the integrated eligibility platform, for example, in modular, small pieces, so we can measure out each piece, monitor each piece, and if we only get through 3 of the pieces and we have to, change our priorities and cut funding, we have 3 pieces that will improve the lives of Vermonters, right? They'll be able to use those pieces. We'll be able to build off from them. It won't be a failure because we'll have things that we can actually use, things that we spent money on. It's where the old approach was, well, we only got partway through the project. There's no real functionality that works yet. And so the change there in strategic direction is, is definitely a lesson learned from the past, and it's not something just Vermont has learned. It's nationwide.
So I want to follow up, if I could, on both Secretary Quinn's remarks and Senator Brock. And forgive me if I'm 3 steps behind, because I feel like I am, but from the perspective of a priest from a small parish, here we go. And I don't know whether this is a legitimate perspective or not, but many of us can remember the EB5 diagram that showed, in essence, a bunch of spaghetti-looking stuff. And that's how I feel about the way we are right now. And I don't know whether it's feasible or reasonable that we at some point will have one person, Ms. or Mr. IT, that can control everything or not. And I don't know whether we should. So I guess I'm still trying to get a handle on who controls what, because we've had issues in GovOps before where something happened, and then we went back to say, well, who was in charge? How did this happen? And what decision was made along the way that allowed this to happen? And we kind of didn't get an answer. So,
Can I follow up on that? Just and I know that you're focusing on the state government system, but how do we integrate that with what's the role here with non-state government systems out there? I know the Public Utilities Commission regulates utilities, the regulated utilities, but what's our role with those that other world out there that isn't in state government, and how do we integrate that, and do we have any control on?
In terms of?
Well, I don't know, in terms of getting answers to what decision was made, why did this fail, why did this happen?
This is the spaghetti that I think that Senator Collmore is talking about, and there is spaghetti here. There's no question about that. Because we're dealing with, some things that are totally outside of our control. For example, those things that are federally preempted that are still interconnected with what we do. One of the things in terms of looking at a governance structure, it's very difficult to take a governance structure and put one person in charge of everything because we have different organizations, different branches of government, different agencies that have systems that they have to manage. And that's why I'm suggesting that at least in effect as an interim step, that we should be thinking about dotted lines as opposed to a whole bunch of single lines, because there are responsibilities in terms of things like technology standards, information security standards and so on, that should be consolidated really across government. And that, to me, is the role of a chief information officer, and that's normally the way it's done in the private sector. But at the same time, people who own businesses within government, such as the agencies and departments and independent offices, they have responsibility for their own systems, and there is a command and control piece there. The dotted line and direct line have to integrate with each other. The dotted line is standards, it's consistency, it's those kinds of things that get driven through government. On the other hand, agencies do need to control their own systems because they're responsible for managing them on a day-to-day basis. So there will be a degree of spaghetti, but not the kind of spaghetti that we saw in the EB5 diagram. I think one of the things that we have been talking about on the IT Oversight Committee, though, is on the governance structure, taking it a little more slowly to really define what it is and how it ought to work. And that may be the kind of study that needs to be done between now and the session beginning in 2021 to create a structure that really works and that has thought through all of these things rather than our doing so on the spur of the moment. So it's kind of a two-step process that at least and I don't know if I speak for everybody on the IT Oversight Committee, just think that may be an appropriate way to manage this.
I have, so, sort of, I guess I have a question. So where does the overall vision, where do we think that's coming from? For instance, like, something as simple as, should something be cloud-based? Or, I don't know what the term is, site-based, server-based, okay. And my sense is, like, when I heard you say we've got like 1,400 different type of programs that we're trying to stay on top of, who's gonna have this say as to whether how customized a program is versus you're just gonna have to deal with what's out there commercially and figure it out? Where does that happen?
I can jump in. I really appreciate having this conversation because it's a very important one. You've touched on funding, you've touched on infrastructure, you've touched on governance. And I have a few more years on you in state government, and I recall in the AG's office when we built our own system and we owned it and we built on it. And it's really very recently in my last tenure in the AG's office that this notion that we're duplicating other systems out there in state government came to really anyone's consciousness, and that we can do better and we can start working with other agencies and departments on similar platforms. But 2017 and the creation of the Agency of Digital Service, I think it was just the absolute right thing to do, and I think it's been very successful from my perspective as a consumer and as the head of an agency, and also the one that has to sort of figure out how are we going to pay for our IT needs. So I will just echo that. I think we are, it's going to take a while, but we're starting to unwind the spaghetti, at least internal to state government. That we are talking at the cabinet level, at the enterprise level about our IT needs. We're starting to talk about what are priorities for each of our agencies and how are we going to fund those and what's going to be the funding source. And that has been a conversation we couldn't have had, I think, any earlier than this summer because of the work that Secretary Quinn and his team have done in terms of inventorying our assets, inventorying our needs, and inventorying the risks and the cyber risks. And so I think a lot of work has gone into that's going to be very fruitful to this conversation. We purchased cybersecurity, for the first time as a state. Hasn't been a product that's been out there for very long, but we've started to really look at IT as an enterprise basis instead of each little program or department has their own thing that they built, that they own. So moving to platforms, Secretary Quinn's been great. If you have a need, it's like, well, we have this over here that will help. Don't go duplicate, efforts. So I can't say enough about, I think, the work that's been done to date that's going to help inform the conversation. I think when you talk about outside IT, when we need to go to outside contractors, I think that we've got a pretty robust review process for certain projects. Again, at ADS, where we're applying the standards that we want all our contractors to comply with in terms of privacy, cybersecurity, and the like. And I think that that's critical to when we have to go outside. And I think the real nut to crack is the things that are circling around outside us that rely on IT to deliver services and telecom. I mean, it's become a much more compressed world, I think, than when it was all separate. And so I think that's the real challenge for all of us is the telecom piece of it, and the federal government's preemption on cable and the like.
And I'll just add to that I mean, ADS is the internal executive branch agency of digital services. Mm-hmm. And while John and his people are responsible for what goes on in the executive branch, not including the separately elected offices, he is also responsible for how the state entity of IT integrates outside, but not for things like outside telecommunications and all corporate other things. And as to funding, I would make a comment that Representative Briglin made about the general fund. One of the reasons we have hundreds of customer management systems and case management systems is the federal government. Because historically, each individual CFDA number would say, oh, you can use this money to buy tea, so everyone went out and bought it. And so they have been a large contributor to the reason we have the problem that we have. I mean, I remember I staffed a committee that was made up of Mike Sherling, who was the head of the Burlington Alive at the time, Burlington, Bright, whatever the heck that thing was called, and one of the guys from My Web Grocer. And anyway, so the three of them, and we did a review of IT, and one of the things that was really interesting is when we were talking to all of AHS about, at the time, trying to do the $200 million giant access project. And I remember some of the testimony was like, well, yeah, but if we build it this way and this is the way we don't want to do it, we can cover these other 60 programs. Could you not just build what you have to build for? Could you keep it at what you need, which is an eligibility system? So the federal money is a real, it's a real temptation for people to just run out and get it and spend it and not think about the long-term implications. Having ADS there as a bridge against that to say, okay, let's see what you want, let's see what you need, let's see what other people have. Can we work this together? Can we take what someone has and add you to it? It's such a better conversation than just run out and get that federal money. The feds have not been helpful. I mean, they have been part of the reason we have the structure that we have.
That isn't true just with IT. That's
that's true with everything. Yeah.
Yeah, they have. It's very tempting to set up a program.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So how do we?
I think Matt had a question.
I just first of all, I want to mention that Sue's doing a great job on this commission, so I want to put a plug in. You're her boss, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I just want to put that plug in to let you know you're doing a great job. So, okay.
Well, you got to quantify great here.
Oh, thanks, Rob.
I did have a couple of things that I just wanted to bring up. First of all, I'm appreciative that the state created an agency for the digital services. That's a real big promotion. And I'm glad that they centralized everything, because that's important too. I used to spend my entire career in Department of Human Resources, and the last couple of years it was very good about getting notices that somebody had opened something up. It opened up a virus, et cetera, don't do it, et cetera. So it was fast response, and I really appreciate that. But I do have a couple of things that are of concern to me. There's 7,000 state employees, and many of them have access to terminals. And with the best of intentions, sometimes people access stuff they're not supposed to. And the last I'd heard, when I left state service, that VSEA was going to work with the state on ensuring that employees weren't spied upon, but that the places that they were accessing, et cetera, were going to be controlled, if you will. Okay, so that's one thing that sort of, there were a lot of folks who, I was told, I'm not a big Facebook person, but they're on Facebook all the time, or eBay, or something of that nature. So that's kind of not a good thing for state employees to be using those services. I wanted to know if, in the cybersecurity field, you were accessing Norwich University. They have a very big program over there for cybersecurity.
We are.
You are, okay.
So you should just.
Yeah,
Okay, and then just one other piece. Where does AI fit in this? Because I assume this is, Brian mentioned who's the big boss going to be, and in a few years it'll be AI. I mean, that's they'll be controlling all of this, and you'll have input into it, but they'll be making the decisions and using various apps, et cetera, to control it all. It won't be perhaps an individual, but AI fits in here someplace. Let's put it that way. So I do. The only one I want to have maybe a comment was the sort of VSEA. That's the last I'd known that VSEA and the state were discussing sort of how 7,000 state employees were going to use these new terminals, the services that were available, making sure that citizens got their money's worth.
Right. So I'm not going to go into
human resources policy at all, but what I will say is that the tools that we've been installing or implementing across what I would call our perimeter, our intrusion detection system and prevention system, looks for certain types of URLs, looks for certain types of websites. We block those at the gateway into our perimeter, right? So the ones that we know about that are just downright bad, we block those right away to make sure that we're preventing ransomware and viruses from coming in. It's not 100% foolproof, none of them are. Right. But a lot of that stuff is blocked on the outside. At this time, we don't monitor usage of state.
You do not?
No, my
Okay.
agency is not in charge of monitoring time usage of state employees. That would be a question for, Department of Human Resources, but we haven't been instructed with implementing anything like that. But overall, the tools that we've been putting in place are really to mitigate the risk if employees do stumble onto a website that may be harmful to the state government.
Yeah.
So, and I would add, one of the risks that we're currently trying to get our hands around at the Joint IT Oversight is what risk legislators pose to the systems. We're working to put together a class for legislators, as well as our municipalities who are tying into these systems. So.
I think it'd be really good to touch on the Norwich University thing for a second. 2 years ago, I believe it was 2 years ago, we created a partnership with Norwich University to bring in cyber talent into the workforce, into the state workforce, and to give students the opportunity to work in a environment that has about every type of technology you can think of here, right? We have legacy technology that's 40 years old, that's hard to secure. We have new technology, we have everything in between. So we've created this partnership that does not only internships, but a security operations center at Norwich University where students can get real-world experience watching our log data coming in from our firewalls and things like that, and detecting potential intrusions or attempts at intrusions into our network. So it's been a really good partnership, and I think it's benefited the state. I think we've hired 3 people from the program already, full-time. So it's definitely been one of the better things we've done. All the states are having a hard time hiring cyber talent, but this seems to be working out really well for us.
Good. Okay.
So,
thank you.
Well, I would also add Norwich has helped coordinate this cyber class that hopefully we'll have legislators taking as well as municipalities.
I'm an alumni of Norwich, and I'm really pleased that they, well, I don't want to put a plug in, but I'm pleased that they, as an academic institution, they don't sort of sit in an ivory tower, that they're out there into the community, into the where they can help out, resources or the organizations in a state. Okay, we're small. Anything that they can do to assist is really vital. It's important.
One of the other things I failed to mention was we implemented a security awareness training program for our state employees. The last time I looked, we had, I think, 4,600 people that had taken the awareness training, and it walks you through different modules, whether it's identifying an email that may be a spam or phishing attempt, or how to identify websites or links that maybe you shouldn't click on. And we just bought a new software that's going to further refine that effort and be able to offer more trainings in depth over the course of the year.
And the last thing I would add is we did pass an AI commission. We created an AI commission a couple of years ago.
I saw some. I'm not as in tune with the legislature, with the legislative members. They're more closely attuned to what's taking place. I heard something about that, but AI is going to connect all of these things in some fashion. Like I say, AI is going to be able. They'll be able to manage all the information that's coming along and coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I note that you are talking in the future tense, but I mean, it's
not
present tense.
Okay, sorry.
So, and growing.
So 2 things. First of all, our IT staff at the legislature gets me so nervous about clicking on anything that my family gets really annoyed at me when they send me a link to something and I say, don't trust you, I'm not opening it. But anyway.
Is that why you didn't check your email?
Delete.
Well, we tell people not to click on any emails from Hormel because they may contain spam.
That's a good one.
So,
You had me at capital punishment there.
So, I kind of going back a step here. I'm a little concerned that, just given what you were talking about with the federal preemption, that we can't, is there any governance structure at all that can that can somehow, and I don't know what it is, but
You're talking about two different things, Senator.
Right.
Yeah.
So when we look at, so what John is not, Secretary Quinn is not.
no, I'm not talking about state.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the state here. The
Okay.
state government.
Okay.
No, I'm going back farther to
Okay.
where Brian and I were about in the wild world out there.
Yeah.
That it seems to me we need some focal point that looks at kind of the world of IT out in Vermont, not in state government necessarily, and I don't know what that is, I don't know what it looks like, but how do we do that? We just heard from the State Board of Education. They apparently have no authority to do anything, but they do things, but their goal is to look at the kind of world of education and make recommendations to the agency and to the governor and to the legislature about it. Is there any such thing that we can create or have that would do that same thing, or is that your role? I don't know. Because I'm talking about outside of state government, so that we can.
So you're talking
we
about
have
infrastructure.
any control
Right.
over the Verizons of the world and the AT&Ts, and when we ask them questions and they just say, oh.
Could I just,
I don't know.
could I just bring us back to what our mission is for the
Well,
Sunset Advisory Committee?
Yes.
And commission, and that I think it was very valuable for us as a commission to hear from these 5 people on the variety of and complexity of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
But the primary goal, seems to me here, was to get testimony to help us in our
Yes.
deliberation about these committees,
Yes.
that we understand a little bit better. Okay?
Right.
Not that I'm not wanting to talk about the greater world, but it seems to me that that's probably something that the legislature as a whole needs to work on with, contact with the
Yeah.
administration. But for purposes of this, I think we should, if we need any more information that will help us in our deliberations about the remaining committees and boards that we're looking at today, I think we should ask those questions, but sort of the wider discussion about governance and outside of state government, I think we should probably leave to the committees of jurisdiction.
Well, that's what I was wondering, if these people in their wisdom could say, well, one of these is something that could expand into that, what I was thinking, or
Okay.
none of these are, or you should eliminate all of these and start all over again, or.
So you have different focuses on some, so like the agency is all internal, right?
Right.
Yes.
And then you look at the PUC and the department, and those are really looking external.
Right.
At our infrastructure, right? The property parcel data is municipalities. No, what's the web portal board?
Web portal board
This
is
ADS.
electronic
Oh, that's you too.
transactions state government conducts for money, like permits and licenses
I
and
have
stuff.
fishing license here.
Just for a little clarity, the Parcel Data Advisory Board, John Adams is actually an employee of ADS. They run the Geographic Information Center and provide maps and data to towns, municipalities, state entities. So we are outward facing a little bit with that group.
So, are you going through like the E911 board? coming in, and I'm just wondering if that's, is that something that could potentially fall underneath, the purview of the Agency of Digital Services?
Well, that, I think Suzanne has,
The
yeah.
legislature has tasked the Secretary of Administration with looking at that very question, which is where should the E911 board reside, if not in its current iteration as an independent board. And when you look at their functions, they have IT function, they have the telecom function, they have the public safety function. I mean, they are kind of crossing a lot of different areas that fit in different parts of state government. So it's not a new conversation. I've gone back and looked at several reports and studies over the last decade that have tried to crack the nut of the E911 board and where they should reside or should they move to public safety. So we're looking at that now, and the report's due in January.
And, we asked for that report in particular for the very reasons that Secretary Young has mentioned. We've seen failures. And it's the kind of failure at the end of the day when a person can't get an E911 call through. I know a question I asked in Senate Finance is, who do we blame? And the problem is there are a number of fingerprints on it, and that goes back to the spaghetti chart. And that's why I lean towards having at least some dotted line responsibility to the technology piece, the chief information officer, because there is an information and there's an information transmission role that's there. Standard setting, monitoring, oversight, as opposed to direct responsibility, can link some of this stuff together better than it is being done right now, because we do have holes, and we have serious holes.
Yeah. So,
Many more to come.
can I just make one comment? We haven't really heard from you, Representative Freeman, so maybe a couple minutes. But following up on Sue's point, we're the Sunset Advisory Commission. We like the sunset organization. That's our, we really get excited about that. I know it's
Surgeon's got a knife, you got a cut.
You've got a nail with a hammer. But we're, so if there's any organization that's listed here or other ones that you know of that have outlived their usefulness, we're certainly pleased to hear that information. But I do just want to give you, I don't want to take the chair's responsibility, but just to give you, I didn't really,
So the PUC, I think, absolutely, I'm kidding.
I just suggested that to you. The PUC and the school board.
So that'll make some news. I think Senator Collmore's question is the key one that I think you should have front and center as you're thinking about, again, whether to cut, whether to turn the dial slightly on what some of these commissions might be focused on and what your recommendation is back to the legislature, which is accountability. As I look at these different commissions and boards and how they're set up, and having heard Mr. Carroll, who's a constituent of mine, and Mr. Peltz testify earlier, as a legislator and a chair of a committee that has oversight, we're always looking for who's the neck we can choke. Who's, if something goes wrong, who do you reach out for? And as Senator Brock said, also is, when you have the spaghetti structure, what you reach out for and grab is a handful of sand, and there's nothing there to really hold accountable. So I would say that's issue number one. Looking at these different boards, where's the accountability and what's the function? The boards that you're looking at this afternoon, my sense is some of them I've never had interaction with, but play very different functions. Some of these boards operate with kind of an executive capacity. They actually have functions where they have oversight of an executive that reports to them. And that's a very different function than an advisory board. And that's not to say that an advisory board isn't important. And let me make a pitch for one, which is I think I agree with what's been said today in terms of ADS plays a very important function in state government that we didn't have before, which is pulling together from different parts of state government a function that was, I don't want to say out of control, but again, there was no accountability for it. And now we have an agency that has the capability of doing that, certainly the mandate. But, you know, where that goes in different parts of state government, for example, the legislature. The legislature has a committee that deals with IT within the legislature. Where that goes with regard to Secretary Quinn's oversight of the Secretary of State's office, the Treasurer's office, the AG's office, that accountability is not there. And do we want to consider as a state government, you know, more oversight there? But in terms of an advisory role, IT and cybersecurity changes so frequently that I think there really is an important role for a third-party independent advisory role to state government, to ADS on cybersecurity, where you've got kind of the best minds in Vermont who are working on cybersecurity, who can give an outside perspective, whether it's to the secretary or other parts of state government that deal with IT. I think this is a place that's very fertile ground to have that type of advice and that kind of cross-fertilization, if you will. And it's because it's such it's an area that is subject to so much change. And I will say that's in contrast to many other parts of state government where, you know, things just, you know, policy changes move at a much more measured pace. This stuff is changing daily, and I think it's important, as high a caliber, or you know, maybe there's a need for improvement we have within state government. I think we need people from outside state government advising us on what best practices are. So I would make a pitch for there's an advisory role here that's very important.
And there's one other role that we haven't really talked about, and it may be outside of the purview of what you're doing on a Sunset Advisory Commission, is I think we need a much stronger audit role, because there needs to be not just the oversight and work being done within state government. We need to have an independent set of eyes to look at IT problems from an auditor's perspective. We have one IT auditor in state government right now, the same as we've had for the past 15 years. And IT has plays a much stronger role, a much more prominent role in what we do right now. And that, I believe, is a real inadequacy that needs to be addressed.
So I assume, Senator Brock, your one IT auditor is not sufficient for...
No, and to hire people to come in and do outside reviews is extremely expensive.
Yeah.
Extremely expensive. And this is also a problem that we've looked at overall in our work on the Joint IT Oversight Commission is, are we able, at the salaries that we pay in state government, to hire the people that we really need at the level of expertise that we need? And so what we wind up doing, and this was a classic example we saw in Vermont Health Connect. We didn't have the horsepower to do the work, and we weren't able to hire them at state government salaries, even inflated to market factor analysis. And so as a result, we go out to a contractor, and we pay 4 times the rate that we would pay if we had the person on our staff in the first place. And that, again, is something that we've enlisted the human resources folks to look at, to perhaps give us some guidance in that regard, too.
And this is someplace that I think has also moved in a different direction in the private sector in the last 10 years, which is 10, 15, 20 years ago, you went to the private sector and looked at places that used to be considered, you know, I'll say cost centers in most private businesses, which was human resources and IT, have really changed their strategic focus. You look at any private sector business worth their while now, and they are looking at human resources and IT as that's a core strength of the business. And people who are involved in those areas are major strategic players in the organization. You know, it's not the IT used to be a backwater, and that's not the case in well-functioning organizations now. It's a strategic role, and I think it's important that we think of, you know, from your perspective, as you look at state commissions and who's working on these issues, it's a major strategic function, and we have to have kind of best minds and practices kind of looking at that. This is not a backwater. It's central to what we do.
So one thing that concerns me, I've heard from a number of people, is the lack of oversight of the non-executive groups, whether it's the legislature, the Secretary of State's office. Is any effort being made now to consolidate oversight with respect to those other non-executive agencies? I mean, because it seems like if they're not they're not under the oversight of ADS, they may be doing things that are good from a cybersecurity or other perspectives.
So we have not come forward yet with our final recommendations, but, and that is not one that we've been talking about. What we've been talking about at this point is just having the 3 branches come together to talk on a regular basis, which was not happening. So, and then you've got these outside independently elected offices, et cetera. So, the notion of creating a cyber council, certainly the governor has a cyber council, cybersecurity council. Which I think may have a little bit different scope. But I think there's room for looking at that, for sure.
But that also is a role that the auditor's office is uniquely able to play to go across those branches in state government to look at problems throughout the enterprise, which is why I do emphasize that.
And Senator Bratt, do you think currently the auditor is focused enough on these technology issues?
Well, if the auditor were given an armored car load of money to be able to fund the hiring of the kind of expensive services necessary to provide that oversight, that may be the case. But right now, it's not staffed to be able to do it. He's not funded to be able to do it.
And the auditor's office is also one of those independently
Yes,
elected
they are.
offices, so
So
there's
they
that
pick
challenge
what they
too.
do and what they don't do, right? I mean,
Well, the legislature can certainly ask them to do some things, and generally you can expect that they will be responsive to that, but we've not asked.
And if are we losing money by not asking? I mean, would we be better off paying the money up front to have the audits done than to lose money by?
All of this work would be done obviously in increments and prioritization, but to ask the auditor's office just to look at information technology risk in a general term and come back with a plan for doing that might be something that might be worth doing. I know we've had conversations with the auditor's office. We've had the auditor in. I think he's due to come back to us with just some additional information that we asked for about approaching the subject.
We are looking at a recommendation around cyber standards. How do we have the means to, putting something like that in statute, as well as notification on breaches of systems. It's been interesting to learn what we don't know.
So am I hearing that part of the conversation really is how much of this do we try to do in-house as opposed to outsourcing it? Is that part of the debate or some of the?
I think I'm a plan person, so I think we really have to, think about what are the next objectives that we have here, and then figure out if we have the capacity in state government. I think, we're hearing a lot about the value of outside independent audit, I think.
Yeah, I'm just.
We've talked about potentially recommending adding some capacity at JFO. We have Dan Smith there on IT projects. Is there the ability? Should we add some capacity there for cyber security?
Just work it up, right?
Yeah, we.
You don't use any, is it highway, Hayway?
Oh,
It's
the Chinese,
the Chinese, you don't use any of that stuff, do you?
Huawei.
Huawei, thank you.
No, and given the escalation in my role in 2017, we were able to quickly issue a directive to all of state government saying that we won't be using that type of technology. There were 6 or 7 types of technologies that we banned based on federal guidance.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Except E911 has some of that, don't they, John?
No.
Oh, they don't?
No, there was.
Got rid of that?
There was some Huawei equipment in a data center that had been decommissioned but still in the rack.
All right.
But yes, there is none in the E911 system that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Who's on the committee? I'm just curious, on your oversight committee? Just the three of you?
No,
No.
it's myself, Seth Chase, who's also from Energy and Technology, Marty Feltus from Appropriations, Senator Brock, Senator Pearson, and
Senator Kitchell.
Senator Kitchell.
Well, I'm so glad we were able to solve all the issues today.
What is the
What is-
issue that you would like to solve, Madam Chair?
I would like to have us have some kind of, that's what I was trying to ask about with the advisory. I don't know if these groups, if these boards and commissions are the right ones to have. And some of them may be so specific that they need to exist, and some of them may not. But what I was trying, when I was comparing it to the Board of Education, is I was thinking about what Tim actually said very eloquently, is that we need to have some kind of an independent body out there that is made up of those leaders in that, and I wondered if that's what we need. To advise the state on where to go, cybersecurity, what to do, what to think about, without having it be a governmental body. I just, and I don't know if one of these can fill that role, if, I don't know.
So you're talking about creating a new board?
Yes. As a matter of fact, yes.
So,
Can we create as well as can we summarize
Yeah,
as well?
can summarize. In the 5 minutes we have left, with the exception of the fact that, John, you're gonna testify in the Web Portal Board later, does anybody of our guests or have anything that they would like to add specifically about these boards and commissions that are on our agenda for the rest of the day?
Good question. Very full.
I noticed a few were removed, from the initial agenda, so I think there was quite a bit of obsolescence on the first agenda. And now I think you're gonna hear from the E911 board, and that's a work in progress in terms of governance and whether it should be advisory or not. Property Parcel Data Advisory Board seems to be one that's functioning, but we're gonna have to hear from them and provides a role for municipalities. The PUC and again, and the Department of Public Service, which is a totally different ballgames that I would not even profess to have the thought of abolishing without great thought and input and insight into that. And the Web Portal Board, which does serve a function in state government, the secretaries are represented on that board. My representative, who's not here this week, says he's pretty excited that there's a little bit of new energy and new direction on that board, which I expect Secretary Quinn will fill you in on. But as far as other boards related to IT, I didn't come up with any others that I think are still in existence or functional, so.
I noticed you had Vital on your
Yeah.
and I was a little confused by that because I didn't really look at Vital, at least the Vital Board, as a creation of state government, but that's more of a semi-autonomous entity that has been charged by state government with a particular function.
Right.
I wasn't sure it was in the purview of this board to sunset that board, but maybe it is.
Well, we might.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that it is in our purview, but
Yeah.
what our role is, I think, is to look at them and then to say, is there a recommendation? And it
Yep.
would be, I would assume, health and welfare.
Yep.
And that would take that up along with the administration, and then, and if it's still functioning the way, then are there legislative changes that need to be made to make it more appropriate to what they're actually doing now than what they might have been doing when they were created?
Right.
So we come at it from the perspective that it is, and it's their job to prove to us that we're not supposed to.
Okay. Good.
But did you say there were ones that were on the initial list that aren't on here now?
Well, there were
I
some
can't-
really obsolete ones that intrigued me. The committee to examine strategies to enhance software and information technology sectors, and
Well,
I
they
mean,
still-
things that were in session law that have since sunset by
Right.
themselves.
Yeah.
And have they sunsetted by themselves, or?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they had a report due in January. I'm assuming they don't exist anymore. In January 2013. So there were some, at least on the initial agenda that I saw.
I think Betsy may have the information on that.
Okay, because some of them, some boards we found that they were created to produce a report, but they still exist in statute, they never were, they never went away.
Or they're in session law and
And,
then
yeah,
are gone.
Betsy will. There she is. Well,
Looks like you had it
Enlighten us, yeah.
today.
Okay.
I would put in for the Telecom and Connectivity Advisory Board, where that's a board that's making grants. I think it's good to keep some transparency there.
is this the one that's doing the grants
That's
for
it.
the, whatever those little things are?
CUD?
No.
That was really technically explicit.
Laura knows.
She's talking about coverage co in the radios.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
2G.
No, that would be the department.
Oh,
This
okay.
is with the Universal Service Fund
Connectivity.
Oh.
Connectivity Initiative.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
And so keeping that kind of separate board, I think, is just good for,
Good hygiene.
yeah.
Anything, any others on there? Vermont Equipment Distribution Program Advisory Council? I guess we'll hear from them, but.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can address that when I speak.
Yeah.
There's,
All right.
there are some, and I don't know, I'm not right off, I can't pinpoint exactly what those two boards do, but there are some folks that are very specifically affected by programs that staff some of these boards, and again, there's a sunlight factor there, making sure that things are happening,
Yeah.
and
And I guess we'll hear from them this afternoon.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for coming in, we appreciate it.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is Listening Beyond the Soundbites. Ben Kinsley is here. He's co-host and co-producer and sponsor.
Yes.
Could you talk a little bit about your enterprise?
Yeah, I run a consulting firm called Imperium Advisors. We do a whole bunch of different things, mostly working with nonprofits. We do things like lobbying, public policy development, media strategy, technology consulting. There's a whole bunch of different
Good job.
things that we do, and if you have a nonprofit, give us a call. We'll help you out, figure out how to
Yes.
reach
I
your
have a
audience.
nonprofit. We should chat. And I guess this is a very, for me anyway, a very unusual show. We have gone outside the normal bounds, have we not? This is our guest is Bruce Shields. He's a PhD and former president of the Ethan Allen Institute. And we are talking about, Bruce, welcome. I forgot to say hello officially.
Hello.
Anyway, we are talking about Brexit. And we've been hearing about it on the radio and on TV. And I thought to myself, Brexit's got to have some implications on our economy in the United States. And I thought, I'd like to understand it more. And I spent all day yesterday researching this. It's very complicated, may I say. And I finally sent Bruce some questions, and I hope to goodness I got them right. But good luck explaining this, Bruce.
Well, the
in an
questions
hour.
are wonderful.
Oh, thank you. It's because I found an article that said questions to ask about Brexit.
You found the right article.
I just copied them.
Yeah.
No, not really. But anyway, first, could you talk a little bit about yourself and about your background?
Well, I am originally born in Maryland. My grandfather was part of the great diaspora of Vermonters going west.
Oh.
So my father was born in Pueblo, Colorado. My mother was born in Boulder, Colorado. Her father was a silver miner.
Nice.
And my father grew up absolutely dirt poor on a dry, not an irrigated, but a dry farm in eastern Colorado. And it was pretty clear by the time he was 15 that there was not going to be a life on that farm.
Right.
And so he worked for 4 or 5 years at one of the big inns up in the Rockies.
Oh, nice.
And worked guiding people to the top of Long's Peak, which is a 14,000-foot peak.
Yep.
And so eventually he put together enough funds to go to the University of Colorado in engineering, graduated in 1928.
That's a while ago.
And, well, it is, yeah. Our family's kind of stretched out. But the the job that he got was with the U.S. Patent Office.
Oh.
And he'd had a number of offers with private outfits, General Electric Research Facility over in Schenectady, Bell Labs, and I don't really know what prompted him to take the job with the government. But a year and a half later, he felt that had really been the right choice.
Oh, good. So what was he doing for the government?
And he was an electrical engineer. He was working as a patent examiner in the U.S. Patent Office. And he, like a number of engineers that I've known in my life, he had a tremendous curiosity for how things worked.
Right.
And he imparted that to me. I never had his mathematical skills, so I didn't go into engineering. But
And so what brought you all to Vermont? Did he come here too, or as a family?
I was visiting cousins up in the West Glover, Greensboro area, and that was in 1963, and we had so much fun visiting. I bought a small place to.
There you go.
And one thing led to another. When my own academic, I went into the academic world, had a PhD in medieval literature, spent a year at the University of Edinburgh, which
is why we know Brexit.
Which is relevant to discussion of Brexit. Have kept in touch with a number of people in Scotland since then. And so that was my first career, and then I had a sawmill, and then I operated an agway store.
Oh, cool.
And after I was done with that, I began volunteering to sit on the boards of a number of statewide organizations like Farm Bureau and the Vermont Forest Products Association.
Oh, we know
yes,
Bill
we
Sayer.
know those folks. Yes, we do.
Oh, we know Bill. Yeah.
And so that you might say that volunteering was my third career, and it's been enjoyable.
That's great. Good for you. And we know about volunteering, right?
Oh,
Here
yes,
we are.
yes, exactly. Indeed.
Here we are.
So today we're talking about Brexit, which is something I'm sure pretty much all of our viewers have heard something about. But can you kind of give us a little bit of background on what the United Kingdom is, their form of government? Because that kind of tells us a little bit, informs the conversation a little bit as we're talking about why the UK is trying to separate itself from Europe.
And the short answer is that UK was never comfortable joining Europe. As you may know, during the Napoleonic Wars, the Emperor Napoleon attempted to gain power over England, but he didn't have a fleet. And if a continental power doesn't have a fleet, it can't really do much to England.
Right.
And so he created the continental system, where he was going to lay an embargo on the United Kingdom and starve them out. But the United Kingdom already by 1805 had Canada, where they had friendly relations with the U.S.
Right.
They were developing Australia. They had India. They had South Africa. They didn't need France.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah.
And so they were not starved out. And in fact, a few years later, defeated Napoleon in the first Battle of Waterloo and
Right.
attempted to exile Napoleon to a tiny little island off South Africa.
Really?
Yeah, but that's another story altogether.
Another show for another day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Another show
exactly.
for another day.
Yeah.
And so the British attitude toward government has always differed from that on the continent. I do try to maintain some currency in medieval stuff.
Right.
And so recently I've been reading a history of the guild system. And during the Middle Ages, everybody who had a job was involved in a guild, and they voted on who could work and what kind of things they could make and so on. England had guilds, but they didn't tell people what to do. And in fact, there's a famous court case in the time of Henry VIII where a guild attempted to enforce its regulations against some fellow who had set up, I think, to make shoes. And he was making shoes and selling them, and the guild said, "You can't do that."
Right.
And so it went to court, and the British court, and it may have been Queen Elizabeth or her father, I'm not sure which reign that was in at the moment, the court ruled that a monopoly was contrary to common law.
Right.
And that's what's really different between the United Kingdom system and the continental system. And that's the notion of common law, that there is a law which the people own, and so there's a control on Parliament writing laws because the people have the common law that they can use in defense against what Parliament tries to do against them.
And they call that constitutional monarchy. So they are reliant on their constitution to to set the pace, to set the framework, correct?
And the British Constitution is unwritten.
Right. That's what's so unique about it, is that the common law serves as the Constitution, right? In essence.
In large part. And customs, the way things are done. And to be honest, my biggest education in the British common law comes from a novelist,
Oh.
Anthony Trollope. And public television picked up Anthony Trollope from the British BBC.
Yeah.
But they maybe 20 years ago, had a whole series of Anthony Trollope novels.
Wow.
And Trollope's novels are all set in or around Parliament.
Really?
So the chief character of one of Trollope's novels is the former Prime Minister of the UK, Benjamin Disraeli.
Oh, yes.
Who,
that name.
who was a flamboyant character. He makes Mr. Trump look like a very quiet person.
Whoa, that's saying something.
That's definitely saying
So
something.
now I read that there's, and I really didn't know much about the UK, except I told you before the show, I went up to Canada and they follow the same procedure, and I was visiting my counterpart up there, and she's part of the Parliament. And they were yelling at each other and throwing paper clips and screaming and getting up off their seats and walking around. And I'm like a deer in headlight going, what is this? And she looked up at me and just winked. And she's just sort of, said, don't worry about it. This is what we do. But because we are so formal talking to the speaker.
Right.
And you can't talk to if you ask a question of another legislature, you still have to direct it through the speaker, which sometimes they don't follow.
Yes.
But certainly nowhere near the behavior of the Canadian Parliament.
No,
and
that's right.
That's what they do here.
And the parliamentary procedures are they're well codified. They have a rule book, a little bit like the Vermont Baker's Rules.
So if there's a challenge to the Constitution, and it's not written down, how do you bring
it is political.
Oh, it's whatever you say politically, or is it a tradition?
You have to get a majority to support you in order to, and here's probably the most important difference for people to understand. We have a minor election every 2 years,
right,
and a major election every 4 years. And during the 4-year term of the president, he's president.
Right.
That's it. Under the parliamentary system, let me back up again. When the U.S. Constitution was written down, they simply replaced the function of the king with the president.
Oh.
And so the president's powers are approximately similar to what King George III was able to exercise in the United Kingdom when he was a young man. Because of some of his excesses, he kept getting his powers trimmed as he aged. But the U.S. president has approximately the powers and some of the prerogatives of the king. The UK has migrated in a fairly similar direction, trimming the power of
Right.
the king.
Yeah.
But because it's an unwritten constitution, they never eliminated the king. They just eliminated the king's powers.
Right. Yeah. So today, the monarchy is more or less symbolic.
Right, figurehead.
So the U.S. president, every opening of Congress, delivers a State of the Union message.
Right.
The equivalent in the UK is called the Speech from the Throne.
Ooh.
And the Queen goes to Parliament, and all of the pageantry, the mace bearer carries this immense gold mace, which represents the power of the monarchy, and lays it on a table in front of a throne, and the Queen briefly sits down in the throne, then stands up and reads the speech written by the Prime Minister. It's not her speech.
Really?
And,
did you know that? I didn't know, did you?
and there's big question, what would happen if she said something on her own?
Yeah.
But for 180 years, no monarch has ever attempted
As I say, I don't think this queen would go outside the outside tradition.
If you saw that series on public television of Queen Victoria, they show her getting very angry that she's not allowed to say anything on her own. But,
So tell
she
me,
followed it.
How do they change prime ministers? Because sometimes the other party has more votes, I guess, and they pretty much call for an election and then boot them out.
Well, go ahead.
Sorry, so just kind of put it in context of what the prime minister is. In that vacuum where, you know, the monarch has gotten fewer and fewer powers to the point where they're basically just a figurehead. The replacement for that leadership position has been the prime minister, which, you know, our equivalent of would be something approximating the Speaker of the House, right?
Exactly. And so the prime minister is the leader of the majority party.
Right.
And so after an election, the two, and I think there's been one occasion where three candidates for the post of prime minister appeared before the Queen, and that Victoria series portrayed that very effectively, where
Because I know they're always talking about, will they call an election? And
yeah, well, we've heard a lot about that with Boris Johnson.
Yes, he hasn't.
Appeared before Queen Victoria, and then, as it so happened, she genuinely liked the people who were majority leaders, but doesn't matter. She would have to appoint the majority leader whether she liked it or not.
Very confusing.
And so the leader of the majority party is the one who becomes the prime minister. Now, he then has to organize a government.
Right.
And normally, all of the cabinet offices are filled by people who were supporters of his, but there's no rule that it has to be those people. Politically, it generally is, but
and do some of them come from Parliament? Where
they're all people who were elected to Parliament in his party. And so if somebody doesn't like, and the UK has not had quite so much targeting of districts as the US has seen in recent years. But if somebody really hated the person who was likely to be Secretary of the Treasury, it would be possible to organize that constituency to vote for somebody else. Then he'd be out.
Right.
No way he could be a member of the government.
Yeah, so you have to be a member of Parliament in order to be a member of the government.
So then the Parliament moves to government, and then they have to backfill with an election the guy from the Parliament.
When we're talking about government, really, it's kind of an important distinction. We're talking about cabinet level positions. It's
That's
right. Like the exempt positions here.
We would have exempt positions in the U.S. government or even in state government, where you have people that are appointed by the executive, you know, so.
And the UK doesn't have the precise equivalence of our we have the executive agencies,
Right.
where the president appoints the secretary of the
Right,
treasury,
right.
for instance. But there's a whole vast bureaucracy which is not elected. And
So we really must talk about Brexit, because
well,
I'm looking at.
we're
and so-
almost there.
Yeah,
Because the last piece of this puzzle, when the prime minister calls a vote on something,
oh,
if that vote does not pass, the next motion from the floor can be to have a vote of no confidence.
oh, right.
This is what happened to
Yeah,
Theresa
right,
May.
If the
Theresa
vote
May,
of no
ouch.
confidence
Yeah.
gets a majority of parliament,
Yeah,
there must be an election.
huh.
That's not even an option. It must be an election.
Because
they've
they
been,
voted, they have no confidence in the current prime minister.
now, with the complexity of the Brexit situation, I think there have now been 2 cases
Right.
where a prime minister's motion has failed, and then Parliament said, well, we didn't like the motion, but we still like the prime minister.
Was that
Yes.
Theresa May?
The
Yeah.
first time. with
The first
Theresa
time,
May,
right.
yeah.
Because I went back in my research, and David Cameron kind of started this all in 2016, where he asked for a vote or a referendum on whether to remain or leave the EU. And there are 28 countries in the EU, the European Union. And apparently the voters wanted out.
52%.
Yes, and so Cameron really figured they better do what the voters want. And then we find ourselves here because they've not been able to be successful.
And Cameron called for a referendum because the elections left a very divided result,
Right.
and government were not clear what the voice of the people had been.
Right.
And Cameron personally was stunned.
Right, he thought they were going to say
Yes.
because they said he wasn't specific enough, because he said remain or leave, and he didn't say remain leave with an agreement or leave without an agreement. He didn't add any clarifying words to that, so people just said, well, we're going to leave without thinking about it too much.
Well, Cameron is a Scot.
There you go.
And in my mind, that may have affected his thinking, because Scotland, in all of this polling, has run as high as 80% to remain.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they want to be separate from England, but they don't want to be that separate.
Right. Well, it's tiny. I'm sure it must benefit from the whole.
Yeah, well,
with
it's
all the other nations
the
sort
open
of.
trade and
yeah.
all that stuff.
But that has created a dilemma within the push and shove of the British political parties, because even though Scotland is relative to the rest of the UK pretty small, it's 7 or 8% of the population, for various reasons, the bulk of the leadership of the Labour Party came from Scotland.
Huh.
And so as the push within Scotland for devolution, for becoming separate from England, as that progressed, the Scottish Nationalist Party, SNP, candidates kept bumping off Labour Party people, because SNP is really very strong socialist, and that they are a socialist party, and Labour, ever since Tony Blair, has been half socialist.
Interesting.
So the Scottish Nationalists, they're full-bore socialist, and so they kept bumping off the the labor.
Well, I found it interesting that
And,
they said.
and that deprived
sorry,
the
please.
Labour Party of their leadership. Because, like Cameron from Scotland, I don't know whether he lost his regional election. I think he did.
Oh, well, because he wants out of Brexit. He ran on that. That's how he won. But the reason that they wanted out was very interesting. It was immigration, because under the EU you can go back and forth and work wherever you want and trade, and so people were coming into the UK and taking jobs that might ordinarily. Where have we heard this before?
Well, it's a little more complicated
Yeah.
than that, but that was definitely part of it. You had these immigrants coming from, the Middle East and Eastern Europe that are then traveling through to the UK.
I used to travel to Switzerland on business. My company was a Swiss company, and everybody had work permits to work in Switzerland. And if the unemployment got too high, the first permits that they would pull would be from Italy. They'd be the first ones to go home, and the second was French. And the French, and they had this pecking order of and I thought, my God, that wouldn't fly here in the United States. That would be just a little un-PC.
Well, Switzerland is a unique entity.
Yes, it is.
And very interesting. On the issue of gun control, until very recently, every able-bodied male was required to be in the military.
Service, yes, right.
And as part of the military service, was required to have a fully operating weapon at home, ready at all times.
The grassroots militia.
Yeah, exactly.
Part of the reason that Germany never attacked them.
Yeah.
Smart move.
Because literally every household
Yes, exactly.
was armed.
Exactly.
So, so we talked about immigration being one of them. There's also trade issues as
But
well.
immigration has a special situation in the UK. As the Commonwealth, the old English Empire, was modernized, the Commonwealth countries were given preference on emigrating to the UK. And so already before the immigration began coming from the EU, there were very large districts in many of the working cities like Manchester. There were something like 70,000 Pakistanis living in Manchester. And so it was not exactly xenophobia that was motivating people to oppose immigration. There was a feeling that they were full. And you get a sense of this. Again, public television around New Year's, they produce or play, I should say, it's a BBC production, of the New Year's revels in Edinburgh. And part of that revel is a chorus made up of all of the high school kids who want to do that from all of the high schools in Edinburgh. So it's a chorus of about 1,300 or 1,400 high school kids. And if you see that in recent years, 3/4 of the faces are brown.
Interesting.
But
they weren't part of the EU, Pakistan.
No, but they
Yes,
were part of the empire.
They were part of the empire.
Oh.
Because Pakistan was part of India.
Right. Oh, wow. Sneaky.
And so hundreds of thousands of Pakistanis had English passports.
Interesting.
Same in India, same in South Africa, Tanzania, Jamaica. When I lived in Edinburgh, one of my neighbors was a Jamaican couple.
Oh, interesting. That's cool.
And so and that is not the image that most Americans have of life in Britain.
Right.
So the anti-immigrant was more a question of saturation than it was xenophobia.
Oh, I see. So it wasn't really the Pakistanians. It was just there were no jobs for
Or
the
housing.
or housing, right?
Well, the culture felt overwhelmed.
Yeah, right.
And Scotland that's part of the Scottish nationalist movement.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands of English people have said, "Oh, Scotland would be a wonderful place to live," and they moved up and bought houses, and Scotland for 200 years has exported people. At one time in the 1890s, 75% of all of the people who had ever been born in Scotland since 1800 were living elsewhere.
Whoa.
And my own family are part of that. So
my husband too.
Yeah,
He's Scottish.
there you
They
go.
all moved here to
So-
work in the Barry.
So there were some trade issues as well around, what goods were taxable and not taxable, and import export and that kind of thing.
And the EU is an incredible bureaucracy. It is the nanny state gone wild.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. And everything is governed by pages and pages of regulation. So if you wanted to have a little business making spatulas, something that most anybody could make in their
Right.
garage and put together, under the English system, you'd make them and try to sell them. If they sold, you were in business.
Right.
If they didn't sell, you'd try something else. Under the EU, you would have to make an application for a license to manufacture spatulas. You would get a book which would have all of the specifications
Oh,
for
wow.
spatulas.
So much for entrepreneurship. Huh?
Oh, well, and that's been one of the issues with the EU, another part of all of this was reaction to the failure of Greece.
Oh, which clearly fell.
And the failure of Greece exposes some of the weaknesses of the common market
Right.
EU system.
Right. However, I read that in
And that weighed very heavily on many people who were
I bet.
deciding whether to.
because I read in this article that on March 2017, they actually withdrew from the EU, but they had 2 years in which to make it final. And when they made that announcement, the pound crashed, the stock markets, I mean, the reaction to leaving was very, very bad financially for the UK.
And that's been partially true, but I happen to follow the exchange rate for
Right.
the pound. It's down a little, but
So it sort of bounced back up when the world didn't fall apart.
yeah, those runs on money are often quite short-lived.
Well,
George Soros was able to make huge sums by facilitating the crash, and he actually bet against the pound at one time.
oh, no kidding.
And as a result of his short selling, he brought the pound down by about 15 points.
Wow. So much for the little guy.
Yeah.
So, when the vote took place, originally the UK was supposed to have a final withdrawal date of March 29th, 2019. That date has come and gone,
Yeah.
and the UK has not left the European Union today. So what happened from the point of the vote in 2016 to, where we are today in terms of, why it hasn't happened?
um, the British people at large are genuinely undecided. Some say yes, some say no. There are very few people who have no opinion.
Isn't that always the case? Right.
And so there's no undecided middle to persuade it. And there've been some. The biggest loser on Brexit so far has been the London real estate market. And if you were looking for an apartment in London, you would say, gosh, I wish it would go further, because rents particularly in what's called the city area, which is the old area that was originally inside the walls of the walled city of London.
Oh.
And they still call that the city. And it's the commercial heart. Parliament buildings are right on the edge of that precinct. And apartment rents are, I can't give you an actual number, but it's like $20,000 a month for a one-bedroom apartment.
Whoa. And you complain about Burlington.
Yeah, well, you know.
Sounding good.
And there, at one time, there was kind of a fad. Middle Eastern oil people would come and they would pay $100 million
Right.
for a small building, and
Wow.
So that fad has tapered off, but nowhere near enough for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So which we didn't cover, Brexit means British exit.
Right,
So,
exactly.
And they coined this phrase, and I'm not sure who started it, but it's stuck. Everybody calls it Brexit.
Well, the British radio and television people are very fond of giving nicknames
Oh,
to.
okay, so they started
Yes,
it?
yes.
The Brexit.
The Brexit.
Yes.
So there's been several votes, and I mean more like maybe several dozen votes in some
Right.
Around this issue, and trying to get an agreement in place with the EU, and whether there's going to be an agreement to leave or there's going to be a hard exit. That's particularly a concern for the Ireland, North-South Ireland
Right.
border. You know,
And that was a very unfortunate collateral damage, because the north of Ireland, as many of our viewers may know, is subject to an incredibly murderous conflict, which has gone on for 50 years, and nearly 10,000 people have been either directly murdered by the goon squads, which operated on both sides, or by explosions and other incidents connected to that. And I don't know exactly why Muammar Gaddafi was sending $1 million a month to the IRA.
Really?
Yeah.
that's an interesting story.
Good grief, that'll make you think a while.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I think he just enjoyed
Watching that.
shoving his thumb in the eye of
Wow.
of the United Kingdom.
Yes,
Interesting.
that would make sense.
Yes.
So you have this long history of conflict across that border, and really what it comes down to is Northern Ireland is not part of the UK. Is that correct? Southern Ireland is part of the UK.
No, other way around.
Other way around. So Southern Ireland is part of.
Is an independent republic.
Is an independent republic. They're part of the EU, and one of the things they're trying to avoid is Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK. They're trying to avoid a hard border between the two.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And after those 40 years where there were armed checkpoints on both sides of the
Right.
border,
Right.
and people trying to cross the border would be kidnapped and never be seen again, and so no one really wants to go back to that.
What vote on Brexit would make the hard line? What one would make that happen?
They have to come to an agreement. They have to sign a deal with the EU, basically, to have some sort of border. And the EU has basically said no. We have to regulate trade going in and out if you're going to be an independent country, because we have, all this stuff. So.
Because the UK is more interested in Canada and India. That's sort of their two major trading partners.
And the U.S.
And the U.S., of course, sorry.
Mm-hmm. And they want to be able to negotiate their own trade deals and stuff.
Because I can't recite a list for you, but there are out of the Fortune 500, probably 50 or 75 companies which are of UK management. They have Unilever is the best known example.
Unilever, BP.
Yeah.
There's several of them.
Yeah. And so they have very strong trade relations with the U.S. already. And so many people in the UK are saying, well, it wouldn't be so bad to get shut out of the EU. All they do is ship us very high-priced Mercedes.
Well, Theresa May was working really hard to try to get an agreement. And after I don't know how many votes she had, she just about said, I'm done, right? I mean,
well, she had a vote of no confidence, which we kind of talked about earlier, is, forces an election.
Yeah.
She stepped down. Boris Johnson took over. He's now lost 3 votes in a row.
Yeah, and the Supreme Court voted against him.
And the Supreme Court voted against him.
Well, he tried a maneuver which is called proroguing.
What is that?
I like how they have a term for it.
Yeah.
Well, it goes way back to King Henry IV, I think.
Because he got the Queen Elizabeth involved in this decision too, which I don't think she was too excited about.
No.
Well, again, it's the situation that Queen Victoria complained so bitterly about, being forced to say something that she didn't want to say.
Right. And didn't he ask her for permission to send the Parliament home and close it down to sort of stall this whole thing off?
Yeah, and the U.S. president actually has a power very similar to proroguing. I don't know. In politics, you never say never, but I don't think it's ever been invoked by an American president.
Andrew Jackson.
If so, it would be before the Civil War.
Yeah.
Really?
But
what did he do, Jackson?
Andrew Jackson tried to send the house home. Yeah, he did. The House was not very happy about it.
Didn't work well, I bet.
And it says in the Constitution that the president
has the power.
Has the power.
Yeah. The Congress promptly took that power away.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Trump wouldn't try that.
Yes.
And so and the kings prior to the 17th century would fairly routinely use it. The Parliament would get off on something that the king didn't want to talk about, and so he'd prorogue it. He would send them home.
Right, yeah. Because one thing I read that's really serious, I think, is that they may lose out what they have now as the European health insurance, and if they leave, I don't know what's going to take its place from a health insurance perspective without being incredibly expensive, or how they're going to recreate a new health system.
I don't know details, but the UK had a working public health system
before this.
The official plan, but no one was compelled to belong to it. But you had to have a National Health Service card in order to get prescriptions and things like that. But you could arrange to have your health care through a private provider. And the private system, it ranged about 1/3 of the total healthcare system. And so if the public health service physician was arrogant or rude or something, you always had the option of going down the road and paying for it.
Yeah.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and you know, England kind of had their, like you said, they had their own system in place before the EU, and I think they got a waiver from the EU to keep part of that system. So some of it is still
to keep
functioning.
the private part.
The
That's
private
right.
part, yeah. So the UK is the only, it's not the only, one of the only countries in the EU that has private health insurance.
But
still.
if they just leave without an agreement, doesn't that go away?
The public part goes away.
Yeah,
they'd
'cause
have to
that's-
they'd have to reconstitute their own public health
Yeah.
insurance.
Which I don't think would be terribly difficult.
Oh, I know. I was just reading
No.
there, everybody was like, whoa, now what do we do? Because it could be very expensive, but.
Yeah.
So now that, we've gone through three prime ministers actually, if you count
Yep,
David
Cameron,
Cameron, countless votes, they don't have a deal. Boris Johnson is basically, they had this whole maneuver to try to, send the parliament home until basically the deadline that he had set.
Right.
He set a hard deadline for the end of October.
End of the month, right, the 30, tomorrow.
No,
Yeah.
well,
Oh, October, I'm sorry.
October 31st, right?
Right, yep,
Yeah.
that's right.
And basically tried to send Parliament home until the week before that date. That failed. The court struck it down. Where do we go from here? Like, what happens now?
Well, he tried to get a vote of no confidence.
About himself?
Well, and have a new election.
Right.
Because he felt that the previous election had been totally inconclusive.
Huh.
It resulted in a hung parliament with only 1 or 2 votes between the two sides.
Well, that's what they said. There's 3, they've split into 3 of stay, leave with an agreement, and it's almost 1/3 each. And there's no side that's got more than the other 2 sides, and they can't come to an agreement.
You'd think the stay and leave with an agreement folks could come together
Yeah, right,
and figure
exactly,
something
do
out.
something.
but-
Yeah. And what the EU had set as a condition, as I understand it, is that the UK continue the customs union. And that's what has to do with Northern Ireland.
Right, so
because-
that goods and services can flow
can
back
flow
and
back,
forth.
right.
Yeah.
We have the same issue with the tunnel, right, that goes under the channel
Oh,
to
yes,
France.
right, that's right.
Yeah.
The channel.
The channel, exactly. And what that would look like, because now we have, it's not just ship traffic anymore that's going back and forth from the continent. There's truck traffic, and that's and that poses a challenge because they'd have to have a checkpoint in the
Right,
middle of
in
the
the middle
tunnel
of home.
or something,
And I don't know how those things will work out. My wife and I went to, we did a cruise on the Rhine, and then
Oh, lovely.
and then a nostalgia trip for me back to Scotland
Yeah.
for a week and a half. So to get from the end of the Rhine cruise over to England, we took what in my student days had been like a converted LST ferry.
Oh, really? There you go.
And the current ferry, if you think of one of those gigantic Princess cruise ships,
Right.
that's exactly what it is. But the front of it opens up
Oh, for the cars.
for
and
a
stuff.
ramp,
Yeah, oh.
and they can park four lines of cars
Wow.
on 3 different decks. And the top deck is a casino.
Oh, they thought of everything.
Yep. Well, they got to keep you entertained
Yeah, right,
while you're
exactly,
going
while you're
across
on
the
the
channel.
thing. Good grief.
Yeah.
Well, the has been together for 46 years, right? And what they're saying is you just can't snap your fingers and everything's great, because it's going to take a long time to sort out all these issues of trade and the economy and.
Well, most of the I shouldn't say arguing, but most of the debate right now is really in Britain. It's not really, there's no really any dialogue today between Britain and the EU. It's Parliament trying to
It's
figure
their
out
own-
what they're
yes,
going to do with themselves.
They found
That's
the enemy,
right.
and it is they. Is that the
Yeah,
the
kind
problem?
of, yeah.
Well, and that was Boris Johnson's problem,
Right.
because his own party was not in agreement.
Oh, really?
Right.
What do they want? Because he wants out with an agreement.
Some want out, some
Yeah.
want in.
Oh.
And at first the Labour Party thought that was good fun, but
But they have the same
Okay.
problem.
they have the same
If
problem.
end of October comes and goes, and there's still no vote, is it an automatic out? I mean, there must be
It
some.
would appear so.
So there won't be any agreement. Which I just, if I was them, I'd want an agreement.
Well, so that's an interesting question, right? Because, you know, this is a deadline that was set by Boris Johnson, right, the Prime Minister, and, you know, can he enforce that without a vote from the Parliament? Like, can he enforce a hard deadline
Yeah.
that, you know, that Parliament hasn't voted on?
And I haven't seen what the reaction of the EU will be.
Right.
And of course, the EU has got all kinds of problems of its own.
Right,
They,
I'm sure.
they still haven't resolved the Greek debt crisis. They've kind of kicked the can down the road by refinancing the Greek debt at lower interest rate and a longer time frame. But Greece is in terrible shape, and I happen. My daughter-in-law is employed by the United Nations.
Oh, what exciting!
And Greece was her portfolio, and and it was pretty tense because she'd never been involved in this kind of international politics
I don't
before.
think many people have.
Right.
And so, like most people, she had a Facebook page, and so she arrived in Athens that particular night, went to the hotel. Next morning, she went out jogging, and her picture was on the entire front page of the Athens Post, the main newspaper, and with the heading, "The Mean Bulgarian."
Oh, really?
Oh,
Good
no.
God.
Oh, no.
Go right back to hotel. Do not open the door.
Yeah, she felt very unsafe
I'm
jogging.
sure she did. I would feel that way too.
That's funny.
Ooh.
And all of the issues that she worked on, Greece eventually said, well, those are all good ideas, but we're going to try something else. And
That didn't work.
there's some, well, it hasn't not worked, but it's an unstable situation.
It is, yeah.
So with
And-
all this said and done about Brexit I mean, what's going to happen to the U.S. If whatever the vote is? We've got to have some kind of impact here on our stock markets, on cost of goods, maybe.
Well, we're going to have to renegotiate trade agreements.
I suspect that, markets tend to be a leading indicator.
Heard that before, is it?
Yeah, and I would have to guess that for most of the companies that would be directly involved, that's been factored into the stock price for a long
Really?
time.
Yeah.
So that won't be as dramatic as maybe.
They're basically planning for a hard exit at this point, which means that.
Which means no agreement, right?
Which means
You just
no
go-
agreement, and that doesn't necessarily impact the business community as much. It will for certain industries because suddenly you're going to have tariffs on things that you didn't have tariffs on before. But your competing goods may also have tariffs because you're going to have the UK tariffs.
The sector that is most dramatically affected by Brexit is finance.
Right.
And London could lose 2,000 or 3,000 jobs.
Whoa.
Yep.
Because
That's a lot of jobs.
and it is, and and they're very high-paying jobs.
Yeah.
They're the ones who are contributing to that London real estate market.
Right. Exactly.
Interesting.
So you're saying London real estate market prices may come down a little bit?
I fully expect it. Yeah.
What other, if you had a crystal ball, what do you think, will happen, if we came back and had this conversation a year from now? What do you think will have transpired over the last year?
Well, eventually, Parliament will get serious about talking the issue over. Presently, you're seeing political gamesmanship.
Right.
When I was about 15, we lived in New Jersey, and my father, on a Sunday afternoon, loved to watch the World Wrestling Championships.
Right, Dad.
And so on a particular day, the Nazi stomper, or whatever the name of the bad guy, the wrestler who dresses in black, and he was against the Great White Hope, or whatever they called the wrestler who was dressed in white.
Because you're always supposed to have a good guy and a bad guy.
Yeah.
And so the Nazi stomper had the Great White Hope in an illegal chokehold. And while he was doing that, he kept pointing to his crotch to get the referee to see what the Great White Hope was doing to him, which was nothing.
Right.
And of course, the crowd gets very involved in these things, and they began chanting, "Chokehold, chokehold."
Nice.
So eventually the referee went up and looked at the chokehold and stopped it.
So we see a parallel to this isn't good.
So my mother came in and she said, "Why are you guys wasting your time watching this junk?" And my father, always a little bit of a smartass, he said, "Oh no, this is an education in how politics works."
Oh, there you go.
Hold him in a chokehold until the referee comes in.
People, what percentage? You said 50?
52%.
52% of United Kingdom people, voters, want this to happen.
They 52% in 2016 wanted this to
that's
happen.
probably true. I wonder what would happen. I wonder what would happen if they put it out again for a vote.
Well, it's an interesting thought.
Yeah.
Well, and the areas of resistance to Brexit were north of Ireland, and they voted almost 4-1 in favor of remaining. And Scotland voted about 2-1 to remain. But Northern Ireland and Scotland put together are about 8% of the total population.
Bruce, I just we ran out of time so quickly. This was really fascinating.
Well, that's fun.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad you tuned in. I hope you enjoyed it. We certainly were out of our realm here.
A little beyond Vermont.
A little beyond Vermont, but I just couldn't stand listening to it anymore without understanding it. So we'll wait and see what happens at the end of October. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next week. In the meantime, keep listening beyond the sound bites.
Good morning, BOHS. Today is November 21st, 2019.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
Vermont's Killington Resort, the largest ski and snowboard destination in eastern North America, will host for the 4th year the FIS Ski World Cup, November 29th to December 1st. Admission is free, and there'll be musical performances taking place as well. And now for a very special video featuring pie.
Hello and welcome to the first pie eating contest.
It's gonna be pretty good.
I know.
I'm really excited.
I'm still full from that pie that I ate. That's a lot of pie.
Yeah, I think Riley did a really good job of.
Yeah, not to give anything away, but we did eat some.
It was
pie
apple pie.
in
It was
this
apple pie.
video.
Yeah, it was kind of cold too, but
It was.
it was good.
Cold.
Here's the video.
Enjoy.
Hello and welcome to the first pie eating contest of BUHS TV. We have 4 amazingly, let's just say, hungry contestants waiting to eat some delicious pie. The rules are simple. You have 2 minutes to eat as much pie as you physically can shove down your greasy gullet. You cannot use your hands in any way, shape, or form except to clutch onto your hope that you may finish the pie in time.
3, 2, 1, go! No one's going. Yeah, no, you can't go to the free. Come on, Brandon. Shot like a bot. Oh my god. What? Oh, all the bread's been good. Shannon. Really?
Six,
Golden.
5, 4,
3, 2, 1, stop. You may swallow what's in your mouth, no more.
So the winner of the BUHS TV pie eating contest is Brandon.
Yeah!
There you have it, folks. That is the
Pie eating contest. Brandon was the winner. He kept pecking at it though like a bird.
Did. He was headbutting that thing. Smushed that all the way down.
How do you think he won though? Because like he was pecking at it. He just smushed
just,
it, making
like,
it look like
you know
he ate
how
it, you know?
Yeah, you know the thing when you like don't want to eat your meal and you like spread it around your plate so it looks like
Yeah,
there's less.
yeah.
I think that's what Brandon did to win.
Yeah. Have to do that in protest.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We're gonna have another food eating contest to see who the real winner is. In other words, the Brattleboro Bowl is open. The Brattleboro Bowl is open 7 days a week from 12 to 9 p.m. every day with 20 premium lanes, and you can join a league or just go with some friends. But let's go check out the weather with our very own Ernie.
So this week we got some weather coming up. It's break week, and today is Thursday. It's going to be partially cloudy, high of 47 and a low of 33. Tomorrow we might have some rain. I think it's about a 40% chance with a high of 47 and a low of 24. On Saturday it will be partially cloudy with a high of 41 and a low of 29. On Sunday we're going to have some wintry mix with a high of 38. And on Monday it will be partially cloudy with a high of 41. Back to you guys.
Wow, it's pretty warm.
Yeah, we've got some good
Excited
weather
for that.
coming in. That's
Perfect.
nice.
The co-op invites you to bring the kids to a weekly community event. Join us at Kids Place for a story and a healthy snack from the co-op every Friday.
Fun, fun. The 2019 Keene Holiday Crafts Show will be taking place November 30th inside the Keene High School from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. There will be tons of stands featuring things such as Christmas cookies and gifts. There will also be a raffle taking place at 2 p.m. run by the Keene High Student Council.
Yep. Perfect. Next week is vacation, and it's time to relax and spend some time with the family. Maybe kick back and enjoy a nice glass of eggnog by the fire, or bake some fresh apple pie for Thanksgiving. Remember not to get too relaxed, though, as Black Friday is coming, and that means Christmas and the holiday stress. So relax and enjoy yourself before everyone and their mother lose sanity over the newest Starbucks cup or Barbie doll, or Brandon. But let's find out what's happening in our Barbie world on World News.
So, for a couple days now, a standoff between protesters and police in Hong Kong continues on at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. There are about 100 protesters, and their food supply has been dwindling while police officers remain stationed surrounding the school. A lot of the people inside have reported being injured by tear gas and have hypothermia from being doused with water cannons. According to police, most of the protesters that have been arrested are minors. To this they say, regardless of their age, they are to face the consequences of their own actions. Back to the desk.
Yikes, well.
I wouldn't want to get hit with a water hose. I'll tell you
Or
that.
tear gas? Yikes.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, you can stop by the Brattleboro Co-op and try our succulent Stonewood turkey, along with some need-to-have deli sides at the Brattleboro Food Co-op demo counter. It is on Friday, November 22nd from 2 to 6 p.m., so tomorrow. And now we have a special with our very own Tyler Higley.
He's back.
He is back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Alright, so today I have a short special with my brother Tyler Miller here.
The Tylers.
Yep, little Tyler squared going on. And, wouldn't that be fourth? Anyway.
Yeah, you don't, yeah.
So, question number one, what is your favorite food for Thanksgiving?
Ooh, that's tough. My favorite Thanksgiving food? I
Like
think I just...
food, not
yeah,
dessert, food.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go with the turkey.
Turkey?
I just love the turkey. I put a
Yeah.
little mashed potatoes on it, too.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I can't wait.
Yeah. So, next question. What is your favorite thing to do on Thanksgiving? Like activities. and
My
stuff.
favorite thing to do is, with my cousins, we usually play like a basketball game.
Yeah.
Lower the hoop down, I just dunk on all my cousins.
Sounds pretty fun. What is your least favorite thing about Thanksgiving, if you have anything?
I don't really think I have a least favorite thing. I love Thanksgiving. You get
Yeah.
to pig out.
Spend
Nothing
time
better
with
than
the
that.
fam.
Spend time with the fam. Nothing
Watch
much better
some
than that.
football.
Oh, I do like watching football.
Yeah. All right. Last question. Kind of relates to the video we just watched. What's your favorite kind of pie?
I'm gonna have to go with apple pie, but
Apple
it's got to
pie.
be warm though. It's got to
Yeah.
be warm.
Yep. Classic.
Yeah. Oh yeah, apple pie. Maybe put a little vanilla ice cream on top too.
Yeah.
Oh my
sounds
gosh,
good.
that's great.
When the ice cream melts. on
Oh,
the pie.
oh my gosh, nothing
Die
beats
for it.
that.
All
All
right.
right, awesome. Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much for making us all hungry.
Yeah. On November 30th, Mount Snow will be hosting fireworks and pictures with Santa, starting from 5:45 p.m. to 9 p.m. Be sure to take a picture with Santa before he makes his rounds this year. Now, there's funny news up next, so let's zoom out the camera and reveal Forrest for funny news.
Hey guys, so we all know the crazy things that people like to do on the subway, and we all hear the stories and see the videos. But this guy actually took it to kind of a new level by brushing his teeth on the subway and repeatedly spitting out the toothpaste and everything onto the floor. And there's actually an image right there of the spit on the floor.
That's nasty.
This nice lady named Melissa said that he repeatedly spat on the platform, and it was pretty gross.
I don't know. Toothpaste is very clean.
I mean,
yeah,
it's also kind of gross that he just did it right there.
Well, people spit on the ground.
He was running
Way to meet a girl or something. You need to freshen up.
There's definitely been weirder things to happen on the subway.
Yeah,
but
I feel like that's not that
It's not that weird, but
yeah,
it's,
all right. But imagine sitting next to somebody, brush their teeth, and just spit right by your foot.
Well,
Yeah.
it depends on what the circumstances. Like maybe they're.
I don't know. I don't
late
think there's
for a
any
job interview or something.
Oh, so you're gonna be like, oh, it's okay, you're late. If he
Yeah.
spits right next to your foot, I wouldn't. I'd be like,
Well,
yo, that's nasty, bro.
Yeah, but that wasn't next to anybody's foot.
if he had a
That was
job
just
interview,
in
he
the
could have
middle
done
of
that like
the
in the bathroom somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. It's not that gross. Use toothpaste to clean your teeth anyways. So it's all right, gear.
I think it's pretty gross.
Or something, you know?
I think it's pretty gross. All right, well, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Yeah, all right. The Brattleboro Turkey Trot is happening on Thanksgiving Day, hosted by the Vermont Country Club. The day starts with a 1 mile run at 9 a.m., followed by the normal 3 mile run at 9:15. You must register on the website by November 27th, or you won't be timed. And speaking of turkey, here's how to deep fry a turkey without dying with Riley.
Sweet.
Hello, and welcome to this special segment with me, Riley. Today we're going to be talking about how to deep fry a turkey without killing yourself. Now, there are 3 simple tips that will help you along this journey and not end up in the ER. First is to do it outside. If you mess up, it's not going to be as bad as messing up indoors. Oil is hard to clean up. 2 is to always wear some form of protection. Gloves. Wear gloves. Dear God. And 3 is to set up some form of apparatus to slowly lower the turkey into the pot so you don't have to do it with your bare hands. Now, this has been 3 quick tips with me, Riley. Now, back to the desk.
Awesome. Thank you, Riley. That was.
I want to try a deep fried turkey. I've never tried it.
Tyler says it's good, so
Really good. Yeah, well,
it's
now
a very
we know how to
important
do
thing.
it safely. So
yes,
might have to try it
exactly.
out.
Going along with that, Thanksgiving is right around the corner, so be sure to have a few good recipes ready. A personal favorite of our very own Riley is homemade green bean casserole. And since Black Friday is also around the corner, be sure to snag a good deal or two.
This season on December 14th in Stratton, Vermont, get ready for Taste of Vermont. This delicious event features Southern Vermont's most incredible professional and amateur chefs, caterers, bakers, delis, and more. It is a fun event for the whole family. Tickets are now available, and it is open from 6:30 to 9 p.m. This event is located at Stratton Mountain Base Lodge. And now it's time for sports with Branders.
Hello. Hockey started yesterday for our school's first winter sport this season. Sign-ups end for IBLs with all registrations and forms on December 2nd after break. The draft for all players who are not already on a team will be drafted on the 6th, and the first game will be on Wednesday, the 11th of December. Back to the desk.
I cannot wait to cross Brandon's ankles up.
Oh,
in IBLs.
will Brandon even be able to move, though? And he's got a hurt back.
I feel better than cripple. I don't know.
That's fair. Vermont rifle season is now upon us. During the 2-week span from November 16th to December 1st, hunters can legally take down 1 buck. So good luck to all the hunters out there who are going hunting this weekend. And now for a special video with Gemini. Okay, so today we're going to talk about the top 10 things to never discuss at the Thanksgiving dinner table. Number 1 is money.
Ooh, sensitive subject.
Very
I
sensitive
guess,
subject,
yeah.
especially for you, Jim.
I guess
Especially
so.
for you.
Ha ha ha.
Number 2 is religion.
Yeah.
Those 2 intertwine a little bit for you, Jim.
Perfect, perfect.
Number 3 is politics.
Oh,
Everybody has
yeah.
different views
Mixed
on
opinions,
that.
mixed
Yeah,
opinions, definitely.
Number 4 is embarrassing stories about others.
That is just embarrassing. It's kind of a shame that those exist.
I mean, yeah, it's just not fun to
It's
talk
funny,
about.
but not for the Thanksgiving dinner table.
Yeah, I agree. Number 5 is family gossip. Just family gossip.
It's kind of lame.
Yeah,
I guess.
I don't really know if I agree with that one, but. Number 6 is discussion of eating or drinking habits.
Oh, yeah. Can't pick on the people who decide to eat a lot.
Yeah.
It's Thanksgiving. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Number, what was that, 7 now? Yeah, I think so.
7.
How your children's, okay, here you go. Your children's accomplishments.
Oh, you can't do that. Bragging's kind of
so
weird,
annoying.
you know?
Oh, it's so annoying.
It's just, yeah.
Do you feel embarrassed if your parents talk about you?
I do.
Yeah,
I like
do
to
too.
be humble, you know?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
You're a great guy. Number 8, why a relative is not married yet or doesn't have kids yet.
See, too high standards, man, you know?
I think
It's
it's
just
just
a shame.
yeah, just annoying for that person.
It is just annoying. It's like,
They'll-
come
they'll
on,
get
I'm
there
just trying to
eventually.
eat some food, and then people are picking on you from your own family.
Exactly. What about 9? How much someone is eating.
Oh, let them pig out. Yeah,
Exactly.
are you kidding me? It's the holiday
You
of food.
Eat, keep eating.
Oh, yeah.
Number 10, and lastly, how bad the food is.
Oh, don't disrespect the cook.
Yeah,
Come on.
you just
That's the
pretend
first
you
rule
like
of
it
any
and
meal.
just move on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right, that's the top 10 things to never discuss at the Thanksgiving dinner table. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. And that is what to not talk about at the Thanksgiving dinner table.
Yes, sir.
I hope you enjoyed this episode of BUHS TV. Please enjoy your break if you're a student, and enjoy Thanksgiving if you like turkey or any of the other delicious foods. And that is why the world is like this. Bye-bye.
Let's get started. Welcome everyone. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have one addition to the agenda tonight, and that is the cemetery deed for Harold and Cindy Smith. Anybody else have anything?
Permission for the giving tree? Do you want that as a vote or just information?
We can throw it on there.
So moved.
Second, sorry.
So moved and seconded to add the cemetery deeds for Harold and Cindy Smith and the giving tree. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, remarks. The board would like to give its condolences to the family of Irene Miller. I know we're a little late in doing so, but Irene was an employee of the town of Vernon, and we appreciated her service here and the family itself. The other announcement that I have is a few hours ago on social media, Coldbrook store has announced its closure at the end of the year unless something changes dramatically in the usage. So I will encourage all Vernon residents and all folks that work here in Vernon to utilize that service. It's been a great asset to the community thus far, from being able to grab, quick grocery items and not having to drive all the way into town, and breakfast sandwiches for lunch, all that kind of thing. Please, if at all possible, support the Coldbrook store so we can maintain that store in the town of Vernon. Open public comments on agenda items only. Come on up, Cindy.
I did a spreadsheet for all of you to give you additional information on the funds that you were to talk about at Harvard.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Okay.
I wondered about that.
I tried to put them in the order that the articles in. You want one?
Yeah, please.
You want one?
Anyone else? Yes, come on up, RT. RT Brown from BDCC.
Hi, how's everyone doing?
Good.
First of all,
How are you?
bear with me while I pass out the material. And congratulations to Chris and Josh on the Rising Star.
Thank you.
Awards. So, we'll see if I can talk and do this at the same time. We're here, try to update as many select boards as possible during the year with our programs, and also to one short.
We'll share.
Okay. So I'm here to do that this evening. I will do my best without the packet because I've given them all away. Yeah, I'll use this as my prompt.
I'll let you borrow that.
So, every year we try to, as I said, update select boards with what our projects are. But also, back in June, we sent our annual funding request to municipalities, so I'm here to support that request as well. I know you, in the past, have asked that we petition. This year, we sort of do that assessment on, we have a limited staff and capacity, so where we are able to put resources for those efforts. We're not able to do that in Vernon this year, but we still request that maybe you consider it as a separate article, and we'd certainly make sure somebody's there to address that on town meeting day. And I know in the past, our request has been put together with other nonprofits and service-focused organizations. I want to speak to that for a minute. in many ways, we're a little bit different because we're probably one of the only organizations that sort of has a focus on the revenue side of the equation. So that might resonate a little bit with fiscal conservatives. In order for people to support the things that they love about Southern Vermont, those sorts of services that are here, the people need to be able to have houses and pay their property taxes, have jobs, pay their income taxes that go to those kinds of programs. So our work in economic development, the sole focus is on that revenue side. So, I just like you to think about that a little bit more in your consideration for whether or not you could put this in as an article for town meeting. So now I'll jump to some programmatic updates. As you know, the relationship between Brattleboro Development, Credit Corporation, and CEVEDS, there's a close relationship. We like to say CEVEDS leads with strategy and insight and contracts with the BVCC to operationally fulfill that work. CEVEDS has a board but no staff. CEVEDS contracts with the BVCC to do that work. So sometimes it gets a little confusing when trying to understand the relationship. We look for gaps and then go out and try to address those gaps. One example, and it supports the area that I work in, which is the development of entrepreneurs and small business owners, is the Southern Vermont Micro Entrepreneur Loan Fund. This is for folks who can't obtain traditional financing. So a business that is new can't walk into a bank and provide multiple years of financial historical statements. So we're able to fill that gap by supporting them with a loan. And then, some businesses, for whatever reason, just won't qualify for a traditional loan. So we sort of look at a whole picture and try to understand if the project can be funded so that they can help grow their business. In fact, I had a meeting today with a Vernon resident who I've worked with over the past, who's interested in this program. So we'll see where that goes. CEVEDS works on the roadmap for the region, the economic development roadmap. As you probably know, it's called SEDS, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. We just went through an update in 2019. And it's actually a bi-county SED, so it includes Bennington County and Windham County, and many of the same strategies and objectives, attracting a younger workforce, helping to retain business and grow business, improving the overall wages, household median income in the region. So those sorts of endeavors and considerations are part of that SEDS. We have our internship program for recent college graduates or folks enrolled in college. We try to place them with area employers. Notably, one of the big projects that's really gained traction this year is Pipelines Pathways, the P3 program. So it's Pipelines Pathways program, and it is a program where we have funded, we went out and received funding to put a person in all 4 high schools in the region so that they can help connect students with, understand what are the skills that they need to go into a career. We work with the schools to understand that they just don't have the capacity to think about it from sort of a vocational perspective. So we realize that they don't have the capacity, our employers have a need, so we're gonna have to go out and get the funding to get somebody in those schools to work with those students. And it also helps and complements the other high school program we have, Fast Tracks, which exposes sophomores to area employers so that they know that there's opportunities here should they not necessarily be college bound, or in fact if they are college bound. We have the Young Professionals program, which you folks are aware of. That helps young professionals have a rounded life if they have a job but no friends. My colleague, I'm stealing this from my colleague Alex Beck. who used to run the program. If they have a job and no friends, they're probably not going to stay. If they have friends but no job, probably not going to stay. So we try to surround them with some activities, and that it ranges anything from social to very practical, like how to buy your first house kinds of programming. We just announced an event that's going to take place on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, where I forget what they labeled it, but the idea is essentially trying to capture the people that are coming home to visit their parents. So, come by Hermit Thrush and, network, meet some people, maybe meet a new potential employer, and we'll see how that goes. It's, this is our first year out of the gate with that, but we'll see what happens. In the folder is also the most recent annual report. It's a pared down version than what we've done in the past, since we've now done it for a couple of years. It's not as dense, so you should be able to digest it. But it has a lot of the information about our impact analysis and some of the highlight projects that we've done this year. We have the relatively new program, and Michelle, I know you and I have talked about it a little bit, the BDCC's Community Facilities Technical Support Program. It's a USDA-funded program that helps try and align projects with the USDA Community Facilities Program. It's what we call a technical assistance program, so it really tries to just help projects get from point A to point B. A lot of towns don't have a wonderful town administrator, and it's a volunteer select board, so it can be very difficult for folks to sort of wind their way through the USDA maze. So we saw that need and put this program in place to help them bring additional capacity to those types of projects, like a renovation of the town hall, or I had a visit with another town who has a building that they'd like to try to do something with. So oftentimes they're multi-year projects, but they need to do an environmental survey, they need to do structural analysis, so a lot of things need to be coordinated to understand what those projects are all about. I talked really fast. I don't know if there's any questions. I think I've hit on the highlights, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain them. Questions? Leave you to the rest of your evening.
I do not have any questions. I did just start working with, forgive me, I've forgotten her name, but she comes up to Leland and Gray.
Oh, Christy.
Chris, yes.
Yeah.
So I did just start working with her. I think the stuff that you guys are doing is great. I know that Young Professionals is doing a first-time home buyers workshop, which is anybody that's going to go for first-time homeowners loan has to go through those courses. So these are all stuff that you guys are offering for the people around. I would be curious what kind of, how much assistance or help does come back to Vernon? How many people from Vernon are you seeing and helping?
Yeah, it's hard for me to answer. Oh, well, no, it's not hard for me to answer. Sometimes I have concerns about confidentiality stuff.
Sure.
So, I've had a couple of clients from Vernon. I will stress that we think of our work as a regional organization, similar to like the Wyndham Regional Commission. The easiest way for me to say it is we're trying to build a more vibrant economy in Southern Vermont. So much of the work has informed, for example, some of the industry expansion projects like GS Precision or the paper mill that was about to close last year. I would wager there's a bunch of people that live in Vernon that work at those facilities, and the work of SEVEDS has helped to bring the capacity to the region, the ability to do those kinds of projects and to retain those kinds of projects. So it's a complicated.
Good enough. I understand what you're saying. That's fine.
Answer, but
Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate your time. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Archie.
Approval of regular meeting minutes from the 5th and budget from the 6th, please.
have it back? RT?
Yes.
What I have?
Oh, I am so sorry.
On the November 5th minutes, on the page 5, oh, 1, 2, 3, in the 4th paragraph, it should be December 4th. I did say the 5th, but I was guessing at the date. And it's actually December 4th that someone from the Census Bureau will be in the library to talk to people. That was all I had. And so do we do these separate then?
Yeah, we'll do them separate since we gotta do a correction on one.
Yeah. I move that we accept the Tuesday, November 5th Select Board minutes as corrected. Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the regular meeting minutes from November 5th as corrected. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
And I move that we approve the Wednesday, November 6th special budget meeting minutes as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the budget meeting minutes as written. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
I abstain.
An abstention. Okay, bills and warrants, please.
All right, I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 11T, accounts payable, $64,538.70. 44S, $8,682.12. And 45S payroll, $7,606.61. Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, recreation lawnmower, Seth is at a basketball meeting, so I am going to be speaking to it. You have in your packet a quote of $10,200 for a like replacement mower. That money is already sitting in the capital plan to be used. And being that it's a town full of John Deeres, we would like to stay that way, forego the bid policy, because we can send it to 3 different John Deere dealers if we want, I guess. But if we're happy with the quote that we have and that it's a like product and the money is already there to replace, then we'd like to forego the bid policy and get approval to expend that money.
So are you foregoing? Waiving the bid.
Waiving the bid
process because the amount he's got is over the 10,000, or just because you just want to?
Because we can send it out to 3 John Deere dealers if we wanted to, but it doesn't really make any sense because they all sell at the same price.
So in here it also says that can't use the capital money? I don't understand that.
It's got to be over $10,000 to use the capital.
Oh,
plan.
so he's afraid if it came in under, okay.
Yeah.
And who is this from?
It's Purdue Brothers in Greenfield.
But the price is the same regardless of dealership?
That would be my understanding. It's a John Deere, and Toyota's a Toyota. They all pay the same for them, so.
I don't feel like there's a ton of information here with this.
Well,
I mean,
that's fine.
The department's bringing more.
Yeah.
I think that if we were to waive it without a little more here, that is, it's that not good precedent.
I'm not worried about it.
I mean.
We can ask him to send us bids.
10,000's been put aside, but if he can get it for less, he can't buy it because it's less?
If it goes under 10,000, then it has to come out of a budget. It can't be used out of capital plan because it'd be under $10,000.
And unless he could find $10,000 extra in his budget, he wouldn't be able to purchase it.
That's why capital plans are what they are, and the reason that we made that little $500 emergency fund thing, because when you set limitations like that to your capital plan, which I don't think are bad, but this is what you deal with. You either put it in the budget or you do what you got. But as far as like specs on what the mower is and stuff like that, we can absolutely get those.
And I don't care if we forego the bid process, but I don't feel comfortable doing that based on a couple of numbers that are written here with nothing actually from the dealership or anything.
That's fine. I will ask him to get that to us. And we can move it to next agenda.
I'm just thinking there's things in the past that came under what was in the capital plan. Maybe ultimately they cost more than $10,000, but I can't remember. Like doing the resurfacing the tennis courts came in way less than.
But Jean, it was over 10,000.
It still was over 10?
It was 14,000.
Yeah, 14. It's got to be over 10. So.
Is that including selling the old mower outright trade-in, or?
I believe we were holding on to it, but I don't remember that for sure. I haven't been to a recreation board meeting in quite some time.
And because there were also the attachments to it, the brush and the snow blower attachment.
I believe those are all gone, but I could be wrong. I really don't know. I don't pay attention to the inventory of the town, unfortunately, of every piece of equipment that we have.
Next meeting would be good.
All right, we will move it to the next meeting. Ask them to provide the bid specs and the actual quote.
So how, I mean, could that go before the town if there was one cheaper? Can the town say that, sure, we would allow you to use that money, or it's absolutely off limits if it's under 10 grand?
The way it's written, if it's under 10 grand, you can't use it.
But do the townspeople have the right to overrule that in a town meeting so that you could get a lower priced piece of equipment and save money? This sounds ridiculous. You can don't have that option.
You can change the dollar figure of the capital plan. That we can vote at town meeting to say you don't need a specific dollar figure to use the capital plan.
Or you could just put it in the recreation budget.
Or you can put it in the recreation budget. So, I don't know, could we move that money from the capital plan to, so, you're gonna be raising $10,000 more by doing, or $9,500 more by taxes, by doing that.
I'm asking if at town meeting, the townspeople can vote to approve spending less than $10,000 because it saves them money and still take that out of the capital plan.
They'd have to change the requirements.
They have to change everything.
But they could vote to change, we could have an article to change the requirements.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We can change it so there is no limit, and whatever, we need. It doesn't have to be $10,000. It could be $2, and we can put it in the capital plan. But you have to change everything leading up to it to be able to do anything.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, as I mentioned, that's part of the reason why we went to that $500 fund.
Yeah.
Is because we have that fund set, and if we don't hit that mark, then we can't do anything with that out of that fund. So, so I will ask Seth to provide us the full information on that lawnmower. Transportation Alternatives, Grant Tyler Hill Road culvert. So you can talk to that.
So, as part of the grant requirement, when we're writing this grant, is that it goes to public meeting and that there's an opportunity for public comment. We are asking for a $300,000 grant. This is a $430,000 project. It is probably not going to be completed for at least 3 years. It could be longer than that. There's a lot of design and engineering that goes into it. And this is the opportunity for the public to make comments on whether they want us to actually apply for this. And the select board. where is this culvert? Because it seemed like there was some culverts done in the last several years on Tyler Hill. This is the Tyler Hill culvert. This is a temporary culvert that was put in because the first culvert was actually rotted. And the state has given us a permit to have this temporary culvert in, but it does need to be repaired as soon as we can secure funding to get it done.
Oh, okay. Do you need a motion?
Yes, that would be great.
I move that we approve the applying for the grant for this Tyler Hill Road culvert.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the, what are we approving exactly?
The grant.
Applying for the grant for the transportation alternatives grant for the Tyler Hill culvert.
Okay. So moved and seconded to approve the application for the transportation alternatives grant for the Tyler Hill Road culvert. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, let's go through some articles. Shall the voters appropriate a sum of $20,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Vernon Farmland Protection Fund?
And this was a request that the Farmland Protection started last year to replenish the fund after monies were used. I believe they would like to get the fund back up to, I'm sorry, I think it's $200,000. So I think that their plan is to do it this year and next year is their request.
The current balance is $200,000.
So I'm wrong. Don't quote me.
Okay.
That's why I said don't quote me about the total. They have a specific total in mind. I believe that they wanted to do this year and another 20 next year.
Maybe 25.
And until they get to that.
That's a good idea.
But that was the request that came from that.
Chris?
Yep. Folks, is it okay to ask questions at this point about these different articles, or are these?
Yeah, let us get through our discussion here, but yes, you can. Jeff?
It's fine.
Gene?
Fine.
Yes, sir.
Well, 2 years ago, I think Art Miller stood up and talked about some farmland with this fund, I believe. I think it was Mr. Dunkley's farm, some of his land that was being put on. How many more farms do we keep taking money and putting towards this fund to preserve farmland, which I get, but we don't have, as I see it, our revenue that we had from Vermont Yankee is gone, and we keep putting this farmland off and conserving it. What about developing some of this land to put some more houses to get some more property tax relief? All these are about through taxation, and at what point do we look at this and say, we're kind of broke? And I keep looking at the farmland, and I get it, but how many more pieces of property in Vernon, which is one of the smallest towns in Vermont, are we going to keep putting off the farmland and not develop the actual town a little bit to help us out a bit?
Can I get your name?
Yeah, Jeff Costas from Tyler Hill Road.
Okay. That's a good question. When it comes to articles and that kind of thing, it's the town's decision of whether they want to expend that money through taxes or not. What we do here as a select board is we set forth these articles in a budget and say, this is what, our committees and our department heads have brought to us. And, we obviously, go through the budgets and that kind of thing and try to cut them down as much as possible. Our budgets have stayed pretty even, and you are correct. The big jump that, in what we're spending comes in articles on a regular basis. Right. Our budgets are flat or less than last year, but that's the town's choice to expend that money. But we're not making a choice as a select board right now to expend the money. No, we're making the choice to set it in front of the taxpayer and say, hey, this is here, this is available, and do you want to do this or not? Right. Farmland is obviously very important to the town of Vernon. I will tell you, I had a conversation with Art this last year, and he said that, you know, he really didn't foresee any new, you know, things coming up. And the idea, you know, was to rebuild to about $250,000 in case something does come up. Now, that fund already has $200,000 in it, so you're talking, you know, $40,000 over the next 2 years at $20,000 a year. Not a significant dollar amount, but I've said it many, many times that every time that I hear it's only $20 in taxes for the year, it's only $5 in taxes for the year, it's only $3 in taxes for the year, it drives me crazy because all of those $3 and $5 and $20 add up quickly, and we're all conscious of that as well. So I think we do our best to, you know, set the options in front of the townspeople, and it's the townspeople's choice from there. And I think all of us have a different perspective on every article, from the sheriff's department to farmland to the elderly assistance fund to the town bus. We all have those different perspectives as a select board, and agree and disagree with the expenditures that are made in those groups and categories. But in the end, it's up to the town, and we can sit up as a select board and say, you know, we agree with this for X, Y, Z, or disagree with this for X, Y, Z, but ultimately we don't make the decision. If the taxpayers are okay with their taxes continuing to rise by, you know, supporting the things that they, you know, want and to continue to have in the town of Vernon, then there's not a whole heck of a lot we can do as a select board.
Yeah, I know. I just read, you know, Sherman voters are so few folks decided not to appropriate the sum of money for that. Then that's what I was kind of feeling you guys out a little bit as far as your voting to appropriate that, put it on the town meeting, I'm assuming.
Yes, we're voting right now to even bring it in front. We could essentially take this article and if we all agreed, you know, we don't want to even bring this in front of the town this year, we should just leave it off of you know, everything, then it wouldn't even come to a town vote. But it's something that we've done for, you know, many years, and as I said, agriculture is important in the town of Vernon, and it is widely supported at town meeting. Last year it was widely supported, previous years it's been widely supported.
And it is important. The money coming from the taxpayers to conserve it is ag is very important. You know, we're taking town money to help out, you know, and conserve some land, but I mean,
Jeff, I'd like to point one thing out.
Yeah.
I'll be a bit briefer. There's a lot of studies that have been done looking at conserving farmland. For every dollar in tax revenue that open land provides to a municipality, it requires 70 cents in municipal services. Houses do not make money for a town. They require fire and police and schools. Roads. So just building houses is not gonna be good for the bottom line for the town. A mix of different.
But some other development, something in the town that can actually generate something here, because we're kind of with
industrial, but again, I mean, a lot of that is going to be open land too.
I understand, but there's got to be something, because we keep taking the town, and I don't mind. I have no issue with ag. You know. But we're taking town money to conserve it, and it's just, you know, I don't know all the ins and outs of conservation for the farmland, whether it's locked down or it's got to be, the money's donated to be paid back, or how that all works. But we're looking at, you know, just read today that the Colebrook establishment, they're going to close that a year. There's just no, you know, whether it be, you know, the schoolhouse grocery doesn't do very much gallons, and the Colebrook is dying on the vine. So clearly, there's nothing. The traffic counts aren't good in the town. That's my concern. Is just taking more money and putting towards this fund. That $20,000 could go someplace else. Where would it be better utilized in the town for the taxpayer dollars? That's kind of where I'm at with things, and saying if we've got X amount of dollars for the town, what's the best utilization for that fund to help everybody? And I don't disagree. I think housing. I agree. If you got a all the utilities it takes and municipality support for homes, but we should have some sort of plan to come up with something that's going to generate some more tax base for us.
So just a little inside baseball from the Planning Commission, which Jeff could probably talk to it better because I'm not part of the Planning Commission, but I do a lot of work.
I've talked to us already.
Yeah, I do a lot of work in conjunction with the Planning Commission regarding the VY property.
Yeah.
So right now, that is the Planning Commission's focus. It's the Select Board focus to redevelop that property. Simply because of the infrastructure that's already in existence there.
Yeah.
So we are, doing several different things to that end. So I don't want you to feel like, the select board sitting up here and we're not looking for the future of Vernon, because we all very much understand what you're saying. We have all been involved in the select board long enough or lived in town long enough and saw the massive decline in property tax value right after the closure of VY. It's come back, thankfully. We've seen, our taxes skyrocket and will continue to go up. There's just no way to stop that, unfortunately, unless we significantly decrease the budget and significantly decrease the spending on our articles. That's just not going to happen. But our town is used to certain things.
I agree.
And they're used to certain abilities to do things like conserve farmland or provide elderly assistance and being able to go out and plow the elderly folks' driveway without any cost to them. These are wonderful things that most towns our size don't have, and our town chooses to continue to support that. Will that always be the case? Probably not, based on the outcry of how high taxes were when tax bills went out the first time this year.
Yep.
And it will continue to be that way. It's not going to get cheaper. It's going to get more expensive. So that's why we, as a select board and a planning commission, are looking to the VY property to help us offset some of the loss that we've seen. We'll never get back to where we were, but we're going to work our butts off to make sure that our town is taken care of as much as possible, and that property is used to its fullest potential to regain some of the tax revenue that we lost.
Gotcha.
We are completely focused on that.
Fair enough. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome, and I appreciate the question very much. All right, so we got through that one. Shall the voters appropriate a sum of $10,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established elderly assistance fund? Chris?
Nope.
Jeff?
This might be a question for Cindy. So, the current balance in the elderly assistance fund is $45,000. In general, the last few years, have they spent $10,000? In other words, has the balance kind of stabilized at $45,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
The last couple of years, they've spent 10,000 or just under 10,000. It depends on how much snow we get. And
They do other projects too.
They
I mean,
do.
if there's
They do, and
Those handicap ramps and
we have.
So potentially there could be some projects that.
There could be. There wasn't anything big last year, other than the snow. But I think the year before we had a big project. So it's hard to know. We try. The Elderly Assistance Committee does try to, when people ask for funding, to see if there's other avenues that they can get some assistance from. But
You're on that committee, right?
no, I'm no longer on that
okay.
committee.
Not anymore, okay.
Could we change that to 5,000 and bring that up to $50,000 instead of?
We'll be back to 45 by the end of next year.
Well, that's
If they spend
we spent
more.
just under 10 this year.
So did Marilyn chime in on this? I seem to remember her coming last year and actually reducing the amount that was originally in the article.
They were asking for 20 and they reduced it
Yeah,
to
and
10.
they reduced it to 10.
And
So did she
this
have
year
any
she
thoughts
said
this
the
year?
same.
Just
I think she was
like
basing that on what we
What-
spent, like
what's
what we
been
spent
spent.
last year.
So she doesn't foresee any big projects, I would assume then.
Right.
Cindy?
I'm okay with the 10 because we spent over 9.
Yep. Jean?
Yes, same.
So I'm gonna follow the same line of thinking as Jeff, and, you know, if we spend $10,000 a year or somewhere thereabouts, we have 4.5 years of reserve that's sitting in that fund right now. And to this gentleman's point, we are at a point where we can no longer lean on our tax base on a monthly basis just to keep a high amount in a fund that is not necessary.
I mean, the return on investment isn't that great. You know, if we've got $45,000 sitting, basically kind of returning inflation.
Yeah. So I would be okay in removing this article this year. Because honestly, if we're gonna put $10,000 in the thing every single year anyway, why not run it down to $20,000 and then start putting $10,000 in it every year from there? And because then it doesn't matter. We're not holding this huge fund balance that never does anything because it's sitting there. And everybody still gets the same services that they've always gotten and always need. We just don't have this huge chunk of money sitting there doing nothing.
But then what do you do if a big project comes along?
That's a risk we have to take. I mean, we have $45,000. Unless we're rebuilding half of somebody's house, I think we'll be okay for a couple of years. Just my thought.
Well, another thought is, as you talk of taxes continually to rise, and then in a few years, you're gonna ask for that money back. You know, it's like you're robbing Peter to pay Paul here.
No, we're spending down an extremely high fund balance and then starting to replenish it again.
Yeah.
What if you were just to appropriate, to put it into 5,000
yeah.
and see what the voters say?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that either. I'm just giving a suggestion.
I don't think we ought to take the article out totally. A more modest request I would agree with.
That's why I thought the 50,000, we just bring it up to that number and call it a day. I mean, we're at 4570 right now.
Okay, so everybody's okay at 5?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $1,100 to be raised by taxes to fund the Vernon historians for the purpose of records, preservation, retention, and promotion of historical education initiatives and insurance coverage? That's really hard to say.
You got through it though.
Yeah. Guess who's going to be reading this one at town meeting?
Not you.
No, he's gonna do it too.
You get the hard ones.
So we don't have any balance.
Well, let's make this easy on yourself.
It's not a fund,
That
Jean?
goes straight.
It's not a fund.
It's just an
Oh,
article?
Yeah, and that is what they
just
requested.
we just cut a check to them and give it to them and they do what they want.
Yeah.
So we don't have any
Do what they
tracking of
want
what it was
with it.
done with. So we don't know how much they spent last year.
They spent it all because they got it all.
Do other nonprofits have this privilege?
That's how they should. That's what we should do. As a select board, you should say, yes, we want to give the nonprofit this, and it's their treasurer's
That's what they do.
job. So it shouldn't, I mean, if you like what they do, this is you supporting, and essentially it's just like BDCC or hospice, except this is a local
That's
nonprofit that you've all agreed to support. So it really should go in, just write them a check and they pay their bills. You know,
Okay.
that's
500.
really how it should work. We used to do their budgets all the time, but it's really up to them. They have a board, they have their own board to figure that stuff out. So.
We have a really hard time of letting go of things like that, and I think it was last year or 2 years ago that we said, you know, this money is yours, you have a board, you can pay your own bills and take care of things.
Except that we're paying.
Except for we're paying to do that, yes, you're correct. You're supporting a local nonprofit. Everybody good with this one? Head nod, head one way or the other? Okay.
Fine.
Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the operation of the Emergency Management Office?
Have we spoken to David at all?
No.
Just in general, making sure that that amount is still.
Yes, yes, I've spoken to everybody. This did not go in front of you unless I checked. Yes, I think it's, about $3,000 for the electric and the utilities for that, and he's taking much less of a salary these days than he was when he first started, when we had more grant money. So yes, he said that was fine.
Good.
And with any luck, we'll actually move the EOC at some point.
That's something, that's a long-term thing we need to consider as well, and this is probably gonna happen long after I'm gone and all of us here are gone. But do we need to continue to operate an emergency management office in the town of Vernon? Obviously, we still have nuclear waste that sits there. It's very well protected on its own. Could there be an incident? Sure. Being in a part of the emergency management team and the assistant emergency management director in the town of Vernon, I understand the value of it, but it's something that we need to start considering as a town, and do we need it long term? We obviously do other things outside of the power plant itself. We look at trains and things like that. There is a crazy amount of stuff and weird things that come through on our tracks, and we have one of the largest number of railroad crossings for a small town in this corner of the state. So we have those issues as well. So I support it, but I'm just saying it's something for us to think about before we go spend $50,000 on a generator and $100,000 to move the office and all that kind of thing. What's the long-term goal for the town for the emergency management building and office? So it's something to consider. Being really contemplative tonight, and I'm not sure why, but we're gonna get through this, I swear to God. It is the fumes. Thank you.
He's altered, he's in an altered state.
I think I am. Not in a good way either. Shall the voters appropriate $2,000 to be raised by taxes to fund a public fireworks display?
And that was just on last year, so.
So it's the same number as last
Put it
year.
out there for your consideration.
Last year we voted it down.
What's
Because
that?
last year Hannah asked us not to vote for
Yeah.
it because she was going to raise it by fundraising.
Yeah, but we had some money in the fund anyway that she added to make it happen. I don't think that we have anything left in that fund.
We have some left, not a whole lot, but we do have some left.
Yeah, like $700 maybe. It's very minimal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. This is one. Do we want to leave it to the town, or do we want to lean on our volunteers that made it happen last year and say,
And remember, they didn't pay for the fireworks because they had the money in the fund.
Yes.
So they didn't actually raise money to pay for the fireworks last year.
They did the year before.
The year before.
They did a real big fundraiser.
Yeah. So the money was in the fund from their fundraising efforts, I guess.
Just remember, this will
Previous
fund
years.
fireworks, not this year, but next year.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'd leave it on, let the town decide.
Is that everybody else was thinking? This is one that is almost as controversial as the sheriff's.
Yeah, there'll be longer discussion about this.
So we'll have a lot of discussion about $2,000 and have no discussion about $200,000.
Right.
Shall the voters appropriate $25,000 to be raised to fund the professional services fund?
I don't think we need that one, we've got $264,000 in that fund.
That's what I said about elderly assistance, and you disagreed with me.
Well,
we're talking half $1 million.
64, that's like, over
I'm just giving you a hard time.
Yeah,
Just giving you a hard
something
time.
get the air
We did
freshener
get
going.
money
So,
reimbursed to us from North Star that was spent out of there, so
Yes.
we got the whole amount that we had submitted to them.
Yep.
We we don't need to request 25.
Okay. I'm in the same
See,
vein.
look at what you've done for us now. Look at all the stuff we're pulling out of here.
Shall the voters approve the provision of notice of availability of the town report, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
This is mailing, only those that we have to, and it's just a postcard. Same thing we've done for the last few years to save money. Yes, yes?
Yes.
Got it. Shall the voters appropriate $40,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town culvert fund?
Oh, yeah. Isn't the culvert gonna be like 400 plus thousand?
The Tyler Hill culvert is 430,000 is what they're looking at.
Price tag going up
So
every day.
And right now, we have enough for the match for the grant, for that. So we do, the 300 is the limit on this, the TA grant we're attacking. They don't guarantee they'll give us any, so.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we still gotta continue to build that fund and
Mhm.
hope that we have the grant, and then maybe next year, if we get the grant and we get some of the big projects done, we can pull it next year. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's other culverts.
Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town road upgrade fund? So if we look at current spending and past spending,
We need it.
it's right where we need to be. Do we know what projects, I think we might have asked David, what roads that we're planning 2 years out for this?
What his plans are for 2 years out?
Well, that's what this would be
budget
funding.
year. Oh, I don't know.
Okay. All right.
I can get a list.
I'm sure he has a list, I was just curious. So I'm being contemplative. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $2,500 to be raised by taxes to fund the town parking lots maintenance fund?
So we got $64,000 in it already.
Yeah, this is another one that I'm, because the rec's been done in the last 4 years, the town office has been done in the last 4 years, if I remember correctly.
The school.
It wouldn't be our expenditure.
Not us, I hope.
So the only project that I can foresee is
What did they?
the highway garage. So if we wanna kick it, it's $2,500 one way or the other. I mean,
Or we can leave and have David defend it at town meeting.
yeah, I mean, nobody's gonna say anything about $2,500 at town meeting, but most likely.
Unless it's fireworks.
Unless it's fireworks, yeah, yeah.
They'll move that to the fire.
Town parking lots fireworks. Maintenance.
Yeah, I like it. So what do we wanna do with this, folks?
You wanna table it and see if I can get Dave on that?
If he can
Find out
just,
what his plans are for the.
if he could just send us in an email, he doesn't need to come here. Send us in an email what his road upgrade fund plans are, what roads he has planned, and what parking lots he has planned for that budget season.
And is there any other culverts that are on the agenda, not including the Tyler Hill one?
I think there might,
There's, it's kind of continual.
as the state changes their regulations.
Right, but, I mean, that's all I'm saying
Thanks for that.
is there going to be, if we didn't get that grant, are we going to have enough money in here to take care of that as well as upkeep on any of the other ones?
We should by the time that the culvert has to be done by state regs.
So Dave's original plan was to finish this culvert by Tyler Hill by 2023.
Yeah.
So hopefully if we get the grant funding, we can start saving money for the next culvert. There's quite a culvert inventory was recently done in 2018, and it lists pretty specifically what culverts need to be changed and what needs to be upgraded. And Tyler Hill happened to be one that absolutely needed to be fixed immediately because it was so degraded that they need to put a temporary in. So that's why he's going for that one.
Yeah, it's a large culvert too.
It's big. But there's a number of culverts that need upgrading in town, and they're quite pricey, so.
They get more expensive as the state changes their regulations, how everything has to flow and diameters of culverts and all that kind of thing.
But I would get a list of his culvert
You gotta
priorities.
save Lake Champlain. Not sure how that works from down here, but that's the idea. All right.
So we're keeping the parking lot, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
we'll question David on the parking lot and the
I will.
and the roads and.
I will put that correspondence in your packet for next
Okay.
time, or forward you an email.
So do we want to relook at both articles when we have the information in front of us?
Sure.
Okay. So we'll relook at I and J.
Just I and J?
Yep.
You go okay with culverts, right?
Yep. All right. Giving Tree, we need to allow the library to have the Giving Tree up again this year.
So moved.
Moved and seconded to grant permission for the Giving Tree this year. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Very good. Okay. Harold and Cindy.
I don't benefit from it, but.
I'm sorry, Smith Cemetery deed, please.
I move that we approve and sign the cemetery deed for Harold and Cindy Smith and Tyler Cemetery, so called.
Second.
Moved and seconded to sign the cemetery deed for Harold and Cindy Smith. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay. Public participation on non-agenda items. We lost our public. Bye, public.
Sure.
Correspondence and town admin report.
Okay, your correspondence in your packets. Not a lot this last couple weeks. I did want to call your attention to the email from Andrew Mills, who emailed from the National Grid. They are planning to build a maintenance and operations center in the same location as a house now on Fort Bridgeton Road, Route 142. And in order to do that, they are going through Act 250 permitting and have asked me to fill out the municipal impact questionnaire. Just wanted to double check with the select board that there's going to be minimal employees there, occasionally some maintenance done in the building. They'll be removing the house that's there and just replacing it with the building. And the question is, do we foresee any impact on our emergency services, EMS, police, fire, any road maintenance impacts, or what's the other one? Solid waste disposal impacts.
Is everybody familiar with where this is? I can kind of explain it to you. So
Okay.
as you're going down 142 and it starts to get back to where Governor Hunt Road comes back together on the south end, there's a little white house, and then there's a 2-bay woodshed that sits way in the back that's fairly new. So I think it's very shortly after the Richardson's house. So Richardson's, and it's got its own, it's the last house on the left before you get to the opening where all the houses are that sit in the triangle.
So Covey's old house.
Here's a picture.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
If you-
it's in your packet.
I know,
Sorry.
but I couldn't tell.
Oh.
I couldn't, I'm just
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
I know where it is. So I didn't need to look at the picture, but yeah, it's that little white house, and the yard is open way in the back, and then there's a big woodshed in the back there.
Oh.
You'll see it on the way home.
It's
We
very
go, duh.
open.
Yes.
The property's very
The
open.
property is extremely open.
There's
Yep.
like a garage is nearest the road and then the house? Is that-
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
So it's right on the edge.
And what is that for?
It's whether it will impact the town or not.
No, I get, but what is?
They're going to build an operations, I think it's 3,000 square foot.
32.
A couple of offices, which won't be manned all the time, and mostly repair area, maintenance shop.
It's a warehouse.
For who?
So.
For the National Grid.
Okay.
That was the part I missed.
Oh,
And
sorry.
I don't have my packet with me, so.
Because, this is going Act 250, does that
Yes.
mean that the neighbors get information from the
Yes.
state? It
They have
does,
to
right?
sign off on
Yeah.
Act 250.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I would want the neighbors to be informed.
Right.
So is going through that list of what it will impact, obviously it's not a town road, so it's probably not gonna impact our town roads. The only thing that I can think of that it would have any impact on is emergency services. So if someone gets hurt from National Grid, whether on the property, if there is a fire at the building, obviously that becomes our issue as a town to assist them in that. That was my only thinking in looking at that questionnaire that could possibly be an impact to the town.
But we do have the capacity to provide it, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we do have the
Right,
capacity.
we would
It's-
provide those services.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have to hire more people.
No. You get what you get with the volunteer fire department anyway.
I think it's a good idea.
Brattleboro's not far away.
That's true.
I move that we have Michelle sign this.
Second.
Do we really need a vote on this?
No, not really, but
Okay.
it's, because you have given me the
So we're good.
ability to do administrative stuff,
Just-
but this was kind of on the cusp, I just wanted.
Just general consensus, we're
Yeah.
okay with
Yeah.
her signing it?
We both have drew it, so you don't have to put it in.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
General consensus is yes?
Yes.
Consensus,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and the only other thing I have is that, MFT is working on the floors, almost done, he was hoping to have them done
Really?
by
I
this
didn't notice.
evening. And,
I'm only high as a kite right now.
you had
from that
approved the
stuff.
expense of $1,800 for it. He did submit an invoice, he did have a lot of, higher dump fee than he was hoping, so the invoice came in at $1,830 to cover all of the 15 boxes of cards, I guess, that he had to pay to get rid of. So I said that I would bring it to my select board to get that approved this evening.
Do you need a motion to approve the?
Well, it's over the 1,800, then it's
I
over
move that we
that.
approve the overage for the floors.
$30.
That's
Second.
$30.
Moved and seconded to approve the overage of the floor stripping and waxing of $30. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Just as a side note, before I adjourn the meeting, I did
Who
send,
seconded?
Gene.
I did.
I did send Seth a quick message that we need to see everything. He's going to attempt to bring it to tomorrow's budget meeting because he's going to be here anyway. And if we want to take the time and look at it and are okay with it, we can approve it tomorrow night. If not, we'll push it off to the next agenda. But we should have everything in hand tomorrow, since he's going to attend anyway. All right?
Very good.
Upcoming meetings, tomorrow night, same bat time, same bat channel. Regular select board meeting December 3rd and budget meeting on December 4th. We are adjourned.
So.
point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 347th edition of Energy Week with George Harvey, me, and the astonishing Tom Fennell. In the flesh. Okay, I'm going to start out with my weekly ad. If you want to help Energy Week stay in existence, the only way it can be done is to help BCTV stay in existence, and you can go to BCTV and donate money. And it doesn't have to be a huge amount. Amounts could be as small as $1. We've had a couple of people give $5.
Okay.
Which is very, very nice. And if you want to be the first one to donate $1, you can do it. And of course, we will take any larger amount. What you do is go to BrattleboroTV.org. Go to the bottom of the screen, find the button that says Support Local Broadcasting. Click on that, and then put in an amount of money and tell them that it'll be PayPal or some sort of credit card. And right below the amount of money, so far down the screen, well, of course it depends on the size of the screen, is a box that you can put in a comment. And what you do is say that this is supporting Energy Week. And we don't need a huge amount of money anymore, but donations don't come in fast.
Still need a few bucks.
Yeah. Anyway, that is that. I have to tell everybody what the show is all about. This is a collection of news items from my blog, and my blog is geoharvey.com, GeoHarvey. I do it every day. I've done it every day since the 2nd of June 2012. Before that, I did it by email, but the blog itself was put up online on the 2nd of June. And I put up 10 to 15 articles each day, represented by a synopsis and a link to the original article. And we will start on the 21st of November, Thursday. We are recording this show on Wednesday the 27th because they won't let us into the studio tomorrow. My goodness.
Even if we bring turkeys, huh?
Even if we bring turkeys. Even if we are turkeys.
That would have been neat to have one.
Have one sitting there? Absolutely. Yeah. The way the Energy Week works is we normally record the show on Wednesday mornings, Thursday mornings. Today we're going to do it on a Wednesday because they won't let us in on Thanksgiving.
And the equipment can't deal with that.
The equipment can't deal with it, as we just found out. Everything in the studio just put up a sign that said we're going to wait until Friday. Okay, but it is Wednesday, and it is the 27th of November, and we're starting our show with news from the Thursday, November 21st. Normally I have about 10 to 15 items on my blog, geoharvey.com. And if you go to geoharvey.com and click on the calendar for November 21st, you'll find probably 15 items.
Why is this
which will include
both going together here.
Everything's funny today.
I want to get us both up here on the screen. I can get us up on two screens, but
no.
Hold it. Nope.
No, go.
At least I got two different screens up there.
All right.
And if I push this,
there you go. See, it works. It works. Okay. Technology works sometimes. We're starting on the 21st of November. If you go to my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com, and click on the 21st of November on the calendar, you will find about 15 items, which will include these three that are coming up. And let's put up a picture. Can we do that?
I think we can. We're going to try.
Let's try it. Yeah, there you go.
And looks like a picture. Whoop.
You clicked twice.
There we go. I clicked
Man.
twice. It's a habit.
It's a habit. Okay. This is an item from Utility Dive.
And that, in case you don't know it, is the U.S. Capitol.
It's the U.S.
With an
Capitol
O.
building, where all those people get together and chat.
Well, shall we start?
Yes, absolutely. Go to it, Tom.
Presidential contenders join fellow senators in urging New England to speed energy transition. I could have been a contender.
I could have been a contender, but I wasn't. 7 U.S. senators from 4 New England states have urged the regional grid operator to speed the addition of clean energy resources and take a more active role in addressing climate change as well as accommodating state resource policies.
Well, the only senator from New England that didn't join these guys was Susan Collins from Maine.
Why?
Well, she's a Republican.
Well, that doesn't count. Man.
ISO, the Independent System Operator's focus on energy security, allows legacy generators to remain in place. What does that mean?
Old utilities.
Ignoring the benefits of, yes, old utilities. That's exactly what it means.
Old utilities is actually old.
Traditional utilities.
Old coal burning plants and
Bingo.
things like that.
Generators, right.
Yeah,
those that are producing electricity. To remain in place, ignoring the benefits of clean energy and frustrating states' efforts to address climate change. That's not good news, but that isn't going to last.
No.
It's politics.
Yep. Move on?
I think so, yeah.
We have an item now from BBC, and I've got there we go. I've got a computer that I'm not familiar with here. Item from BBC.
From the BBC, this is a lot of images in this one. This is a good one.
Yes, it's a very good article.
A
lot
third of tropical African plants face extinction.
A third of the tropical African plants are on a path to extinction, according to a new assessment. Much of Western Africa, Ethiopia, and parts of Tanzania and the Democratic Republic of the Congo are the hardest hit regions, standing to lose more than 40% of the richness of plants.
Well, what the article says, and I'll read it quickly, the mountain forests in Africa contain many rare species threatened by deforestation, land use changes, population growth, economic development, climate change. Another third of the species are potentially threatened in the near future.
Yeah.
So there's some changes coming, and it's not good, I don't think.
I'm noting here that a lot of people believe that the Western Sahara was grassland until human beings brought goats into the region.
Goats it was, huh?
That's what I've heard.
Well, I'm sure that the Sahara at one time was all grassland. I know that.
Yeah.
But that was quite a while ago.
Yeah.
More than last week.
Longer than last week, yeah. I have seen problems in the Sahara region since I was a little kid, but you know. Okay, we have an item.
What's that? I think it's a 1,000-year-old man talking about the Sahara forest. And somebody says it's not the Sahara forest, it's the Sahara desert. It used to be a forest.
You know, there are places where you can find, not the Sahara, but one of the places I lived in the UK was in Devon, and there are places where there are local legends about forest areas that no longer exist. And when there was an unusually low tide, somebody could see stumps out in a bay.
That's so, yeah.
And
so the bay was a forest at one time.
And as a matter of fact, Dartmoor apparently was a forest at one time. Not anymore. Okay, we have an item from Mother Jones.
Yeah, we got another picture.
And there is a
up.
Tesoro oil refinery. I have no idea where that.
Tesoro's in Washington.
Oh, okay. There you go. I was going to say I don't know where it is.
And we'll look at it for a little while.
Okay.
Soaring fossil fuel production is on track to blow past climate goals. That's not good news.
No, it's not. The world's top 10 fossil fuel producing countries are on track to extract more oil and coal by 2030 than scientists say the planet can handle without experiencing catastrophic warming, according to a report published on Wednesday. Now, I want to point out that we've got a couple of items that come later in this.
On very similar stuff.
But they have a very different message.
A little different message. Well,
So-
according to this one, there's a graph on this.
Yes.
And it shows fossil fuel CO2 emissions. And there's a big gap
Right.
in what they need to do to avoid global
Right.
warming and what
Right.
they're doing.
Right.
And it's scary.
Yes. Okay, we're up to Friday, November 22nd. So any of the next 3 articles, if you want to know about them.
Well, I'll read a sentence from the previous article.
Oh,
'cause
okay, go ahead.
It's not specific to it. Fossil fuels received a combined $5.2 trillion in entrenched government incentives across the globe.
Now you know
according to
why
the
we've got
IMF.
problems.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, these incentives, some of them are like 100 years old, but
Yeah.
and they're entrenched, so nobody, you just assume this
Yes.
is normal.
It's normal.
Now,
Okay.
let's move to Friday, November 22nd here.
Item here from Clean Technica.
U.S. shale boom may be winding down. What does that mean for America and for the world?
A cloud has appeared over fracking as the world price of oil trends downward. The fracking industry grew in 2018 but did not grow in 2019. Halliburton laid off 3,000 workers and dozens of fracking companies have filed for bankruptcy.
Well, we'll be touching base with that again
Yeah,
before
I
the
mean,
show's out.
It's
big news.
Yeah, it's kind of ongoing, and many of the people in the world just don't know that this is what's going on.
Well, there's a quick takeaway from this one.
Yeah.
We've been ignoring the harm that all oil and gas does to the environment when it gets burned.
Yes.
The only sensible course of action is to eliminate oil, gas, and coal extraction altogether.
Yes.
So the earth can begin to heal itself
Yes.
from the wounds inflicted by the fossil fuel industry.
Yes.
And of course, we've got to do something about all those subsidies.
Well, one of the things that was interesting to me in this article was a number of these fracking companies that are going out of business, and they talked about there being more than 30 of them that have declared bankruptcy in 2019.
Well, a couple of things are happening. One of the things is the fracking industry is being very disappointed in the results.
Yes.
They're not getting out of fracking what they anticipated they were getting.
Yes. Yep. Should we go on?
Yeah, we got a nice picture coming up
We
here.
do indeed. This is, I think, just a really kind of stunning picture of solar panels on a Navajo.
Well, this is the Monument Valley, which is one of the most beautiful spots in the world.
Yes.
And it's pretty much all owned by the Navajo.
Right.
And I'm sure that this is kind of a specific picture because you're not going to be driving through that valley looking at
No.
solar. It's a very small
Yes.
development. It happens to be what is generating enough for the tribe to survive.
Right.
But they closed a big coal burning plant right on the edge of this valley.
Right.
And this is what's left.
Yes. And
So-
by the way, in case those things look familiar to people who are as old as I am, the Monument Valley was, in fact, one of the places that was used as a scenery for the movie Stagecoach.
Oh yeah, if you've seen a John Ford movie
Yeah.
with John Wayne in it,
Yeah.
you've seen the Monument Valley.
Yeah.
And it's just coincidental you should mention that. I was looking at a movie 2 nights ago.
Yes.
Called what was it, Once Upon a Time in the West.
Okay.
Okay, and about a third of the way into the movie, they drive through Monument Valley.
Yes.
And it's a long trip.
Yes.
And it's really quite beautiful.
Yeah, it is indeed. Okay.
But just a coincidence, though, as we're
Let me-
talking about Monument Valley, I'm looking at this.
Yes. Let me. Have you read the headline?
Not yet.
Okay.
As cold dwindles, Southwest tribal solar farms pump out power.
This is from UPI.com. New large-scale solar farms are bringing jobs to reservations and the first electricity to many families living on tribal lands in remote areas of the Southwest. The Navajo Tribal Utilities Authority brought online 2 solar projects with a total of 55 megawatt capacity over the last year. And, you know, some of this is going to people who have never had electricity
That's what the
before.
article says, yes.
Yeah.
They've never been able to put up electricity. Now they've got it.
Yep.
And the article had some pictures of utility workers from out of town coming in, helping them develop the infrastructure.
Right.
There's a quick takeaway here. We've talked about this when earlier this month the Navajo Generating Station, which was the largest coal plant in the West, closed after 45 years.
Yes.
The demand for coal power was too low to sustain the operation.
Yes.
Okay, the 2 solar farms generate all the electricity used on the 17 million acre reservation.
Wow.
So they're generating all their own power from solar, and they closed down the coal plant. Selling renewable energy on a large scale to cities like Albuquerque and Los Angeles pays for the infrastructure that power up the homes that have been waiting decades for electricity, as you just mentioned. This is an interesting takeaway, an interesting quote. Tribal lands in the Southwest are the Saudi Arabia of solar because they're largely undeveloped.
Yeah.
And they are.
They are indeed.
So-
Okay, we've got an item here from Renews.
This is an interesting one.
It is indeed.
Barrick is a company, proposes a 16 gigawatt New England grid link. That's pretty significant.
And I'm going to say this because otherwise Tom will say it first. Anytime you hear gigawatt, that means big.
They should call them bigawatts.
Bigawatt.
Bigawatts, right.
Yeah, well, what do you do with terawatt? Okay. U.S. transmission developer Barrick has applied to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management to develop the Southern New England Ocean Grid, an offshore grid system off southern New England. It is designed to connect up to 16 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity to the mainland. That's a lot.
It's very, very big. I read, I think it's New York State has just announced they're going to open up a cable factory.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and Barrick is developing a system of cables on a continental shelf connecting existing wind lease areas via a common link to shore.
Yes.
An underground grid, if you will.
That's right.
Okay. Transmission lines would connect lease areas directly into Boston, Narragansett Bay, Massachusetts South Coast, and Connecticut to provide offshore wind-generated electricity to area residents. So they're getting on top of this thing. It's a whole new
It's
concept,
a whole
really.
new ballpark.
Oh,
It's just
absolutely.
entirely different. We are up to Saturday, November 23rd.
Yeah, we've got a picture
and
coming
we have a
up here.
picture of a child being threatened by large numbers of cops.
I can't help but
it's
believe
not
it.
exactly that, but
I can't help but believe it, but one of those cops is wearing a pair of pants that are too big for him.
all right.
Look at his left leg there.
Okay. Oh, you mean too long? Absolutely.
Too long, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
Sunrise Movement goes viral without Twitter ads, yet it still influences national narrative.
Well, this
You
is
gotta
from,
explain what that means.
Yeah, this is from Clean Technica. And let me read the short synopsis here. Climate action movement. The climate action movement is building around the U.S. and the world, in good part due to Sunrise advocacy. Sunrise is an organization. The word has spread without such things as insidious Twitter ads. The Sunrise movement is accomplishing a lot with little more than people power. They are not going on Twitter and a lot of, I don't know, they may be using some social media, but they're not doing much. They're doing this by
certainly
word of
not
mouth.
taking out ads on Twitter,
Yeah.
which they pay for.
Yeah,
I mean, if you just tweet, you don't pay for it.
but you take out an ad, you pay for
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
Which is that's how it works. I mean,
that's how it works. If I were president of the United States, I would ban the use of Twitter.
But this president likes it too
Yeah,
much.
the only problem with that is I can't ban private use. I can't ban state use. I can't ban corporate use. But by golly, the federal government is being run out of Twitter, it seems.
Well, a quick takeaway about the Sunrise. The Sunrise movement is a movement to stop climate change. The movement promotes a conceptual framework about fossil fuel billionaires' greedy grasp on energy networks.
Which is why they're not using Twitter.
How political power through a Green New Deal fostered by everyday people could break monopolies' hold, and that transition to 100% renewable must leave no one behind.
Well, I agree with
So
it.
the
Much of
sunrise
that.
movement, I think, is going to be important.
Yeah. The only thing is I'm beginning to think that the Green New Deal will not be sufficient.
It may not be.
Yeah.
It may not be. Well, they're still talking about it, though.
Yep, they are indeed. Okay,
Well,
our
the
next
one coming up.
Our next one is from Clean Technica.
Solar costs and wind costs so low they're cheaper than existing coal and nuclear, according to Lazard.
Lazard's latest LCOE report, that is levelized cost of energy, says cheap energy from solar and wind are competing with existing coal and nuclear plants. It can be cheaper to build new wind and solar farms and use them than to keep existing coal and nuclear power plants going.
Well, they say something interesting here. Solar and wind aren't just cost effective when subsidized. They're cost effective when not subsidized.
Yes.
Despite more than a century of fossil fuel subsidies.
Yes.
Which we've already mentioned.
Well, they're coming in very, very rapidly.
Absolutely.
And that's one of the things to remember about them. Okay, should we move on, or?
Well, again,
there's
one
more?
last sentence here.
Okay.
They have actually gotten so cheap that they are now computing with existing coal and nuclear power plants.
Yeah.
Which we've been talking about. They're closing these guys.
They're closing down plants because wind power or solar power is cheaper. Even backed up with batteries, it's cheaper in a lot of places. Okay.
Well, the times they are changing.
They are changing. That's absolutely true.
Yeah, we got a picture coming
We have
up
a
here.
picture, and this is an
Let's see
item
if I can
from
get it up there.
Sci-Tech Daily. That is not Sci-Fi Daily, it is Sci-Tech Daily.
Sci-Tech Daily.
And by the way, both of those items are of intense El Nino.
2 different years.
2 different years. They don't show a light El Nino here. They're just showing.
These are
these
2
are the
years
tough
where
ones.
it was violent El Nino.
Yeah.
And that's what it says here. These are El Nino events. The one on the right is in 1997, and the one on the left is in 2015. Both extreme El Nino events.
I think you got them backwards. The one on the left is 1997.
Well, it said in the article the one on the right is 19.
The article had it backwards. I remember saying that to myself when I read the article.
I think you're right. I'm trying. Well, there it is.
Yeah, there it is.
November
Okay.
1997.
Go ahead. Or should
New
I?
and strange climate pattern includes more violent El Nino swings.
Yeah. In the
Yeah, the article
industrial
had it
age,
wrong.
in the industrial age, El Ninos have become more intense, standing to worsen storms, drought, and coral bleaching in El Nino years. A new study has found compelling evidence that the Pacific Ocean, that the stronger El Ninos are part of a climate pattern that is new and strange. Now, what they're saying is this is a pattern in the climate that is causing a change in the ocean.
In the weather. The climate is changing, but it's causing a change in the weather.
It's El Nino's causing it, but the climate is changing, which is causing the El Ninos to be worse, which is causing the weather to change worldwide.
Well, a quick rundown on what an El Nino is, because I had to look it up myself just to refresh. Every 2 to 7 years in the spring, an El Nino is born when the swings of heating and cooling of equatorial Pacific waters swell into a long heat blob, which you see there in the picture. Okay? Typically peaking in the early winter. It blows through oceans and air around the world, ginning up deluges, winds, heat, or cold in unusual places.
Yes. Okay, we are up to Sunday, November 24th, with an item from CNN. And maybe you should put us both up.
I think I was just going to do that.
People can see that we are, in fact, not just a couple of machines talking.
Well, it's the Harvard-Yale football game, which was delayed after students and alumni stormed the field to protest climate change.
The Harvard-Yale football game was delayed nearly 30 minutes after more than 100 students and alumni flooded the field at halftime to protest against the school's endowments from fossil fuels companies.
Well, the website has 2 videos.
Yeah.
One of them is that crowd assembling.
Yeah.
And the other one is more advisory. It says what you can do.
Okay.
Okay, which is an interesting video. And the students are demanding that our universities take responsibility for their role in perpetuating the climate crisis and climate injustice. They're calling on Harvard and Yale to fully disclose, divest, and reinvest their holdings in the fossil fuel industry.
Right.
Now, you don't realize how much these students or these schools are investing their endowments in fossil fuels.
Right.
So that's what this is all about. And we got
Okay.
another picture coming up
We
here.
do
This is
have a
kind of
picture.
interesting. This is an
And
interesting
this is
picture
an
here.
interesting item from Clean Technica.
Public-private partnership building net zero homes for low-income families in Rhode Island. And there's a picture of the homes. Cute little house.
In Rhode Island, a in Rhode Island, let me start again, a public-private partnership is building 5 new homes for low-income buyers that are designed to have no utility bills at all. The design is a project of the Rhode Island School of Design Architecture program. They actually have 2 of these, which is why that picture says Unit A at the top.
Yeah, it's slightly different. But
Slightly different.
they look alike until you see them side by side.
Yeah, and they're very similar, obviously.
That's a neat little house.
It is. These are not homes for rent. These are homes for sale to people with low income. And
Yeah, but they're selling them at attractive prices. They're offering these things for 140 grand. Okay, a typical house in Brattleboro is 215.
Well, that may be attractive to some people, but it's out of my budget. Okay. The thing that they point out about these things is that when you buy a house, you don't just buy a house. You buy a tax burden, you buy a mortgage burden, but you also buy a utility burden.
Utility burden.
And
these things are designed to
burden is
eliminate
big,
that.
and they eliminate the utility burden. And when they say net zero, they mean the person who buys this house does not have to pay for electricity, does not have to pay for heat. So,
that's a good saving.
It's a big saving, that's right. And it also means that people are not subject to changes in the costs of fuel and things like
I'm
that.
going to put the house up again so you take a quick look at it.
Yeah.
This is a good pilot project.
Yes, it is.
And that's what it is. It's a pilot project.
Yep.
And I'd like to see it going on right here in Brattleboro.
Yep.
So let's move along.
All right, I have an item here from Antelope Valley News.
You do, huh?
I do.
It's
We
called
do.
Newsom halts hundreds of fracking permits. So we're going to find out in a second what or who Newsom is.
What or who? Okay. California Governor Gavin Newsom halted approval of hundreds of fracking permits until independent scientists can review them. The State Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources announced it will not approve new wells that use high-pressure steam to extract oil from the underground. And
Well, they're looking at the damage that this is causing.
Yeah.
And they're getting on ball. This high-pressure steam is a process that Chevron is using in California to extract oil, okay? And they have recently had a breakdown, I'll call it that, a disaster, which leaked more than 13 million gallons of oil and water in California. So they're getting scared.
Yes.
And the process is different from fracking, which uses water. This uses steam.
Well, I want to point
Not
out
much
here,
different, but
there's 2 sentences in this synopsis, and they're not actually exactly the same. One of them is talking about halting fracking,
Yes.
and the other is talking about high-pressure
Yes.
steam.
Yes.
So we've got, basically, the state wants to close down the whole thing.
well, they're looking at the second-order consequences, and they're not good.
They're not. Okay,
Then we got another nice picture coming up here.
we have a nice
Let's
picture.
start
A
off with
nice
the
picture? I don't think that's a nice picture.
Well, let's get it up. see
It's
if
a
I can
picture
get it
one
up.
way or the other.
Well, I clicked it twice again.
And we are up to Monday, November 25th.
All day.
All day.
Yeah. Climate change. Greenhouse gas concentrations again break records. And I'm trying to look at that picture there. And I certainly understand what's on the right, but what's on the left?
I think that must be a bridge or something along those lines, a raised highway.
I couldn't figure it out.
Well,
Still relevant, really.
Yeah, atmospheric concentrations of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases once again hit new highs in 2018. The World
Not
Meteorological Organization says the increase in CO2 was just above the average rise of recorded over the last decade, along with other greenhouse gases.
Well, they explain that concentrations that they're talking about are what's left in the air after interactions between the atmosphere, the oceans, the forests, and the land.
Right.
So it's not just what they're putting back in there, it's what remains in there, okay?
Yes.
What's permanently in there.
Yes.
Since 1990, there's been an increase of 43% in the warming effect of these gases.
Yes.
And the worst one happening is methane, which is now at 259% of the pre-industrial level. And we don't even talk much about that.
No, we don't, but it is, one of the things about methane is that it's far more powerful than carbon dioxide.
But it doesn't last as long.
But it doesn't last as long.
But it still lasts 100 years.
Yeah, for a long time. I think the half-life of methane in the atmosphere is something like 20 years. Or I've forgotten.
I've forgotten, but it's still not a good thing.
No, it's not.
And nitrous oxide is another one in there, and that's at 123%. And there's no sign of a slowdown, which is the bad news.
Yes. Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, I think we can.
We have an item next from Renew Economy.
Renewable generation in the U.S. is set to surpass coal in 2021 for the first time.
It now seems likely that annual renewable energy generation in 2021 will surpass coal-fired output in the U.S. for the first time. Coal has been rapidly declining and renewables have been growing fast. It looks like they may be at least neck and neck for that year. My bet is they're going to be neck and neck for 2020. But,
yeah,
you know,
it's push and shove. There's an interesting article on an interesting website, lots of numbers. It's talking about a new model grid, okay, with distributed power. And here's what it's, this is a takeaway. Coal and renewables, which they define as biomass, geothermal, hydropower, solar, and wind, okay, are rapidly heading in opposite directions in terms of market share. And as the article says, renewable generation in 2021 is predicted to be roughly 845 billion kilowatt hours versus 800 billion for coal. So the graphs will cross.
They will.
And we got another picture
we have a
coming
picture of the Walney Wind Farm. And you know, there's an interesting boat in that picture right in the foreground.
Let me, I'm pushing the wrong buttons here.
Did you notice this boat, Tom? It has two bows.
Yeah, it's a catamaran.
It's a catamaran.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing.
It's a power catamaran.
Well, it's part of, it's a workboat.
It's a workboat.
It's a workboat.
They want it to be steady, and catamarans are steadier. So anyway.
And there's another one in the background there. That looks like the same kind of thing.
Did you read the title already?
I didn't.
You didn't? Okay, this is from Renews.
Ørsted unveils a 5 gigawatt energy island vision. As we said earlier, gigawatts are bigawatts.
That's right. Ørsted plans to establish the island of Bornholm to deliver up to 5 gigawatts of power. It will be Denmark's first offshore cluster interconnecting 2 to 3 neighboring countries. The Danish company said the hub would potentially supply Poland, Sweden, and possibly Germany in addition to Denmark.
Well, I had to look it up on a map, and this Bornholm is a kind of a big rock in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And it's closer to Sweden than it is to Denmark.
Yeah, well, most of Denmark is closer to Sweden than it is to Denmark.
Got a good point there. But anyhow, they're talking about an interconnector to Poland, which works both ways.
Of course, it does.
It can ensure high security supply to both Denmark and Poland.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Interesting article.
Yes, it is.
So coal, this one's coming up. Is this the beginning of the end?
Yeah,
I
this
think
is
we know
from
the
the
answer to that
BBC.
one.
This year looks to be the largest, looks to see the largest fall in electricity generation from coal on record. according to a report in the online journal Carbon Brief. It is projected to drop by 3%, which is a fall of 300 terawatt hours based on the energy sector data from around the world for the first 7 to 10 months of the year. Now, they're talking about world supplies of coal. We have been talking in this show about U.S.
Localized supplies,
but
yep.
this is worldwide, and this is really important because we've been seeing coal plants being built in Indonesia, in India, in China, and worldwide, they're not. Coal is not being used as much as it was.
Well, they're finding out that, well, I'll read from the article.
Yeah.
The economics of coal production no longer make sense in many parts of the world.
Yeah.
Where it is simply cheaper to generate electricity from natural gas and renewables.
Yeah.
I mean, it is here.
Yeah.
Already.
And we know that it's better for people's health. And we also know there's other things here too. If you can generate renewable power locally, and you would have to import coal, or oil or gas, which is, for an example of a country that is like that is Japan. There is a strong reason that has to do with national security to use renewable energy.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Well, right here in Vermont, we don't mind coal in Vermont. So
we don't.
If we use coal anywhere in the state, it's got to be imported.
That's right. And you know 118 Elliott?
Yeah.
Okay, the woman and man, the couple owns 118 Elliott. Lissa Weinman is the woman, and she was complaining rather bitterly when she bought that place because she's very into environmentally sound ways of generating electricity and so forth.
Well, it used to be, at least, maybe still is, coal.
No, it isn't anymore.
Okay, good.
They bought that place and immediately stopped using coal, but
I remember seeing the coal truck dumping coal into a hole in the floor.
She was buying it, the contract that she had, that she put a deposit on it, but with the deposit, she had to sign an agreement, and the agreement stipulated that she had to keep the pipes from freezing, which meant that she was putting coal into a coal burning furnace every day, and she did not like that at all. Lissa's an interesting woman, and that is an interesting place. There, it's a.
No, it used to be a laundromat.
It used to be a laundromat, and now it's. I don't even know how to describe it, but it's a meeting place for people that.
Well, it's more than that. I mean,
they have yoga and dance and
yeah, it's a community resource. Really.
It's a community resource, and the last time I met Congressman Welsh was in that particular place where he was talking. Yeah, it's this is an important item. Okay, so we're up to Tuesday, November 26th, with an unusual piece from Renew Economy. And it will need an explanation.
We've got a picture coming
up. We do
too.
indeed.
Let's see if
this
I
is
can
one of the
find
few,
that
I think this is the only picture like this we've had. Solar panels at night. Okay.
Interesting picture, and it's an interesting concept.
Yes.
Okay, solar farm helps balance the UK grid at night.
Now, I want to point out right from the get-go here that those panels are not generating electricity.
Good point.
Okay.
Not from the stars.
No, not from the stars. Life Source BP, which is a part of BP,
British Petroleum.
British Petroleum, said that a trial using one of its solar plants in East Sussex had successfully provided nighttime reactive power voltage support services to the electric network, a first for a solar asset in the UK. What it's called an inexpensive tweak to inverters can send the power back at a slightly different voltage to the grid.
Well, yeah, I had a hard time figuring out what was going on, so I had to get the article and read it.
I'm glad you did, because I couldn't understand it.
Well, the inverters are used in all these solar panels to turn DC from the panels into AC that they can pump into the grid.
Right.
And in this particular case, they're not using the panels, they're borrowing the inverters, which aren't being used at night.
Yes.
Okay, and they're using the capability of these inverters, which are complicated electronic things, okay, to tweak, to tweak the
voltage.
The voltage coming
Yeah.
from the grid from other sources, like wind, for example, so
Okay.
that it balances the grid better.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so if they had like a whole lot of wind power coming from over here, because it's not being used over here, the voltage tends to rise, and this is kind of smoothing all of that out.
Yes.
So
okay.
they're using the electronics.
Right.
Okay, they're borrowing it. It's really clever because they paid for it already.
Well, they said it would save hundreds of millions of dollars a year.
Well, in order
if they could do this
when they
widespread.
tweak that, yes, they're saving
a lot of money.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, and this is an interesting one.
Back at the ranch.
Lightsource has started on a 200 megawatt solar farm near Wellington, New South Wales, and that's 40 times the size of the solar farm in Brattleboro.
Yes, it's big.
It's a big solar farm.
Yep. Okay. We have our next item is from Renews.
And this one is even more interesting. Wind Europe plots a 450 gigawatt European Union offshore goal.
To achieve the European Commission's target of 450 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2050 requires annual installation rates to rise from 3 gigawatts today to over 20 gigawatts in 2030, a report from Wind Europe says. And you know, this is a report that's going to be pretty easy to calculate. If they're going to get there, they have to do this. This study suggests that the bulk, 112 gigawatts, should be deployed in the North Sea. And then it goes on to talk about where the rest of this should be deployed.
By the way, 450 gigawatts, that's about 800 Yankees. Okay? And I'm not talking about the New York Yankees. I'm talking about the Brattleboro Yankees.
Vermont Yankee.
And they're talking about 85 gigawatts in the Irish Sea.
Yep.
Okay? 83 gigawatts in the Baltic.
Yep.
70 gigawatts in the Mediterranean. This is a big projection here. The projects in the northern European waters would require less than 3% of the total available space of the sea in that region.
Isn't that amazing?
And Europe also needs to provide grid connections to more than one country.
But of course, we're seeing these grid connections built. We're seeing the
it's happening, yeah.
From France to Ireland.
It's happening.
From Norway to the Netherlands. You know, it is going in.
It's taken a while, but it makes sense, and because it makes sense, it's happening.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, we're right now going through a situation in Europe where we may be seeing a new. The European Union is going through political changes with elections and things like that.
Okay.
And a woman who might wind up being in charge of the whole thing is talking about putting the whole area into a Green New Deal.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, you know, this is something I have absolutely no doubt, this business of addressing climate change is the biggest business opportunity that has ever happened.
I wouldn't argue that. I really wouldn't.
Yeah.
No,
and
it is.
What are we doing in the United States? We're trying to stick with old technology. And that is not going to work.
They got the money, and they've spent the money on oil and gas, and they don't want stranded assets.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
China, I just read in the news today, has the largest number of people in staffs for embassies and consulates and things like that of any nation in the world.
They do, huh?
China.
That's interesting.
Where have we gone?
What do you mean?
You know, we're supposed to be making America great again.
Well, we're making China great again.
Well, China, you know, was great once upon a time, and maybe it's time to become great again.
Well, they got an interesting system. It's a combination of capitalism and socialism.
They're the most capitalist people in the world.
Oh, yeah.
But they've got a command economy.
Yeah, bingo.
It's very peculiar.
And they do a lot of planning.
And they claim to be communist, but they're obviously not communist.
Well,
They
let's
do
come a
lot of
little
planning.
closer to home here. We got a picture of Block Island coming up.
We do indeed.
And that's really just a pilot program.
Well,
And
I
it's
think
just-
that's the best way to look at it. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
there's
36
five
megawatt.
generators there,
yeah.
maybe six.
There's
No,
six
just
six
five of them.
6 megawatt generator. It's a 30
And you're looking at 3 of the 5.
30 megawatt thing, and I think you're right. There's 5 and there's 6 megawatts each.
Well, the article is not about Block Island. It's about New York City.
That's right.
Putting New York City's waterfront at the heart of a renewable energy revolution.
This item is from Next City. Today, the East Coast looks to a pipeline of offshore wind energy projects or ocean-based wind farms that could generate more than 20 gigawatts of power within 10 years. Offshore wind energy could power up to 1 million homes in New York within 5 years. And in this, when they're saying New York, it's New York State. But the really interesting thing to me in this article was the effect this would have on jobs and business and such what.
You can't help it.
Yeah.
You can't help it.
Yeah.
It's a very long and very interesting article, and it is very long.
And I should point out, everybody, Tom reads these articles very closely, much more closely than I do. So,
well, I have to say something about it.
Yeah.
Well, New York City consumes nearly 60% of the state's energy.
Right.
Okay? The bulk of which currently comes from natural gas and nuclear.
Right.
Okay? The East Coast wind farms could reactivate the city's ports, and there's a map about that in the article.
There is indeed. It's very interesting.
Shrink its carbon footprint and boost economic development. And right now they're talking about 2 projects that are in the works, okay? Empire Wind in New York Bay.
Right.
Right by the entrance to New York City. And Sunrise Wind east of Montauk. It's really closer to Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Okay? And they're working on these already. I mean, these are happening. They're not in process yet, but
and
they're
they've got a
happening.
lot that are not happening but are being developed
well,
anyway.
They finally awakened to the fact, hey guys, we can make some money here.
Yes.
And that's what this article is all about.
Yes, it is.
The 2 projects are expected to be operational, at least 2, are by late 2024. And there's a map, okay? New York sits at the middle, and this is interesting, of a coastal corridor that stretches to Maine to North Carolina, where the shallow waters make it easy to install turbines. And the strong, consistent winds lead some to speculate that the East Coast could generate enough energy to power up the entire United States. And we've said that right here.
We have indeed, yeah.
Well, this is the last article we have.
The next one.
I don't have a next one.
I do. You want me to read the title?
Yeah, I don't
It
have a
says,
next one.
Bleak outlook as carbon emission gap grows.
Say that one again?
Bleak outlook as carbon emissions gap grows. It's from the BBC.
You must have put that one in after I...
No, I put it in with the others.
Well, I didn't get it.
The annual emissions gap report shows that countries will have to increase their carbon cutting ambitions 5-fold if the world is to avoid warming by more than 1.5 degrees, the UN says. The annual emissions gap report shows that even if all current promises are met, the world will still warm by more than double that amount by 2100. In other words, they're saying the promises that the Paris Agreement came up with are only enough to keep us to a rise of 3 degrees. And,
which would be a disaster by itself.
well, 1.5 degrees, I think, is going to prove to be a disastrous enough. I mean, we talked last week about the fact that the Federal Reserve Bank was counting damage done as a result of climate change at $100 billion a year in the United States in the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's from less than 1 degree. And if we go to 1.5 degrees, my guess is that amount will double. It will be $1 trillion a year. And that amount of that amount of money going into damage from atmospheric carbon dioxide increases is when you consider that and you think about we could have double that amount of warming, and
not good.
Oh, this would be people are starting to talk seriously about our civilization collapsing.
Yeah, I've read stuff like that already.
Yeah, and there was an article in the news about that today. There was an article perhaps last week. And collapse of civilization doesn't mean everything disappears, but it does mean
for some people it does.
Well, for some people it does. And
they're talking about that.
You know,
I'm thinking maybe back to clubs.
I don't think we're going to go back to clubs, but I think we will in some places.
Yeah.
If we don't deal with this, we're going to have. 5 years ago, I was saying we can keep the damage to a number of people in the millions and dying as a result of climate change. And now I'm starting to think that's going to be in the billions. We're going to see possibly a 50% decline in the human population as a result of climate change.
Wow.
That's my thinking, my own thinking. And if that came about, I mean, just think about, we think about Hitler as being one of the most vile people in the world, in world history, because of the number of lives he took.
Mm-hmm.
We could say the same thing about Joseph Stalin, and on a much smaller level about Pol Pot and so forth. And
Mao Zedong.
Mao Zedong, and go down that list, and 100 years from now, 50 years from now, maybe even as little as 20 years from now, I think it's altogether possible that we're going to see Americans named in that list. And
I think it's inevitable.
I don't see how we can avoid it. I really don't.
Well, we know what we have to do, but we don't seem to have the will to try it.
No, I'm going to correct you there, Tom. We know what we have to do, but we're not willing to do anything but the opposite.
That's even worse than what I said.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's what it is. This is a pervasive problem that is in the, and this was done on purpose. That's the thing that's so sad about it. This I think is being done on purpose. We are...
Well, it is being done on purpose, but the purpose is to make money. But the purpose isn't to destroy the population.
No, it's not to destroy the population, but I think that,
it's an inevitable effect.
It's an inevitable effect. Yeah, that's right. Their lives is more important than my money.
Yeah.
And if you take a person who is extremely wealthy, who says I'm worth $5 billion or $8 billion or whatever, who takes a position in support of that, what's he going to do with his money? How fast do you have to spend $5 billion when you're over 70 years old to spend it all?
It can't be done. I guess it could be done, but not through ordinary living.
No.
Basically, you'd have to throw it away.
Well, you'd have to throw it away. So there is our show, Energy Week, for this week. And
so according to the clock, we got 9 minutes left, but we
had a technical glitch that left us without a computer for a few minutes, and the result of that was that our timing is a little off.
We still got a few minutes left, but
you think so? We can try.
Well, I don't know. We've run out of things to talk about.
Why don't we just? We haven't run out. We've got lots to talk about.
I just don't have anything here.
You don't have anything there, but let's go back to that article about New York City, because the waterfront stuff in New York City, what we're talking about is resuscitating areas. When you think about it, when I think about what Brooklyn was like when I lived in Brooklyn, which was like 1965 to 66, there were areas there where not only were there no jobs, there weren't even any people,
Yeah,
I mean,
there was parts of Brooklyn in the 60s that were really starving.
Really starving. And right now, what we're talking about is not just gentrification. The area around Pratt Institute, which I went to, was gentrified, and the result of that is that we have BMWs today being parked outside of what were at that time abandoned warehouses.
Mm-hmm.
But this kind of thing is not going to be gentrification. This is going to be bringing real jobs into that area. And by that area, I don't mean the area around Pratt Institute in northern Brooklyn. What I mean is the area of New York City along the waterfront, which would probably include from Coney Island east, and you know, what's going to happen is these big offshore wind farms are going to bring in electricity to land, but somebody has to build the cables. Somebody has to build the stands that the wind turbines are building.
All of that has to be
The
done.
wind turbine blades have got to be manufactured. The nacelles,
All of those
turbines,
things
all of
have
that stuff has to be made.
And as I said earlier, they're planning a submarine cable factory in New York
That's
State.
right. That's right. That's what they're talking about doing. And when that happens, it means that all of those jobs are going to be, or many of the jobs are going to be right on the waterfront, because they're going to be jobs that, you know, if you build a nacelle for a 10 megawatt turbine,
It's going to have to go in the water.
it's going to have to go in the water. That's why we don't have those things on land.
Yeah.
Those big nacelles, those 130-yard long wind turbine blades are not easy to move across the country, but they're relatively easy to move at sea. So what you do is you build them right next to the dock.
Well, the article mentioned that there's very few places where they could do this in the East Coast.
Yes.
That they don't have to contend with a bridge.
Yes.
You know, and I don't know whether that's a problem or not, but these things are pretty big, and
They're
maybe
pretty
they
big.
can't fit under these bridges.
Just look at the ships that they use for the jack-up ships. You know,
Yeah.
that they use for these.
Are they going to
when
fit under the bridge?
When
Well,
they
we don't know.
When they sail, they've got mast sections stored on the
Yeah.
deck vertically.
Yeah.
Which means that these things go, you know, 15 stories up in the air. Yeah, they have a problem with bridges. You're not going to build these things in Hartford, Connecticut. And
Well,
ship
they
them
did
down.
mention that Staten Island
Yeah.
is apparently the only place in the East Coast where they could build something like this, where they don't have to contend with a bridge.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Of course, they can build
They
them
could,
anywhere.
they could go to South Brooklyn, you know, like
South
Floyd
Brooklyn.
Bryant Field or something like
yeah,
that.
they can go to the South Shore of Long Island. Actually, in many places of the North Shore, they could build these. They could build them in Connecticut or Rhode Island in some places that
In
are
the
along.
east side where they don't have to deal with bridges.
That's right. But, you know, in some places, like, I don't know what you could do in New Jersey, because there you've got a problem with the water being shallow in a lot of places.
Okay.
You know, so I have the sense that you would not build these in Atlantic City. But anyway.
What would it do to tourism?
I don't know. I think it's probably time to go, Tom.
It probably is.
So we'll see you next week, or we hope that you will see us next week. We had 6 days this week. We're going to have 8 days worth of news next week, which doesn't mean a longer show. It just means we've got slightly lighter coverage each day.
Yeah, a little bit less.
But we'll see you next
Well,
time.
what did we do? We normally do 21 items.
We normally did
about
do
24.
21. Today we did 20 out of 6 days.
Was it 20?
It was 20.
Okay, well, so we did two. We would have done 18 for 6 days. So
Yes,
we did 20.
I,
Okay,
I put in
that
a
makes
couple
sense.
extra. Next week there will be a couple of days when there's only 2. Have a good
Well,
week.
you'll come back.
This is the Select Board agenda, a special board meeting for Monday, the 25th of November. Opening is to thank everybody for the wonderful year so far. If we just stretch it till Thursday, we'll continue to be thankful. So don't anybody do anything that we don't like until Thursday. Then we can continue being thankful. First order of business is call for any late additions to the agenda. Anybody have anything come up since they did the agenda? Hearing none, we'll press on without those. Let's approve the minutes of the November 11th Select Board meeting. Any questions, deletions, corrections? I have one. If we look on, actually it's kind of two. On page 2, number 7, down the middle, it says Tom made a motion to accept the MOU as presented, seconded by Judy, passed with the change of township to town. Why do I have that over there? We agreed to change it, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was okay. But the next line says they would like to have a volunteer day. I think there should be a volunteer agreement form.
No. I think we did have a volunteer agreement form, but I think I was presented that we wanted to have a day, a volunteer day.
Yeah.
And that we had a form. So we do have. They would like to have a volunteer day.
The confusion here is that the word township appeared in your volunteer form, not in the MOU. And then you're asking to have a volunteer day, and we didn't really identify the address.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The
Yeah.
volunteer form, which is the one that we needed to get fixed.
I see what you're saying. Yep. Yeah, because the MOU did not say township.
Correct, that was only on the
Yeah, okay.
yeah. So, but we should address it as we have a volunteer agreement form.
Mm-hmm.
How would you like that, since it's your
But I mean, the first part's accurate, but it should be added to that. I mean, we would like to have a volunteer day, and we have drafted a volunteer agreement.
Backing up.
To be used,
Okay, but backing up.
As a waiver.
I think that's okay, but backing up, we're saying a motion to accept the MOU as presented was passed with a change. The MOU wasn't changed, the volunteer form was changed.
Yeah.
Who would know that?
No,
Just
I
me.
don't know. I mean, I think we can just scratch past with the change of town, we just scratch that.
No, the only thing that was changed on that is we took off the bottom township to, we changed township to town. It had nothing to do with the agreement.
But not in the MOU.
In the MOU.
It doesn't say it in the MOU, it only says it in the volunteer form.
My understanding, when I made that, when I made the proposal to make it change, that the township to town was in the MOU.
Well,
they had gotten it off a form online or something, and it said that at the bottom.
It was not in the MOU.
It was in the
Then I think we can just scratch that.
We can just scratch it.
Scratch what?
Or do we need to repass it as
change?
We passed the MOU as presented.
Seconded by Judy, period.
Yeah.
Yeah, I misunderstood that then when we were doing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
what is it going to read? Tom made what? A motion to accept the MOU as presented. That's already there.
And we'll just say seconded by Judy and cross out the pass with the change of township to town.
Got it.
Yeah, I have a copy of.
Or does it
original
town motion to
here.
support Mill Committee's volunteer project passed with the change of township to town? Should that line be moved down to?
Well, see, this doesn't address that volunteer form, except it says they would like to have a volunteer day. And I understand that, but we needed to address the form, because that's the one that needed to be changed.
I don't think anything has to be changed other than scratching that, unless you want to move it down below and add to it that we.
I think you need to change anything.
Yeah, those weren't the motions.
See, the tricky part is she's actually recorded what the motions were. It was the motion that was in error. Regarding the township, and then the next, it says, we would like to volunteer. There's no, the motion was made to support the Mill Committee's volunteer project.
I see, but not the form.
I can live with the project, including the form, in some global sense of the project. If we want to let that go, I can live with that part. That seems like a legitimate thing. We support the project and your employing of the form that you presented to us.
Project and the volunteer waiver.
Sure.
Is that common? I don't know. I'm more confused by it now.
Well, I'm just trying to clarify this simply because the potential for something to come up in the future, without getting into specifics, is there. And I just want to make sure that the town is on record in supporting the forms for the volunteer waiver and the MOU as presented to us.
Well, the MOU was never had township in it.
That's correct.
So that line should not be in there along with the MOU.
Correct.
I don't recall what the actual motion was, if it.
We'd have to look at the
Yeah.
film. The way I understood it is that was there, so we were passing the MOU with that change made, and if it was never in the MOU,
then it's
changed
changed already.
Then it's already changed.
It's not in the minutes anyway. What he's just asking about isn't in the minutes.
About the.
Recalling
the
motions
waiver.
and things, I don't understand what you need to correct here.
It's mentioning a change of the word township to town.
Yeah.
Related to the MOU.
It doesn't
It's never in
substantially
MOU.
change
So it doesn't.
the MOU.
Correct.
So it's irrelevant.
And it's not misrepresenting anything in the minutes.
Yeah.
I mean,
All we need to make sure is that we understand that the support to the Mill Committee's volunteer project includes the agreement form, which needed to be modified for the township to town.
So like I said, move that line down, pass with change of township to town, move it down 2 lines.
All right, Tom made a motion to support the Mill Committee's volunteer project.
Seconded by Judy. They would like to have a volunteer day. Volunteers will be covered under the insurance. Tom made a motion to support the Mills Committee volunteer project, seconded by Greg. Passed with change to town, from township to town. Because it's really what happened. Or we can just throw it all out and re-vote on it all tonight.
That might be the better way to go.
I think that
You all right with it?
I'm
The
all
way
right
it
with
is
it
right
either
now?
way.
I'm all right with the way it's written now too. I
Yeah.
don't think there's an issue.
I think we should move on to the next, if there's any other corrections. And
Here's,
What's your problem with it?
just look at the potential for problems that could occur. That we get, something goes wrong, something breaks, somebody gets hurt, something happens. I want to make sure that what we have is airtight. And this isn't airtight at this stage. Go ahead.
I guess the minutes aren't airtight of the actual form. The form has been changed, it's been signed. The memorandum of understanding never had that in it, so that's okay. So both of our documents, the final result is they're both okay. So I don't think anybody's gonna hold us to.
So the one you have in your hand no longer says township or town?
It says town.
Town.
And it was signed by all 7 people that were at the volunteer day. So we've already, and it was removed prior to all of them having signed it. And I have copies of those.
I've got to do some reading before let's just table the minutes for tonight. I'll have an answer for our next one.
Yeah, why don't you come back with something?
I will. All I'm trying to do is make sure that they're airtight for the potential for problems in the future.
So the problem would be with the form or with the minutes?
The forms.
The forms are.
The adoption of the forms.
Okay.
That's what I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Clearly, our intent was pretty clear, but we don't have a record of our intent. We have a record of some variations of that. So I'll write something up.
I can say, like I said, I believe that from what was said in the meeting, that township was on the MOU, and that's why I made that motion.
I understand. Yep.
With the change.
I will.
So as it stands, you're going to come back with
Yeah, I'm gonna do some reading on that and get that clarified and come back with some suggestions, and we can deal with them rather than tie up tonight. I just have to do some reading on how to do this.
And then approve the rest of the minutes?
We can.
Next meeting?
Yeah, we'll put these minutes on, we're tabling the minutes for tonight. I will come back in the next meeting, these minutes, and the corrections, and then tonight's minutes.
Sounds
good.
Do you vote the table or just say you're gonna do it?
I think I can just table.
Yeah.
Without objection, is there objection to tabling?
No.
I object, but.
All right, so I'll vote, there's an objection. All in favor of tabling tonight's minutes until our next session, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone say nay?
Nay.
One nay, so we got 4 to 1. So we'll table them, and then we will fix them, and then we'll get back to you. Okay, I just have to, there's a paragraph I need to reread. Anything else, by the way, while we're...
On those minutes?
Yep, anything else on
We
these
just
minutes?
tabled them.
I know, I'm just asking.
No, I don't wanna say now because they're tabled.
We can discuss it next week.
Okay, bring it back next week.
It's tabled, it's done.
Number... We never have really easy things like regular roll. Table.
Number 5.
Number 3 and 4, the timesheets and the select board orders, we put them off to the end of the meeting as is our usual. Number 5, we have a guest. Our guest has from the Lister's office, 2 errors and omissions.
So much that he can't say.
I know.
These are just a couple of very minor errors and omissions, but they all have to be voted on by you. First one is there's a shed on Lisa Mann's property, which actually isn't on her property. It actually belongs to my brother.
Oh.
No, it's right on the property line, and the people who did the reappraisal obviously thought it belonged to Lisa when it did. It belonged to Roger. So what Lisa asked us to do is to remove that off of her property, and the shed is about $800. So it would reduce the total value of her property from $447,400 to $446,600.
Has she agreed to do that?
Yeah. But she asked me to do it. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to do them independently or?
Yeah, we should do them independently.
So I'll make a motion to adjust parcel 000-27 from 447,400 to 446,600.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the adjustment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion passes. Number 2.
Okay, the second one is a current use issue. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that term, current use, but that's a state program which returns money or actually pays the taxes on either farm, agricultural land, or on forest land. And some properties are all forest, some properties are all ag. In this case, there's a property that's a little ag and a lot forest. If you recall, a couple of months ago, I came in and we removed 6 acres from this particular parcel because of a mistake that was made a couple of years ago. And we assumed that the entire 4 acres that was to be removed was to be forested acres. And as I was going through current use the other day, it turned out that it wasn't quite exactly all forested acres. So there's a slight adjustment between the acreage that is agricultural and the acreage that is forested. So what we're asking here is that we reduce the agricultural acreage from 4.4 to 3.55 acres and increase the forest acres from 78.83 acres to 78.6 acres. The total acreage is the same, it's just a matter of what's classified as ag and forest, and there's a slightly different price per acre for ag versus forested, and that's why the difference in the total value of the property.
Is it higher or lower in agriculture?
It looks like it must be, we reduced the agricultural acres and the value went down, so the ag acres must be a little bit higher than the forest acres.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
To a motion?
So these two numbers should add up?
No.
The reduction should add?
Right, the
same as the
increase from
increase?
4.4 to 3.55 should add up to the same from 7.83 to 7.68.
Oh.
I don't have my calculator, but that doesn't.
It should be 0.85 acres, I think.
You got 78.83 to 78.68.
They're
I'll
both
figure it
going,
out.
they're both going down.
Yeah.
4.4.
I'll have to check that.
78.83.
But they're both being reduced.
It might have been flipped. It might be from 78.68 to 78.83.
Okay,
I suspect that that's what's happening.
You reduced the agricultural, no, that's right. So
It would have increased the,
you decreased, yeah, you
so evidently those two numbers are flipped.
Yeah.
Except that
They still
the
don't.
only thing that's flipped is 2 100s, or like.
1.5, so it's 0.85 acres are reduced in agriculture, but only 0.15 acres are increased in forest.
If you want to give me a second, I'll just run into the computer.
Okay,
and
sure.
see.
That's fine, I just didn't know.
That might just detect it. I'll get.
Yeah, so 78.68 minus 78.83 is 0.15.
Okay.
And
I'll agree to check it.
4.4.
Do we have time for going to another?
Minus
Sure.
3.55
That's why I wanted to
is
come back in.
2.8.
Yeah, I'll come back in.
All right,
Okay,
so
he's gonna.
But you're going to skip the next topic, that's mine too.
Oh,
the next one's yours as well?
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk to Judy then, she's gonna talk. Oh, no, the bank's yours.
is mine next?
We'll talk to Judy.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna skip a little bit, give you time to do that. And we're going to move to the number 7,
Town hall.
which is review and discuss change of plans regarding the town hall.
Right.
Ceiling.
Basically, what the issue is around the ceiling, and we've talked about that ceiling and the peeling and getting the work done. The first bid that I got was last May from the company that got the bid. I don't know if you want me to mention that company or not, but just let me know. I have been working with phone calls and connections since May to have that company to come in and start the project. It was put off over the summer because the person who does the work needed to be able to do work outside while the weather was good. So we stated that it would start September. And then it began that I got a no-show in September, called again, and now it was going to be October, and again, no show, and then it was November. Well, November ends next week, and still no show. We had awarded the project of painting the ceiling and getting rid of the underneath powder plaster of Paris that was creating the problem that needed to be fixed. And obviously, the contractor really does not want to do the project, because I think if the person did want to, it's winter time, they are not painting outside. So what I would like to do is to just let it go. I have not heard anything from the Preservation Committee concerning it. I would like to let it go, and if I hear more from the Preservation Committee, then I think we should go back and try to see if we can get someone else to do it. For me, the project is not that great. I have not seen excessive peeling going on any more than what has happened. But I want to bring it up to the board to see where you all are around that, whether I should pursue other painters. The other paint company that was willing to do the job was not $15,000, which was the company that I'm dealing with now, that I'm talking about, but it was $18,000 to do the ceiling. That's one of the reasons why we did not originally choose that company. So, what would the board like to do about the ceiling and
I got a question. When Rusty was in the show a couple weeks ago, I was looking at the ceiling. It looks like someone has scraped something because it didn't look to be peeling. It looks like someone has scraped off some of the areas that were peeling. Maybe I'm incorrect. I don't know.
Not to my knowledge, and
Okay.
the person would not have a key.
Right, of course not.
To
Right.
get in.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
And I don't think it has fallen down. You would know better than I.
I just noticed that when I was there. I was
Yeah.
only there for that show, so I
Yeah.
don't go over there that often.
So, and I've been kind of checking it when I go there, quite periodically to see what's going on. So.
Yeah, my observations, I mean, I haven't really purposely looked at it, but I haven't noticed either that it doesn't seem to be getting worse.
No, it does not. I agree with that.
It's not water that's causing it, probably temperature.
Yeah. Well, it's also the fact that, and I think it is a temperature problem that's creating the major situation, is that the undercoating, where the paint job that was done like 10 years ago or 8 years ago, when you would know better when that was all done, it's powdering, and thus the paint that has been laid on top of that powdered material that's where it's coming off.
So is this group, or the bid, or the group that you had now, is it truly a no-show, or is it just a scheduling target?
No,
when was the last time
I
that
have
you?
not gotten any
And
phone calls, and I have been on. I called him the beginning of this month, and my phone call was never returned. I not only called his work number, but I called his home number.
And he's never returned any of your calls?
Back in August.
August, okay. So you haven't had a conversation with him since
Right.
August? I mean, I think we should, as a board, officially terminate the bid.
contract.
It's a no-show. If we are going to do that, it should be something more official than just, oh, you never showed up, we're not going to pay you.
Yeah.
And
But-
it's binding.
Does the contract, it was, do you have it? Like, was there a start date? At first I remember him saying he was saving it for rainy days.
Right.
And then we were gonna wait till the event settled down, which
Right.
was September or something.
And that's when September, they started to settle down.
Right.
And,
I just think
and that's,
No.
did not hear
I
back.
think it's odd that he hasn't called.
Well, it's not because I have not been in contact with him.
No,
Because I
understand that he
call
hasn't
him
called
almost
back.
every month.
And events now will pick up in December with
Yeah.
the holiday fairs and Santa.
Right.
So it's not a good time in December.
And he assured me that it was going to be November, that he was coming to do it. Yeah.
We have given him no payment. He never asked for anything down?
No, no. And yet he told me very clearly that he would do it.
No,
So,
I would like, out of the bids that we got, I mean, we could ask them more, maybe some people not doing anything, but I would rather have, I'll say, like, BMW, that's what we're talking about.
right.
For the public, they're a reputable outfit, and I thought that they were the most qualified to do it, but they kind of have to show up to start.
Right.
Puts Judy in a bind.
Right.
Kind of.
Yeah,
I just
because
think it's
I-
odd that, I know I'm repeating myself, but as a business, you wouldn't call her back.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And in October, I talked with his wife, so she was even aware
Right.
of my connection.
Well,
I would like to, maybe if you would, call one more time, and if we don't get a response, maybe look for someone else, but if the rest of the board doesn't go along with that, that's fine with me. I just would think that that'd be a pretty good job to be, I'm in that business, it'd be a pretty good job to be doing this time of year, and I
Yeah,
can
that's-
imagine why you wouldn't be in there to get started.
Right, specifically, that's why you told me, for sure, November.
Right.
So I guess in theory,
Make
go
sure
over.
there's, that not,
And we
kind of
talked-
hear what's going on with other painters, and I haven't heard that anything bad has happened, or, I know one of their guys got, I shouldn't say. The usual challenges with construction, have been going on, but I won't get into that.
And in keeping with what Andy says, I mean, it's not possibly, there's no way you can do it in December, so we've got December to try to get a hold of them to say, can you do it in January? I mean, take the next couple of weeks to try to see if we can schedule.
But if I can't even contact him, if he will not call me back to set a date, because I've got the key.
Right.
And he needs the key to get in. And so there's no contact coming from him.
I would think that if you, like we've done, we give them a warning. We haven't heard back, we need to move forward with this. If you don't call me back, we'll be canceling the contract at the next meeting. And we'll be rebidding the project and see if that lights a fire. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. But I think that's fair to.
It's not really binding because we haven't committed with any payments. And in the contract wasn't written a start date. So either side, it's, I don't think anything's really binding. It'd be a courtesy to call one more time if we don't hear from him.
January.
Well, to make him understand that he may not realize we're gonna get him busy in December, he may think it's all tied off.
Well,
So might be good to let him know that.
That would be.
That his window is closing, it's not just opening, it's not closed.
You would know that if he had called her back.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah.
So that, I wouldn't have any bad feelings about that part of it.
Yeah.
I certainly would have called you
Well,
back.
I would be willing, to call him again and try it. I've got both of his numbers and see what happens. And should I say in the phone call, if I do not hear you, then we are going to move on with somebody else?
I think that's fair.
Does that sound okay?
I think that's fair, yeah. I think that's
At
reasonable.
least to call back. I mean, you can call back and say, I can't get to it until May. I mean, at least you force them to call back. Yeah.
Courtesy anyway.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And I've had people say, thank you for calling back.
Mm-hmm.
And they're more excited about that, just somebody calling back,
Right.
saying they can't do it.
Right.
Than you coming and doing the job.
Right. That's very true.
A lot of people
We'd rather
don't
know
call back.
than to live as I have been with him in just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and wondering. So I will do that. I will call.
Thank you.
And I will be saying that if I don't hear from you this time, then the contract will be canceled. Okay?
Fair enough.
Does that sound good?
Can I make a suggestion? Has nothing to do with the contract. That I have a room with a tall ceiling, and if I keep a ceiling fan going, it keeps it from getting wet. Circulates the heat up and down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got the 78.68 from the map, and I never thought of adding the two up to make sure that they did add up. But it turns out the map is wrong, it's 79.68. And that gives the correct change from 25 acres. So that changes the total value from 575.5 to 575.1. Just reduces it by about 400.
I will make a motion for parcel 00I-14, reducing the appraised value from 575,500 to 575,100, reduction of 400.
Do you need the switch going on in that emotion or not?
Well, hold on a second though. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Well,
If you read it to the way it's in here, it should be okay now.
that's okay, and it's only $400 because at the.
Oh, I didn't change the bottom line, I only changed the.
So this is the right, which is what I just said.
Right. I didn't change the bottom line.
Okay, good enough, thank you.
But we don't have to have in the motion that the switch between the agriculture
No,
is.
that's just the reason.
Oh, sorry.
So your motion said 575.5 to 575.1.
That's correct.
Yes.
Those are the correct numbers.
So we have a second for that motion?
I did.
Have a second, any further discussion? All in favor of making changes that we just, I'm sorry, yeah, there's two changes because one's going up, one's going down. To this property, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Is there anything else you had along this line?
I'm all set, I'm ready to go to the next one, but I brought the other one waiting in here, so I get it.
Okay. The next item is we ran into some unanticipated winterizing costs of the bank building, and so Lou's going to explain that to us. By unanticipated, you can read more money.
That's what it is. Oh, I read that.
You're up, sir.
Yeah, I know, but for some reason I can't find what I just.
Well, I just told everybody that you're gonna.
You want to see what's on the agenda?
Oh, I know it's on the agenda. I have the sheets out here to give to you, but I can't find it.
Oh.
I must have got it.
Okay, while we're waiting, let's go to number 9 real quick.
I can do 9.
Could you 9?
Yeah, let's do 9 real quick.
Let's
So
do 9 real quick.
I had thought that the original, I'm speaking as the Arts Council person now, the original memorandum of understanding with the Arts Council in the town expired at the end of this year, and Pat was going to come, and we were going to talk to you guys, and then I went and looked at it today, and it expires at the end of 2020. So as part of that agreement, we have said we will give $250 to the town for maintenance of the town hall, so I'm presenting that to the town. We'll give that down to Sarah. And then we'll talk next year on 2020.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I don't think we need a motion to accept money. That's all that's good. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Are we ready, sir?
Yep.
You're up again. Now, the item number 6 is review unanticipated winterizing costs of the bank building.
Yeah, if you recall, a couple of years ago, we winterized the bank building for the year, and it cost us about $400, about $150 or so, $200 to close it down, and another couple hundred to open it back up back in the spring. So last year we tried to see what it would take if we were to keep the heat at like a 45 degree, and it turned out to be more than $400. So this year we decided that we would close the bank building up as we had done in past years. However, when we got the bill for it, it turned out to be more than we expected. And I'm going to pass this up to you now with the bill. And we found out that the reason it was more than we expected is because evidently what they do is they test the fluid inside the pipes to make sure that it will handle the temperatures, and they must have determined that it wouldn't. So they must have drained the system, and they put 20 gallons of antifreeze in, which totaled $180 for the antifreeze. So anyways, we were a little bit surprised at that, so at our last meeting, we wanted to offer to you to split the cost of winterizing the building this year, since it's it's double what we expected it to be.
So you said it was 400 before?
Well, 400 for both opening it and closing it.
I see. So this is 155 over what?
Yeah.
What it normally would cost to close it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
I had the same thing in my own house.
They had to put antifreeze in?
Yeah, where a whole section that froze up on us. And it was because the antifreeze was not checked.
What happens is, as your system needs more and more water, it puts more water in it,
Right.
which dilutes the antifreeze.
Right, exactly.
Right.
So we had to do the exact same thing that the town.
So you proposing splitting this total amount or splitting the difference?
Splitting the total amount here, instead of asking you to pay $355 to winterize it, we figured we would split that cost. Or if you wanted to do it roughly, you could do the labor as you normally would do, and we would do the antifreeze.
So $175.
Right.
That looks like a pretty close split.
That's what I.
So I'll make a motion to pay $175 towards the winterizing of the bank building.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Do I have any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to provide $175 for labor for the winterization, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, accept your offer, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Consider yourself winterized.
And we at the Historic Foundation are very, very thankful for that building. I think we add a lot to the community, and we appreciate your support.
Well, actually, I kind of like what you do to it too, and I think it is a major draw for the town, so congratulations on that part, and thank you for what you guys do to make this town look good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now just make us look younger.
I need that too.
All right. Okay. The next item of business is the,
Number 8.
was that?
Number 8.
Number 8, yeah, it's fixed mill building memorandum of understanding to take town out of the grant proceedings.
So here's what, it was last week, as we know from tonight and 2 weeks ago, that we agreed on a memorandum of understanding between the town and the Jamaica Mill Restoration Committee. It was pointed out last week that there was one line in there, we had taken it, used this as a template from another town, so there was one line in there too that kind of was an oversight that should have been removed or was recommended to be removed. And it was under the section where it says the town agrees, and it says to facilitate and sign grant applications as required. And that was something the previous town that this template came from wanted it in there. It was suggested that we remove that so that we basically remove the town of Jamaica fully from the accounting of any of the restoration. So in addition to there would be no payments coming through the town. Terry was concerned that this might open up that we would have to have grants come in through the town and then be paid out from the town. So we wanted to eliminate that middleman and make it less strings attached. So basically to remove that line. So I'd like to make a motion that we remove this line and re-accept the memorandum of understanding.
How about accept the amended memorandum?
Second.
Or understand?
That makes, yes.
Accepting, say that one more time, I didn't hear it.
To accept, I'd like to make the motion that we accept a
change in
an addendum or a change to the
Amended to say what the amendment is?
We did. Yeah, the line that's excluded.
I'll make a motion that we accept an amended memorandum of understanding, eliminating the line that states the town agrees to facilitate and sign grant applications as required.
Correct.
Second.
I have a second. Thank you, Tom. Any further discussion? Just throw this out. Everybody looked at that, missed it until Terry saw it. And Terry was going over it, she says, So, thank you, Terry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Excellent. That also cleans up what I have to write about the one.
Correct.
From before. Good, good, good. Okay, we've been jumping around. Where are we now?
10.
That's soon. Thank you for keeping track.
I'm here for you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other time for public concerns? We have a public left. Are you concerned?
I'm concerned, but I have nothing to add.
All right.
I guess I would make a motion to adjourn then.
I have a second.
Second.
Any further discussions?
Second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. Hearing, we stand adjourned at, oh my goodness, 38. 7:38. Excellent. Thank you.
Slowest, strong sport.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Select Board meeting of Monday, November 25th, the Select Board of the Town of Guilford in the state of Vermont. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to recognize our public. Hello, public.
Hello.
And we'll call you up in order of your appearance. The rules of procedure, which govern the way that the public and the Select Board interact, are on the table here.
They're in the sign up.
They're in the, they're in this with the sign-up sheet?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you have any questions, you can look at those rules of procedure. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I have none.
And I have one.
Okay.
Which is a letter from, we don't have to put it in now, do we, or? Do
You can just describe what it is.
A letter from Dana Barry asking for a letter of support for CC4G's establishment of an early childhood education center on the Delta campus.
Okay.
And that letter of support needs to be sent in before our next meeting.
Okay, we'll add that to the end of new business.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any changes to the order of the agenda?
I have none.
All right.
I noticed that not everyone from my cemetery commission is here, so if they don't get here before the conservation people, then we could put that.
Okay, great. And have you, I'm assuming that everyone has read the minutes of the October 28th meeting? And do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
You could actually do a motion for both sets of minutes if you don't, if there are no edits needed for either of them, you can approve them.
right.
I would be comfortable making a motion to approve both minutes.
Thank you, Gordon. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
About who will second it? No.
Michael seconded. He's very quick.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay, here are both the minutes, please sign them.
And now, a general update on the highway.
Sir Daniel.
Dan.
I'm busy yakking over here. Hello.
You're back.
Oh, he looks so
He's
rested.
back.
He looks rested.
I am rested. We're still doing culverts and ditching, and well, of course we had some snow we plowed this weekend, so sanding. About all. Got one truck that's down, and we lost a transmission. I thought it was a transmission, but luckily it was a transmission line, so one of the 1 tons. So we're get that fixed up this week, and we should be pretty good.
Great. Thank you. And now on to
May I make a comment, Mike?
Oh, yes, please.
As a member of the public who benefited directly from the road work that has recently been done, I'd like to express my admiration and appreciation for the superlative, artistic, and very professional work that our road crew did.
Bravo.
That's just an everyday job. So.
I would say that. I have another comment coming.
Could I make another
Yes,
comment
please.
about that? Because they were doing a lot of work on Carpenter Hill earlier in the season. And I stopped one day and just said to the road crew, not only do you do good work, but you do good aesthetic work. They get these rocks that they get out of there and put in such nice ways. So, thank you, thank you.
Another thing to the list too is the culverts on Carpenter Hill are finally done.
Yeah, but
We're gonna take the hump out of the humps tomorrow.
yay.
We're
Okay.
gonna get them filled in so there'll be a lot more level.
Excellent. Thank you, Dan. Now on to cannabis legislation.
They should last.
Public is still chatting.
Sorry, we were still talking about the culverts on Carpenter Hill.
I
I'm sorry.
understand. Now we're on to cannabis legislation.
I'd like to be educated.
We were notified by VLCT that in the session that is supposed to be beginning in January for our state legislature, that there is very highly likely to be legislation surrounding the legal dispensation of cannabis. And there are quite a few people, VLCT is one of the groups that are concerned about the language of this legislation. They are neither for nor against the commercialization of cannabis. However, they feel that municipalities within the state should have the authority and the control to be able to regulate that within their own community, and that it should not be at the state level. And they're concerned that there's some additional language going to be added that would take that away from towns. So they are requesting.
There's also the question of the tax.
Yes, there's also a question about whether or not municipalities can tax the sale of cannabis and cannabis products. At the moment, that is not allowed. The only tax would be a state tax on cannabis. And they being VLCT, are in favor of municipalities being able to tax these products.
And sharing in the general taxation of the state.
Yep.
They're suggesting that there be a formula where municipalities or towns that have cannabis sales get a certain amount of the tax, and then those that don't would share in a certain percentage of the whole pot, as it were. Myself.
So, and the last thing that's in there is the language about where these businesses can be established is a little bit vague at the moment, and VLCT wants towns to be able to create their own local regulations as to where these dispensaries can be. So they are requesting a resolution that supports a municipal authority in this regulation, and they're requesting that of every town. And so it is up to our select board whether or not they support this resolution. You want to read it?
Yeah, I will. I'll skip the whereases and go right to the resolves. Okay, resolved by the town of Guilford, 1, that the town city only supports legislation legalizing a taxed and regulated cannabis market that adequately addresses all aforementioned local considerations and concerns, and we just told you what those were. 2, that the town city supports a local cannabis tax of 5%, with 70% of the revenues derived from the local cannabis tax retained by the host community of a retail establishment, and 30% pooled and redistributed to municipalities that do not host retail establishments. So, does everybody get that?
So you're saying that if a community decides not to have a retail establishment, they're still going to benefit. They're still going to benefit from the fact that there are sales in the state of Vermont.
That's correct, yeah. And that's really the thrust of, I think, what this resolution is. And thirdly, that the town city calls upon the state administration and legislature to provide communities adequate time and clarity in law for local officials and community members to discuss the local implications of such a market, and to update, clarify, and establish local regulations and policies accordingly.
So I'm not sure I'm clear on what that last part meant. I mean, is that addressing having the, for lack of a better word, merchandising of cannabis in that community? Or just...
That the state provide communities adequate time and clarity for us, for towns, to discuss the local implications of
so have a say.
The local implications of taxation, though, or the local implications
of sales?
Okay.
And to update, clarify, and establish local regulations and policies accordingly.
So providing the towns with a little more power
Yeah.
over
Okay.
where these establishments.
So again, I'm just, since I'm new, I'm out of it. When is this going to take? When is Vermont going to be able to
It says
open cannabis?
It's going to be. It's already passed the House and is going before the Senate in January.
I see. So then they would set a date for when it would.
Yeah, it's usually July 1st, unless they determine it to be later, but it's usually July 1st is when it would take effect.
Okay.
You have a comment or a question in the audience?
Yes.
How does this pertain to towns that have no zoning or land use regulations?
I don't know.
I mean,
Does
there's
anyone
no,
know?
for any commercial enterprise in Guilford, they don't have to come to the town. So it seems like it's not applicable.
But when we have liquor licenses and tobacco licenses that the town has to approve on an annual basis, this would probably fall under the same kind of thing, Eric. You know,
That's one aspect, that is correct.
That there would be a regulation sent down. While there's no zoning, there's still that requirement that would probably come down
because
from the state.
the legislation currently has language in it that there will be a state licensing process similar to
alcohol and tobacco, like Gordon just said. The other thing I did just want to note is this is not something that VLCT just created out of thin air. They actually put a lot of effort into this and a lot of research into it, particularly communicating with other state governments and local governments in other parts of the country where it already has been legalized and already implemented, and finding out some of the issues that go along with it, as well as the positives that have come from it. So it's not just something that they made up, thinking that this is a good idea for Vermont. They actually have data behind their recommendations.
This resolution, by the way, is a resolution supporting municipal authority in a commercial cannabis system. So
it's just the commercial aspect of it, not the actual growing aspect. That's a whole other section of the
This is just
process.
about benefiting from the taxes and having time to discuss the implications on a particular town.
I know there's some troubles in those.
Is it clear what a dispensary is?
Well, I can read the whole thing.
Because I'm thinking of other products derived from cannabis, and are we talking about that, or just?
Recreational marijuana.
Recreational marijuana.
Whereas a regulated and taxed recreational cannabis marketplace will affect communities across Vermont. That's the first whereas. I can go through them if.
I mean, like candy made with CBD in it, like we don't have to get involved with that.
No, that's not cannabis. No, that's not
No.
cannabis.
Okay.
This is recreational marijuana and recreational marijuana products.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
CBD and THC, two different
Yes?
things.
May I speak?
Sure.
BCTV cameraman, Ian Keel. I'm not a Guilford resident. I did have the opportunity to record a Brattleboro Planning Commission meeting where it was discussed about potential zoning issues related to this commercial cannabis market in Vermont. And I think they were discussing, I think the state in this legislation is defining the different aspects of the market. So let's say a town with zoning might choose no dispensaries in this area, but you could have a manufacturing, So I would just say if you wanted to look at the legislation, you may see, the legislation may start to define which different industries there are. So I know that the Brattleboro Planning Commission was sort of trying to get ahead of this in terms of their issues with zoning. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So do I have a motion to have the chair of the select board?
You actually need two motions. One will be to, if you support that, that's one motion, then the second would be to the chair to sign it.
So
I'll
do I-
make a motion to sign off on this resolution, supporting this resolution.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Sure, I'll second it.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I need another motion.
And I'll make a motion that our chair sign off on it
Do I
for
have-
the select board.
Do I have a second?
Aye, or I'll second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion is passed, and thank you very much. Cemetery Commission update.
Okay, so happily, there are two other cemetery commissioners here. Refer the board and the public to the charming article in the Guilford Gazette about hard decisions made in Maplehurst Cemetery. As you may remember, those of you who were here last year, one of the major projects of the Guilford Cemetery Commission was taking down and planning to rebuild a fence to protect the cemetery from snow plowing issues and also to have a better definition. And so the article details how the commissioners took down the old fence, and once the fence was taken down, we looked at the stately granite markers and we decided that it looked better without a fence. And so Jerry Baker took the lead on the fence removal. We had a lot of support from Jim Tomanuk. Is that how you pronounce it?
I think so.
Anyway, on that work, the granite posts were straightened and some that were in the woods were brought out, and so it turned out that that we decided to use old-fashioned looking chain between the posts to make a graceful barrier for the cemetery. And I think Jerry was researching the chain, and he found some that would cost about $2,000 with the attachments, and that will be less expensive and more attractive than the fence itself. And so we have a few more aspects of it, but I thought that maybe Allison and Eric would want to address them.
Where's Maplehurst?
It's, Maplehurst is along Route 5, and Maplehurst, and behind it, Maplehurst is the cemetery that abuts the road, and that's the place where we're encouraging Guilfordites who want to be buried in a historic town cemetery to be buried. And behind that is an older cemetery called Elmhurst. And also the town owns some land in between so that we can continue to bury people there. I mean, people from Guilford can be buried in some of the other historical cemeteries, but unless they have a pressing desire to do that, we encourage them to pick that more convenient cemetery, because burying people in the others, it's a delicate environment and it's a little tricky. So, Allison, did you want to add something?
Well, I was just going to...
Do you want to come up and
oh, sure.
Yeah, why don't you and Eric
introduce
both
yourself?
Pictures.
come join?
Yeah. Well, you covered a lot of the things I was going to
Oh,
say.
I'm sorry.
But that's quite all right.
Would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, I'm Alison McRae.
Hi, Allison.
Hi. Yeah, I was just going to briefly say what we actually do, or we've done.
Go ahead.
I just say that it's really fun being on the Cemetery Commission, because all of our meetings are out in the field, as it were. So, we always start off the year just kind of going around the different cemeteries, either in groups or just singly, and just seeing what kind of winter damage there was, removing any big branches, and just taking note of whether we're going to have to come back and take care of something else that's kind of pressing. But as Veranda just stated, our priority really has been Maplehurst. We spent a lot of time last year there and continue to do so this year. I think we pretty much at this point straightened all of the stones there, and that was quite a big project. As Veranda said, we've been working on the fence. But otherwise, really, the only other cemetery that we really spent time in was the Billing Cemetery, and I don't know if you know about that, but it's a really lovely little cemetery, and it's out at the end of a dead-end road that is just south of Packer Corners.
It's near Tree Frog, if anybody has been up to the organ concert or any of that. It's abutting the land of Don Guttenplan and Maria Margaronis, and it's set back up on a hill, and it's just a lovely, peaceful place.
That where poplars love to grow.
Right.
Saplings.
Yes. So I actually I've got some pictures here. I took some and Eric took some. So this is kind of what it looked like when we got there. Wow. As you can see, it was really overgrown, lots of saplings.
Mind if I take it and pass it around?
Yeah, do. Yeah, pass it around.
That's the before.
That's the before.
This is the before.
Gordon, would you want to describe?
Yeah, it was
Thank you.
kind of some bushwhacking.
Do you want to show
went on.
the after, and then we
Yeah,
can
well,
look at
and I got
both as
two
we go?
afters.
Oh, goodness
So,
sakes alive.
yeah, and then there's this one as well. So, you know, we did lots of
Wow.
cutting the saplings,
Amazing.
pulling big weeds.
Wow.
And then Eric came along with a weed whacker
Wow, that's
and finished the
spectacular.
job. And as you can see, it's
Well done.
It's absolutely.
Boy, that's incredible.
I think it's my favourite cemetery that we take care of.
Oh,
it's
it's
just beautiful.
Boy, what a gorgeous place.
Yeah. But really, that's pretty much the extent of what we've done this year.
Well, thank you for your good work.
Oh, it's a lot of fun, actually.
And Eric, did you want
Yeah,
to?
another activity, when people do want to purchase a plot in one of the town cemeteries, we go out, pick the spot and prepare a deed we convey burial rights, not actual real estate. And this year, I just prepared 2 deeds in the Carpenter Hill Cemetery. But next year, there's a few more in Maplehurst that I'm working on.
Is there a single price for a deed all across the town, or is it?
In the town cemeteries, it's $400
for a plot.
Old world values. You
It is a
can't beat
value.
that
No.
anywhere. I mean, and there
I didn't
isn't
have
any
one. I would
annual
jump at
upkeep.
that.
It's
That's
And
incredible.
there's
really-
a maintenance fee isn't required.
Not required, but a lot of times, people will
Make a
make a
generous
donation to the town for care of the cemeteries. And this year, actually, one of the parties who bought a plot in the Carpenter Hill Cemetery was not a resident of Guilford.
Oh.
But it was a couple, they live in Halifax, right near there, and were attached to that cemetery. So I just mentioned that people often make a donation, and they were more than happy to make a $200 donation.
And is the
for
price the
upkeep.
same for out-of-town folks?
Yep. Yeah, there's no.
Yeah, it's not a tourism thing.
No, it's, like I said.
So two newish things have come up for us. And one is that Barry Oleshnik, who is a trustee of Christ Church Cemetery, approached me, and he's certainly worked in Algiers a lot with Eric, about how the trustees of that cemetery are really aging out. He's the main person who's in charge of doing the nuts and bolts of keeping that cemetery going. And so one of the things that we're going to be discussing this year is possibly a transition plan where we could at least support Christ Church Cemetery more, or see about even taking them under the wing of our cemetery work. I mean, it's a big cemetery. On the other hand,
It's an active cemetery.
It's an active cemetery.
Which we don't have experience in.
Right, that's true, and they also have an endowment, but they need person power, and so we'll be looking at that. And the last thing that I wanted to say is that I went to a workshop on green burial. I don't know what you all know about green burial, but it's really burial without embalming, without vaults. In general, shallower graves, everything just done as simply and naturally as possible. And we have no regulations in any of our historical cemeteries saying that people have to be in vaults or embalmed or anything like that. And so I wanted the Cemetery Commission to be a resource for people who are either planning to die sometime and want to know about that. Well, it's a topic I find interesting. And also to share these resources and to, it would be completely compatible even with the layout of the Maplehurst Cemetery to have basically shallower graves that are below the possible animal depredation, but still in the sort of composting zone. And, I mean, within our town plan, there are all these areas of trying to be ecologically sound. And so the Cemetery Commission wants to do our part, which is really just the way people used to be buried before the Civil War. So, does anybody have any questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Cemetery Commissioners. Now on to the Conservation.
Thanks for those great
Thank you.
commissions, Alice.
From the Cemetery to the
Picture
Conservation.
amazing. I love the chain.
I like the chain too.
I think
that
that's
was
a great idea.
inspired,
Yeah.
Inspired.
Well, it's so enjoyable to have one thing that was, we were all aimed at, and then just,
It's great.
we had to admit to each other that we wanted to drop the fence idea.
All right, moving right along.
Okay.
Could you introduce yourself?
Yes.
And we'll get right on to the Conservation.
Okay, so here are members, some of the oldest or the most veteran and one of the newest members of the Conservation Commission. I'm Linda Hecker.
Karen Murphy.
And Steve Szynski.
And we're
Welcome.
here to give our semi-annual report on what we've been doing lately, and we have been very busy. And I'm going to first hand it to Karen to talk about our ash tree inventory.
Yes, and first of all, thank you to Peter for applying for and getting the grant to help us out with this. There was a training session by Elise Shadler of the Agency of Natural Resources in July to explain this is all, the inventory is done using software. And as you are out in the field, you can plug in what you're looking at, give its condition and that kind of thing. And so off we went, and we surveyed 37 of the 67 miles of town roads this year, which was, to me, amazing that we did that.
Yeah.
We are hoping, of course, to finish this whole thing in the spring after the leaves come out again. I think you could safely say we spent about 150 hours doing this.
Wow.
I know.
Yeah.
Including the training and organizing and surveying.
Yeah.
And I have to interject here that I was working with Linda Lemke on our nearby roads. And once we just turned to each other and went, if this weren't just another beautiful October day, we would be miserable. But as it turned out, we were quite happy doing it.
It's good to get up.
It was really good to get out. And we
Yeah.
saw lots of things that you just normally wouldn't see because you're just driving by them all the time. So that was interesting to me too. So we recorded approximately almost 1,800 trees. We recorded.
And every single tree gets counted and evaluated.
Evaluated, right?
And I printed this out, just, and maybe I think this is really interesting, it's a horrible picture, but the results of the software can be manipulated by the folks. And so that's like the roads and the tree counts, and this is sort of, I don't know if this is interesting, I'm a tech guy, so I like, this is what the software collects, it's like the date and time and tree condition and who did it. I don't know if that's interesting, I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's just sort of, I mean, you're going along the roads, how far back are you looking? or
Just-
what?
Try to do very good.
Yeah.
We tried to stay within the help me with this,
Right-of-way.
Danny, right-of-way of the road.
Okay.
We do look at things like power lines and utility lines. We don't have to do anything about them. These are just the town, but still we needed to record them. Sometimes we looked at things that were just off the town right-of-way, just because they were overhanging the road as well. And that's our big concern, because when the emerald ash borer gets here, we all think it probably will, ash trees do not do well. They break off haphazardly and can be a road hazard or even worse. So we looked at those as well.
Yeah, so maybe it's the big picture, why are we counting all the ash trees? It's because we expect them all to die within the next 10 years, and it's tragic, but probably that's what's going to happen based on what's happened in other part of the country. And really the reason we're doing this, adding to the statewide database and marking particular priority trees that look like they're going to be a hazard when they're weakened, like they'll fall on the road or a house or a town property, so that we can work with the road crew and they can proactively plan for what's going to be a big expense to get these trees taken down safely once they begin to deteriorate.
That's
And so
very
we're
good
hoping,
work.
instead of having to do all the trees at once over 3 years, which is going to be very expensive, we're hoping to kind of identify the trees and work in advance for them. Because once they get infected, it's about a 5-year cycle till they die. And you have a couple of years when they can be taken down by conventional means. But as the deterioration advances and they become brittle, you need specialized, more expensive equipment to come and take them down with cranes. So
I have a question.
Yeah.
Were there any trees, it looked on that list that Fair was the best condition.
Well, no, we have a lot in good condition.
Yeah, oh, you do? Oh, I didn't.
That was just the top of the list, is 1,700.
No, there's over 800 that were in good condition.
Yeah.
That makes you feel any better.
No, that makes me feel better.
But
there are a lot of reports.
But even though we don't have the emerald ash borer, we noted that a kind of alarming number of the ash trees are not in good condition. And there are other diseases that are impacting them. And
which will make them really weak then.
yeah, so, yeah.
And from what I understand, sorry,
Yeah,
they're
no,
particularly
please.
dangerous as dead trees. They're a little bit, they behave differently, they get very brittle and
Yeah.
crumble.
Which, but if we take them down before they're to deteriorate, we can use the firewood locally. So there are a lot of advantages to working proactively on this project.
This is all, we're all doing this inventory in preparation of asking you guys for money.
Well,
or for the town road.
The road crew's going to ask for money for contracting tree removal.
We just don't want it to be a surprise.
Yeah. So
I have another question, which is, are there any other towns that you know about, through other conservation commissions, let's say, who have sort of made a plan for the tree removal and the firewood and
They have
everything?
not. We're ahead of all the other local towns in this particular, and I know that from going to Wyndham Regional meetings and from our work with the joint regional conservation commissions. They're kind of looking to us for guidance.
Anything else to report?
Yeah. Steve, did you want to?
No, you.
Okay.
You're good.
So we're also doing our natural resource inventory. We're in year 2 of what will be a 3 or 4 year project. We've hired Patty Smith. She's mostly worked in the Green River watershed, and she's working her way east across the town. Our main role so far she identifies plots that she'd like to investigate on foot based on maps that suggest that there's a valuable resource or natural community, but we always need landowner permission. So we've been contacting the landowners, and we have so far contacted 38 landowners for permission. 23 have agreed, 3 have declined. The rest we haven't been able to actually hear, we haven't heard back
Permission
from.
to enter the property?
For Patty to walk
look
the
at-
property and take notes and identify important natural resources. And we're also talking about the format that our report will take, which we hope will be online, interactive, and available for everybody in town, but especially things like the Planning Commission and for landowners to think about important parcels to conserve.
Terrific.
Yeah. We learned how to use another fabulous app called iNaturalist to record sightings of plants and animals in our community, and they don't have to be exotic ones, a beaver, a wood
robin.
They just wanted, just so we have a baseline reporting that these do exist in Guilford now, because they might not be here 20 years from now.
Also, this is a worldwide app that goes, I know, it's global, it's really neat.
It's a very neat app. We're working with the Planning Commission, so we'll be working on the natural resource section of the updated town planning. Can somebody tell us when the finalized version of that plan is due? Because
it needs to be approved before June. They hope to have a draft form by town meeting day, and then there's approximately a 2 to 3 month process that it has to go through between several public meetings, and then it has to come before the select board for review, and then the select board has to approve it.
Okay, so we better get cracking on that.
Yeah, you better.
This year, we not only have to revise from 5 years ago, but we have to incorporate Act 171, which is about forest connectivity. So we are looking to other towns for models, and we'll be working with Wyndham Regional on that. We are also planning a public and school-based workshop on coyotes with Kim Royer of Fish and Wildlife, because somebody in town had an unpleasant encounter with a coyote, and that sparked a lot of interest. Karen is, and especially has been, various members of us have been planning and leading monthly nature walks for seniors with Guilford Cares. And we're still maintaining the Weeks Forest Trail, and we are working with the Recreation Commission on various recreational things like trail development and forest-based activities. And our members are also very active in the Green River Watershed Alliance, the Wyndham Connectivity Collaborative. I'm on the Natural Resource Commission committee of the Wyndham Regional Commission. And so we're kind of connected across the region to other conservation advocacy groups, and next month we'll be joining them at the semi-annual joint annual meeting, which will be held in Marlborough. So
I'd like to add one small thing about these senior walks. Out of these wonderful senior walks that Leah Gessner basically organized for us from Guilford Cares, but out of it came this idea to have senior explorations, rather like, for those of you who know about it, the Four Winds program or the prior ELF program. And there's the director of Four Winds Nature Institute is running a grant for us to be a pilot program. There was a lot of interest in our seniors and getting outside and seeing places.
Fantastic.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Any questions? It's all good work. Thank you, Conservation
Great work,
Commission.
Busy.
Done
Thank
it
you for
before.
the
We have been busy. We are busy. Yeah.
Okay, on to Peter, if you would tell us a little bit about this Guilford Central School generator.
Well, I think we'll let Jared talk
Oh,
about it. since
Jared's
that
here,
was
yes.
Looks like Jared's gonna come and join us.
All right.
Chief.
Is Sean not able to join you?
John had to go to a meeting at the high school tonight. He apologizes. He got notification of it last night, so,
Wow.
yeah. I said I can try to,
We got you.
I can try to get, work my way through it. Anyways, Jared Bristol, Fire Chief. The reason I was coming tonight was to start the ball rolling about, we did a great job here getting a generator put in. That was excellent. Thank you very much, by the way. That's going to be huge before you guys
Right.
get into it. When we do have an event or just day-to-day stuff, you'll notice it. Anyways, being on the other side of things, working for the power company, storms are getting more intense. It's taking a little bit longer to get power back on, which gets us to our next thing of why I'm here is the school. We don't have a generator there at this point. They looked a while ago and it was really expensive. And I meant to have estimates tonight, but there was one we were still waiting on. But the ones we did get so far are a lot cheaper than what they got in years past. The thought behind all this was, one, to benefit the school, especially when they're in session. Obviously, because the kids only have, I guess John told me some sort of facts before I came tonight, because he wasn't going to be here, that they have roughly a half hour. If the power goes out, they have to make a decision within a half hour because of water supply and heat in the wintertime, stuff like that, that they have to either make a decision whether we're going to cancel school, send them home or whatever. And if it's in the morning, they have to decide whether they're going to cancel the whole day because of the whole feeding lunch and running the kitchen and stuff, which they can't do. Why does that affect us as a town? Why am I here is because we just did a drill actually a month ago, and I just talked to Peter, I just talked to Rich tonight.
Oh, good.
And he's going to talk with you next week, going over pros and cons and what we can do and the benefits and all that stuff. And one of them was we need a second shelter in our town, because I guess one of the examples in this drill that they went through was that our shelter was not available, flooded. So, which is a very good reality, especially where it's located.
Right.
And the ability and the size of that shelter is also another question on how much and how many people and how many different kinds of people, being elderly or kids or people with animals, stuff like that. That's why the school, I think, is going to be a huge benefit to us to look into putting a generator out there. Not only do we help the school in its functions when they're in session, but I think this is going to be huge for the town because of its location, because of what it is, the size of it, the different rooms. It's all set up already. It's got new heat. I mean, it's got your full kitchen, refrigeration. It's got everything that we would need and more for a shelter. When we go into setting up a shelter, when some of our drills we go through, the different scenarios they throw at us are, okay, we've got some elderly people we have to put in spots. Okay, we got some people with children. And those two, unfortunately, when they're out of their normal house sitting, they don't mix. And when we're trying to do, and then there's people that, you know, have animals. I am not leaving without my animal. Well, you need to leave and we need to bring your animal, so we need to accommodate that. So something like this with multiple rooms, big rooms, small rooms, excuse me, I think is going to be huge. John is actually going to meet, the principal that is going to meet with their, I think his name is Frank, to do their budget on this Wednesday. And he's going to get the ball rolling on his side. But my thoughts are, can the town step up and start thinking on our side about doing this and putting it in at the school and doing a generator? Obviously, we need prices. I know we went through the whole deal here. I don't know if there's any grants out there that we can, I know you're crafty at looking at stuff like that.
Yeah, but there's a few that we could look at, make no guarantees.
Right, yeah, obviously.
But we can see if Wyndham
How do we
could
designate
help us.
the, how does the school become a designated shelter? Is there a process to do that so that it becomes the official?
Yep. Yep, and I don't have the checklist in front of me. I should have gotten that for it. But there's certain things that it has to require. You have the generator. We can go through and get the rest of that list.
I actually was just at the Red Cross Shelter's fundamentals course last week, and so so the shelter doesn't explicitly have to be a Red Cross certified shelter. About 60% of the shelters in Vermont are. But even if you don't choose to be a Red Cross certified shelter, they have a very well established and well vetted program for the steps that need to be taken. And it's very clear and easy to follow and very in-depth.
And we'd have to declare it a shelter in some way.
That's correct. You'd have to get permission from the new school district, get an MOU with them, and then the select board would also have to make a motion to declare that as an additional shelter in town.
And when Peter was talking to me about this earlier, he was suggesting that what the school was looking for was a kind of cost share with the town, that they weren't expecting the town to pay for all the cost of the school's generator.
Yes, and the more people I talk to and the more scenarios that I go through, I don't know how quick the school is going to be able to come up with the money. And it's going to benefit them to a portion, but like in their off season, when they're not even there, it's going to be a huge benefit to us no matter what. That's why I was thinking if the town could come up and do it and figure a way, grants or whatever, the money some way, and do this, I think it would be a huge plus. And also, when we put a generator there, it's going to be one more staple that holds that school in our town. With all the shifts going around, with all the schools and everything up in the air, I think that is settled to a point where we're going to keep what we got, but I think it would be terrible to lose that. So if we put a generator there, I think that's one more thing. I mean, we got a new heating system, whole new air handling system. We've got, John could tell you a list of upgrades they've done so far, but I think that would be a huge plus for us. It'd be terrible to lose it.
Are we looking to drive the entire school, electricity-wise, in a case of forget about an emergency?
Right.
Let's talk about what's John's expectation.
Well, that's what I had him price out, was he priced out just to get heat, lights, water.
Okay.
Necessities to keep the kids there, keep them safe, keep them sheltered in the spot. But if we do it as a shelter, I think we need to go that next step because the school's built in 3 different additions.
Right.
And in the 2nd to 3rd edition, I'm not sure which one, is the kitchen. We want to incorporate the kitchen if we're going to have a shelter, I think. You're going to want that area to do your cooking, to have your refrigeration so the stuff that's in there doesn't go bad, or if we need to bring supplies in, we can keep them. And to add that to the cost, I think it was $29,000 for the generator with just heat, water, and electricity. But to add the kitchen, we had to, what I'm waiting for now is the price to combine 2 transfer switches because the second one will heat up the part that feeds the kitchen.
Gotcha.
So whatever that additional cost is, which I can't imagine is too much, we should be able to do everything.
But you're probably,
Part of the question is, what type of shelter do you want it to be? Do you want it to be a day use warming or cooling shelter, or do you want it to be a shelter where folks can overnight? And if it's overnight, then the second part of what Jared just talked about is required, is that you have to have a way to feed people. If it's a day use shelter, you don't have to have access to refrigeration and things like that.
But if we're going to do all this work, I mean, I'm a Boy Scout. I like to be prepared. Let's go for the gusto. If we're going to go for some money, let's go for all of it. And I mean, Irene came through. We had a lot of issues. And a lot of people in Guilford said, nope, I'm staying here. I'm going to tough it out. Sometimes they're not going to be able to. They're going to have to get out. And there was a lot of homes and everything that were displaced. And we needed a spot to put people. So God forbid that happens again, but I want to be ready for it. So.
Well, there'd be a huge advantage for John if we had the bigger generator to run the kitchen while the kids are there, because then he could be self-sufficient for the kids and they can keep them in school.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, we got a plus because we got 3 buses sitting over there. We have a plus because if that's going to be our shelter, they're doing the maintenance to it. They're doing the upkeep, keeping it clean, keeping everything ready and up and working. I mean, if it was to go down to the BBC, is that what it's called now?
BBC.
Yeah. That's it. If we go down there and consider that our shelter, I think we got some things we need to do. They got a lot of work, I think, still to go down there, which is still happening. And will it fit the amount of people? Do you have the compartments that you want to put those people in different, like your animals and you're older, you're younger, I mean, I think that's our best case scenario out there if we can make it work.
So it seems to me that the process would be that before we did anything, that we need to have that designated as a shelter, and then we need a proposal from the school that we could look at, and with at
Well, you
least
can't
3
actually
bids.
designate it as a shelter until you have the...
But we could understand what the steps are that we need to go
Yeah.
through to designate it as the primary shelter.
I don't know if our next chat should be with the school and see if everybody's on board on that side and tell them what our thinking is and go that direction. And then at the same time be looking up prices and see what our generator installation would be.
So one question that would come to mind for me is thinking about your whole Boy Scout comment. I'm in the same boat as you. So thinking in the worst case scenario, if in the future we had the unfortunate situation in which we lost our school, which everyone's hoping it's not going to happen, but what's going to happen to that generator if the town has paid for that generator and the town doesn't take ownership of the school? What happens then?
What happens to the school if it closes? I have no idea.
No, I'm not saying the school, but what happens to the generator?
Right.
Well, the generator would be there if the school were already a shelter, so the town could still have that building as a shelter.
Well, the school owns the
school owns the building.
Yeah, the new school district owns that.
Oh, I see.
That building
And so I'm just trying to plan for
No, you're right.
worst
That's
case scenario.
one of the bigger
Obviously,
questions.
we all
that would
hope it
come
won't
up.
happen, but we also all hope that Irene didn't hit us too.
Right. That's the same deal with the fire station.
Exactly.
So, I mean, yeah, you could play that what if game. But I understand.
I'm not
you
trying
have
to play the what if.
No,
game, I'm
I
trying to
understand.
plan.
You have to play that what if game. I totally understand.
Yeah.
But that's something we need to bring up when we talk with the school and say,
Exactly.
hey, if that does happen, that closes, we're going to take our generator. And we're going to put it somewhere else.
So I think the next step is for the school committee to weigh in on this. and then
And I don't know
report back
who
to
we
us.
talk to there. We can talk to John and see, I don't know how their board is configured
Well,
now.
we can
Constructed.
probably start by talking to the two members who were elected to represent Guilford.
Yep.
And
Yep.
maybe sit down in a meeting with them and with John together
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good way to start.
and see from there. I think would probably
Sure.
be how we, because they would obviously represent the town's perspective,
Mhm.
what happens with the school.
Right.
Now, I know you're concerned that this will take too long going through the school system. Yeah, has has any discussions been had in terms of sharing at some level?
Yes, I've talked to him about it. My only concern, and he doesn't even know that I've asked if we looking at doing the whole thing, is kind of a 50-50 deal, but then it gets a little, I don't know. I don't know how, if it might get messy down the road. If something like, say, that does close and you got a 50-50, then how do you take half a generator? Or how do you do something like that? So I don't know. That's where the smarter people
Do you have any
figure that
sense
out.
of the other school, in the school district that we're a part of,
Mhm.
of the other, 4 schools? Do you know who, any of them have generators?
Vernon and Brattleboro.
Dummerston does not. And,
No.
Okay.
Doesn't Putney also have a generator?
Putney's,
I don't know if Putney
Putney-
does. I was told today
Putney
that.
Central.
Oh, maybe Central. I was told today Vernon and Brattleboro are the only other ones
Oh, sure, okay.
that had them. So.
Any other
Interesting.
questions, comments?
Do those schools have generators because they're shelters, or just because they?
Brattleboro, yes, because they're like your reunification and stuff for and shelters, plus because probably the size, keeping those kids probably just for that reason.
Well, they're also the designated regional shelter for southeastern Vermont.
Right.
That's where our habitants that needed a shelter when ours was flooded in this exercise went.
No, they didn't go there.
They didn't go there?
Because it
No,
wasn't
because Red
set up.
Cross never set it up.
Oh, that's right, we had problems getting
We
it
had
set
trouble.
up.
And
But
if
we
it's something
tried.
that magnitude, you guys gotta also think that they're gonna be busy too.
Yeah.
And they're gonna be full. They're not gonna have a whole nother town, 2,200 people headed that way too, that are gonna be able, so we're gonna have to kind of fend for ourselves.
No, I agree.
Yep.
We have to plan for that, for sure.
Well, it sounds like a really good idea, and I'm glad that you started
Mm.
thinking toward it, especially as we're in budget season.
Oh, I didn't even know. No.
Thanks, Jared.
No, but Jared, thank you
Fire
for
chief.
putting
Thank you.
the energy into
Let me know if
this
you have
like you did at the
questions
town.
and have things that I can help with, and
So one of those power walls, that wouldn't be...
big enough.
Right, okay.
No. And we've learned with other customers that you can't bank enough of them together to make it happen. So, yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's too big of a service that you need to actually have a generator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Okay.
it, Jared, thanks for taking the time.
The next on our agenda, the next item is reschedule the budget workshop, and I don't think that we need to do that in live television, just do scheduling.
No, we can do it.
We can
We
just
can do that after our
Yep.
meeting? Okay. And then we have, I had a letter from Dana Berry, who is leading the charge for setting up a early childhood education establishment at the Delta campus under the auspices of CC4G. And what they're looking for is a letter of support from the select board for a grant that will be to the Make Way for Kids initiative. They're requesting $25,000 in staff training funds and $25,000 prior to the arrival for startup costs. So that's $50,000. That's a grant that they're looking for. They would like us to write a letter in support of that grant proposal. Her letter to me has 3 points. I can read them if you want to.
Please.
Of what the support letter should say. The letter of support is to point out at least 3 points and any other support you think pertinent. 1, the Guilford Township has no early childhood education program to serve its under-school age children. Thus, this project begins to address this ongoing issue that was part of the last town's plan and will continue to be addressed. Number 2, such a comprehensive year-round program will help address the need the community has to help our young families maintain and balance childcare workforce balance. And 3, the Select Board supports the efforts and expertise of CC4G in this endeavor and recognizes the excellent reputation CC4G has in regard to the direct delivery of services to young children and our Guilford families, as demonstrated during the tenure of the Promise Community Grant that ran from September 17th to December 18th. And under that auspices of that grant, the CC4G was doing programming down at Playscape, parent trainings, and a whole
And
variety.
Open Gym, they've been collaborating with a lot of.
So they have done a lot of programming. I've worked as a consultant for CC4G. I actually did a feasibility study of the need for this early education program in the town of Guilford, and by interviewing a number of residents, and overwhelmingly, it was the need for it was affirmed, particularly among our younger population who have young children, and it's also a way, of course, to attract a young population and a young workforce to our town. If our town has a place where a quality early childhood education venue. So I'm all in favor of writing this letter of support.
Yes, I mean, and the opportunity to have it be on the Delta campus is just fantastic.
Yeah, it's very charitable of Robert.
Well, I should move that we direct Peter to write a letter of support.
Sure.
Yep.
Is the facility actually in Brattleboro or Guilford?
It's in Brattleboro, but it's right on the edge.
Yeah.
But if it is established, it will be established with the understanding, not only the understanding, but the demand that there's a percentage, that the first choice goes to Guilford children and the children of Delta employees.
And Peter did a good job capturing, and this was my same question, and I'm sure Dana, while it's not stipulated here, it is something I think that should be maybe a part of it, but you captured very well Dana's conversation, in the minutes, I believe, after she presented this. And I just think it's really important to keep that in the forefront.
She writes
of what we are, agreeing, what we are supporting. It is for the Guilford kid aspect of that, in my opinion.
But she writes in her email, the charge is to provide Guilford families and Delta campus employees' families with first pick for space, and then open it up to the larger community.
Right, but there was also a percentage that I thought was going toward the Guilford.
She did, in her discussion with you, she did state that they were going, once they got approval to do it,
Right.
they would then set that percentage. But I think she was hoping it was going to be something like 60%. We can look back at the
Yeah, I
minutes.
don't remember, but I just want to keep us focused on that, and I'm sure Dana is focused on it, but.
So do I have a motion to write this letter of support? I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Anyone opposed?
Any opposed? I didn't think so.
And we should commend Dana.
Yes, Dana's
Yes.
worked hard
Dana,
on
yes, we commend Dana for leading the charge on this
Well,
initiative.
and also remember how much time they spent looking for places
location.
in Guilford.
It's 2
so
years.
this is- Yeah,
Wow.
of deep frustration.
Peter, can you draft it, and then I'll take a look at it if anybody else wants to, but I'd like to see it before it goes out.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is Rolf
And Shiloh.
and Charlotte.
Shiloh.
Shiloh, sorry, Shiloh.
No, it's fine.
I'll never
My
do it
name's
again.
Shiloh. I'm used to everybody messing up my name my whole entire life, don't worry.
Please introduce yourself and then let us know what you're talking about.
Sure, thank you. So, my name is Rolf Parker. Humorously, I'll say that today my organization went through a name change, so I'm no longer coming to you as a representative of Brattleboro Area Prevention Coalition. I'm now coming to you as a representative of Building a Positive Community. You note that the acronym still lines up. Almost everybody calls us BAPC anyways. But, so,
Good name change.
yeah, for a whole bunch of reasons. So last time that I was here, I'm going to try to hit my points and be quick.
We like that.
Yeah, I'm going to do my best. Last time, however, because we were trying to do things quickly, we actually, there was some confusion and we were rushing through. And specifically, when I was here previously, we were talking about the 3-4-50 program.
Right. Yep.
And we wanted to actually, and we still do, and still will, promote Guilford as being one of the first line-ons and recognizing all the great work that you've done. But on the last page, or the last, column, it says, we were rushing, restrict the sale of tobacco near schools, childcare centers, and playgrounds, or create tobacco-free or smoke-free shopping areas. And that's, this doesn't qualify as a shopping area, so no. But Shia will explain that there are other customizable, there are other ways to achieve still getting that Gold Star status, but I want to just very briefly talk about why there's such a push for that type of thing. This is an NPR article about Dollar Shopper, and the title is How Dollar Shopper is Transforming Rural America. And they try to land in Townsend. And they're not just sellers of tobacco, they are heavy marketers. They call it coconut smoke.
Excuse me, what was
They call it a Coke and a smoke. It's their
Coke.
In other words, you come in for a
No,
soda.
I got it.
Yeah. But they also put up on their windows, like if you go to West Brattleboro, you see a WIC sign, giant WIC outdoor, and then right next to it, the giant Philip Morris poster. And the way it works is if you're willing to do this in your contract, they'll give you all kinds of incentives. You can purchase products for much less, you can, all these types of things, if you're willing to put up advertising in a very aggressive manner and make these type of things. So that's why that's on there as an additional thing. And one option, we came here, Cassandra and I, about a year ago, and we distributed these primer for planning. One option is to just write in for the benefit. Previously, people were talking about being Boy Scouts and being prepared, but because of this type of threat, as I see it, if you have a limit on how many retailers or the proximity to schools, because the CDC has done studies and found that tobacco retailers and these types of outfits tend to land closer to impoverished areas and not infrequently near schools because their older customers are dying. And as you may know, Altria invested $16 billion into Juul products. They are totally the same beast. So that's why we raise that as something that we ask you to consider when you're thinking about planning. And on this document, I've highlighted different towns, what different towns have done along these lines. It's down here, but I'm just giving that to you because I know I've got a very small amount of time. So I'll just, these have been done within the state of Vermont.
So specific 175 feet. I mean, so that's what I was going to ask is what are the stipulations you're looking for in terms of the school?
Well, so you could set that. I'm not saying exactly what you need to do, but
other towns,
they've done things like that.
Right. No.
Some towns have set also like not near the library or things like that, but especially places where we know where children are congregating because they target children. Online, the way they do it. Well, we won't even get into there. Never mind. Sorry, that's nothing to do with tonight. That's a whole nother beast.
So let me just understand.
Yes.
So our town, which has one store, which is not near anything, not near any child-centered something.
And they're fantastic. We gave them a silver star the way they handle their tobacco.
But because we don't have this in a plan, is what you're saying.
What I'm saying, 10 years from now, 2 years from now, next month.
Right. But that's what you're bringing to our attention, that this wasn't, we missed this when we ran through it the first time.
Right.
We have to have that better addressed at some level.
That would be, that's where we're working.
We have no zoning in this town,
No.
so are you suggesting that in our town plan, as part of the wellness, or if there is such a section, we we have a kind of declaration of intention. you know.
Exactly, and that's why when we distribute these before, they have other examples in here. This was produced by the Wyndham Regional Commission,
Gotcha.
working with us, so
I see.
that's
No, I
why.
think
I don't know
that's
if you need more
very-
copies, obviously I'm prepared, if you do.
Well,
You can leave some, we are running low out front.
So we'll definitely take that under consideration
Great, thank
and bring it to the attention of the planning commission working on the town plan,
see.
the new town plan.
Excellent, thank
And
you.
then also, so Charlotte Foss from Vermont Department of Health, I do the chronic disease work over there. Alicia was here last time and she had
Oh, yeah.
tracked off some of the strategies that you're currently implementing on the bronze, silver, and gold level for your town. And there had been kind of lagging one on the gold level. However, you had an extra silver level strategy that you were implementing. So we reached out to central office to see if we could modify the sign-on and kind of scooch one over from the silver level into gold. So great news, you're gold level, so like high five.
So what did you scooch?
So, I mean, you can do any of
Scooching is a healthy activity.
If done with enough vigor.
Yeah. So we just, any of them can be moved over, to be completely honest. But we reached out to them, they're like, yeah, no problem, as long as we just put on the back. I know Alicia had talked about doing the bike racks as part of the 3450, not 3450, the RISE grant money.
Well, so I did apply for the grant.
Okay.
The program ran out of funding for this round.
But the fiscal year
But
started again.
It starts at the end of this week, on the 27th is when the fiscal year starts. And I was told that our grant is at the top of the list.
It is.
Will be tentatively approved. We have to wait for the fiscal year to start to find that out, but it's positive.
But the good thing, what?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. The good thing is that the strategies that are being implemented, they don't have to be current necessarily. You can have a goal that you're setting for yourself within the next 12 months that you plan to complete. So if you have that marked out for the bronze level, for example. So you're still gold level because you're planning to do it in the next 12 months, and you are at the top of the list. So.
Is there a designation that that we can that's templated that we can use to advertise the fact that we're at the gold level that we can put on our website, for instance? That
Yeah.
Guilford is
3450 and Rise Vermont, partnering with Standing for Health and Wellness.
Uh-huh.
Right now, they're in the middle of kind of collaborating to see if they're going to change the messaging for 3450. And
That would be good.
And and Rise, maybe if we can kind of combine those together. But even if not, we can do some sort of like logo that you can put on your site, and also you'll be placed as a 3450 partner on our site, and then I believe Rise Vermont does some sort of recognition for it.
Yeah,
as
we
well.
would definitely
So,
like. I think.
yeah,
that would be
definitely.
good to
Doesn't
have
the
on
state
our
even
website.
have like champions, like the highlighted champion page?
They do. So
Yeah.
on the health department website, if you go onto the chronic disease portion under 3450, they have all the different partners and sign-ons, and they list them within which category that they're like bronze, silver, or gold, or the commitment letter. So definitely will be listed on there right away too,
Right.
and you'll get a cool little plaque thing too.
So where can we get that language that we would use to describe our status?
So what I can do is I can reach out to Alicia tomorrow and also to central office to see
Right.
what the status is with that, and we can give you whatever logo is current. And then we can also do a finalized version of the 3450 sign-on and send it in right away so you can be put on our website
Right.
as
And
well.
you have Peter's email, I believe.
Yep.
Well, I personally, I wasn't here at the last meeting that you were at. I was at a conference, but I appreciate the positive messaging that you're putting out, because when I first heard about the 3450, I had a real pang because people get terrible diseases and die of them even without any bad habits.
Oh, totally.
And
Yeah.
I just, I have a concern about that. And so I'm happy to think about the positives, that our town wants to do all that we can for the well-being of all of our people. But,
I think it's just good to raise awareness on those three behaviors and how they can impact. It's not necessarily saying that all of those 4 chronic diseases are from behavior. Sometimes there's genetic, predisposition and whatnot, but behavior does play a large part, and it's also one of the largest components to chronic disease as well, especially in today's society too. So whatever the towns, I think it's really great to highlight the things that the town is doing towards that,
Yeah, totally.
right? So you're standing to say that we want our community to be healthy, not saying necessarily that all four of the chronic diseases are caused by lack of taking care of yourself or anything like that. It's just that I think that more, instead of that negative impact with it, I think it's really just highlighting what you guys are doing really great and how you care about your town, and thinking of that positive impact, like what are we doing great, assessing and seeing like what are more strategies that we can implement in the future to kind of really strengthen the great things that we have going on so
And
far.
really-
So, but I get that, I've heard that before. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, and really what we're excited about is using it as a model for other towns. And really that's what we can leverage it for, even benefit for more people than just who live in Guilford.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, thank
Great.
you.
Thank you for coming back.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank
that
you.
was
Thanks for
enlightening.
having us.
Thank you.
I'm kind to
And we'll-
your scooching work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll look
Thank you
forward
for
to having the logo and some language that we can use to
Did you
advertise
leave
our
this
status.
I do
Definitely,
not.
I'll
I
send
was
it
very
out
greatly
tomorrow. I'll
hoping
talk to
you
you.
Thanks so much. Nice to
Thanks.
meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
All right, moving right along, the Planning Commission liaison. Where's that music coming?
Somebody's
cell
telephone.
phone. It's my new cell phone.
Oh,
I thought maybe that's what that was. So
I thought it
it's
was,
a melodious.
we had a new
cell
phone in the office.
I thought it was
New ring.
your recessional.
Time to start meditating.
That's it, my alarm, no more than that
Right.
amount of time. All right, great,
Do you want to
thank
speak to
you.
that?
Sure, if you want me to. So there was a little bit of confusion as to who was the planning commission liaison from the
Oh, yeah.
select board. It could be interpreted a variety. My interpretation and understanding from the conversation that we had a month and a half ago was that Zahn was going to do so. I don't know what you remembered from that discussion, or?
I remembered, I wasn't sure if it was the Guilford Planning Commission or the Wyndham Regional Planning
No, it's
Commission.
our planning commission, it's
Yeah.
not the Wyndham Regional.
Yeah.
And so, the reason it came up is because last week I went to the planning commission's monthly meeting, and they asked who their new liaison was. So I thought it was Zahn.
And it's you, right?
And there was
I'm happy to do it.
a little
great.
confusion, and so I think we have it sorted out.
Yes.
now.
So can I
Because
ask for-
Michael had also been contacted by someone from the planning commission thinking it was him, when he's already the liaison for the
The
conservation
Conservation.
commission.
So it's Zahn.
It is.
So can we just clarify that being the liaison, does that mean that the liaison goes to all of their meetings?
No.
Or is that the expectation, or is the expectation that?
I'm curious, you said no.
No, I mean, the expectation is that you will, so all of our commissions, aside from the cemetery commission, but they meet monthly. Cemetery commissioner chair,
Seasonally,
they
yeah.
meet seasonally. But the other commissions generally try to meet monthly. But the expectations are that you have other things going on in your life. And so if you can't make a meeting, say in November, you can't make a meeting. You have family, you have work, you have whatever it is that you have. If you could at least make it to every other one, that's really appreciated, so you can
Or
know.
check in.
Or check in.
And
you
that the
send them an
commission
email.
knows that you're the link to, if they have an issue or
Yeah.
a question or a statement, that you're the link to the select board.
So I mean, all of the commissions are responsible to the select board, so it's good to know what they're working on. And so you can, as a liaison, you can communicate the select board goals and ideas and plans that relate to that specific commission. And then you can come back and share with the select board what they're working on, any updates, and be a link between the two groups.
So thank you very much, Zahn, we appreciate that. And
And the planning commission really could use that support. I mean, clearly, the conservation commission, they're really highly active, and the rec commission I try to go to all of the rec commission meetings just because they're involved in so many different things, and just being another person with another pair of hands is helpful to them, even though they're all very capable. But the planning commission has a huge mandate, and just.
I think you'd be very helpful to them.
I do too.
With your experience and background.
Exactly.
So we very much appreciate that. Moving right along, the town administrator position, Peter and I worked out a schedule for that.
Yeah.
And
Why don't you just keep talking?
well, the
You mean
schedule.
to?
I'm going to say.
Are you?
Yes. So Peter, by Wednesday next, we'll have a draft of the rewritten position description, which takes into account that he's the emergency management director and that
And other responsibilities.
So that and then he's going to redline it in the current position description. I'm going to look it over, and then we're going to bring those. I think it's you and.
Yep, it's Richard, Michael, and Sheila.
And Sheila together to approve the new language, if we do approve it. And that will take into account also that, is it Hannah? I forgot.
Marta
will be taking up, and we've had a discussion with, Peter has had a discussion with Penny about Marta's time and her willingness to take on additional hours that would be flaked off from Peter's responsibility.
Because of other things he's taking on.
Because of the other things he's taking on.
Instead of hiring an additional person, because full-time hours for the town clerk and town treasurer positions are 30 hours a week, which is what, as an assistant treasurer, that's what Marta works. So she has the flexibility to work more. Penny is supportive of it. And she and I did have a discussion with Marta, and Marta would be interested. I think it would also be beneficial to help keep Marta here. I think she's working out very well. I think, giving her additional hours for additional pay would be definitely a benefit to the town.
Great. So it's you, Sheila, and I, and Michael. Okay. So on Thursday, Michael, you'll get the draft, and then I'll be looking to schedule a time that we can discuss it.
What are some of the other duties you're planning to include in this draft? I know you're taking on other things, but just remind me.
Yeah, there've been a number of things that I've added on, or you guys have added on for me, I should say. One of the big ones is a lot more of the grant work.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
Yeah,
okay.
That's one of the big ones.
What about, I don't know whether there's been any shift in your relationship to the website.
There has. I've taken on, at your request,
Yes,
I've
that's
taken
what
on
I'm
most
saying.
of the responsibility for the new website.
For updating it. and-
Where the town clerk had been doing that previously, and she indicated that she wanted to absolve her and her staff of that responsibility. So those are two of the big things that I've taken on. There's a few other things.
So we'll have a chance to review
Okay.
the new responsibility, the new emergency management responsibilities, and the lessening of other responsibilities. Thank you very much. Okay, on to the warrants.
I will move to pay the following warrants: payroll week ending 11/17/19 for $6,699.37. Payroll week ending 11/24/19 for $13,340.68. Expense warrant number 2010 for $468,303.19. And expense warrant number FW10 for $24.50 for a grand total of $488,367.74.
Second.
You want to discuss?
Thank you. I would like to discuss a few things. Out of expense warrant number 2010 of the 468,000, I want to break that down a little bit. We are at the approval at our town meeting. The Guilford Volunteer Fire Department piece of that is $230,063. We also paid a number of our service organizations, a majority, all of them, on this warrant.
Right.
Rescue alone was almost $49,928, and the balance of the service organizations was $23,641. And we also were able to move in all the completed work on Carpenter Hills Culvert work, which came in at $121,400, which we had already planned for.
Right.
So those were the big pieces of that.
Thank you, Gordon. Any further discussion?
I do have, I just so I learn, I just need to understand why payroll is
I was just gonna
twice
make a
as
comment
much. Yeah,
on
thank
that.
you.
So the main reason why it's twice as much, one is we had our first day of snow for overtime for the road crew. So that's one, and then the select board received your select board stipends for the year.
That was going to be my guess.
Yep, so that's the two reasons why that is substantially higher.
Thank you, Peter, for
Thank you,
clarifying
Peter.
that,
Any
and good
further?
questions on.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And now, any communications, Peter?
Yeah, I've got three that could potentially be lengthy, and we're gonna make them short.
Yes, that's a good plan.
The select board has received a letter from a resident. Just the summary of the letter is this individual was complaining after quite a long time of owning property in Guilford that their tax payment was 2 days late, and that for their tax payment they had a penalty of $302.99. And this individual did not feel that that was warranted. Our town clerk noted that the penalty applies to all people, including select board members, if you pay your taxes late, and the state is who sets the penalty amount. It is not the town. And so...
Does an official complaint have to come before the Civil Board of Authority, or?
If this individual wished to make one, but this individual has not stated that they wish to bring it to the BCA. They just wanted the select board to know of their displeasure.
Thank you.
The other two...
Just to clarify, there would be nothing that this group could do.
Simply communication,
State.
letting you know that they felt that this was unfair for only 2 days tardiness. And that's the way it goes.
Yeah. Sometimes it might be 12 days tardiness or 6 months. It's all about tardiness, right?
But tardy is tardy.
Yeah, right, exactly.
We did receive, I don't know how you got this, and I didn't get it, but we received notification of a Act 250 application for lined well drilling. I don't know the details of what they are intending to do, but...
I looked in a series, it was an email chain. I just printed out that page of it because I thought that was the relevant page.
It is a relevant page.
But it did not explain what the 250 permit is for.
And this is simply a notification process, just to let the select board know and let the town know that somebody is obviously going to be doing a substantial amount of work on a piece of property they own that needs an Act 250 review.
And that
What's the date of that?
11/12/2019.
And did it say when the work was going to be done?
Nope.
No.
It doesn't, this is just the notice of application filing.
Yeah, there's nothing we do about it. I was just curious. Thank you.
And then, on Friday, and our office is closed, so I didn't get it, but on Friday I received a letter of response regarding the letter that I sent on behalf of the select board as a result of the road safety audit. So if you remember, I sent this letter to this VTrans Operations and Safety Bureau, their traffic operations engineer.
Oh, yes.
So they have met and reviewed the request of the select board. So one of the requests we made to them was to create a no parking zone opposite the Guilford Country Store. In front of the Guilford Country Store, there is already a no parking zone. To make one opposite of that in front of Richmond's Auto. Their recommendation is to not do that. So they gave an explanation for that, saying that there's plenty of room for parking there as long as there's no parking in the lane of travel, which occasionally occasionally happens. So their recommendation is that V-Trans will put up signs noting that it is illegal to park in the lane of travel. The second point that was requested of them specifically was to reduce the speed limit through the village from 35 to 30 miles an hour. They will also not approve this because V-Trans recently concluded a speed limit study in the section between Brattleboro and the village, and they actually found that an increase in the from Paul's Road to Brattleboro, so above the section that you requested, it's actually warranted to increase the speed limit by 5 miles an hour. And it's a very long explanation. I won't go into the details. I can share with you later if you wish to know. They actually feel it would actually reduce accidents, and will actually, they explain that it will, data has shown that where you have a consistency in speed limits, that actually when people get to the village, they will actually slow down, because the speed limit currently is 35 for the entire length. And so people just keep driving their 45 miles an hour all the way through the village. Whereas if there's a consistent speed limit from Brattleboro to Guilford, it will help improve that.
So a couple of signs saying speed limit change.
Yes. And everybody got this letter,
I saw it.
I said we all saw the letter, yeah. So is there
and
action?
we also need to, it's partly to inform the public.
Right.
And so,
Yeah, no, it's very important.
So there are no actions for you to take. They will be, so their recommendations to the traffic committee is to say no to both of your requests. The only action would be if you disagree with that and you have additional information you want to present to the committee, either I or one of the select board members are invited to their public meeting on December 11th at 1 p.m. at the V-Trans building. So we can give testimony if you wish to dispute this recommendation.
Well, so I don't even, being new again, I don't even know what was the process quickly to actually request a no parking space right there in front of the store?
We went through the road safety audit, which involved 8 members from a variety of different branches of V-Trans, as well as Wyndham Regional Commission, and then several members from the town, myself, Dan, 2 select board members, and they have this entire process they go through.
I see.
They did one in Guilford Center Village and one in Algiers Village at the intersection of Route 5. And that process brings about a number of recommendations. There was also public input into this.
And a big part of this is that we're having some, strong speeding, particularly here in the village, as well as over in Algiers.
Yeah.
So the residents that have raised this issue through the select board, and this has been part of the follow-up on trying
And there are
to address
documents, can you get him the audit and?
Yeah, it's probably.
I just didn't know where it came from.
but
But it came first.
that's
There's
kind of
written
what was
material
driving
on
it.
which will inform you of the whole process.
And so, for example, the no parking area, we have had quite a number of residents complain that when they are facing east on Guilford Center Road, waiting to make a northbound turn onto Route 5 heading to Brattleboro, if any large delivery truck or vans, you can't see.
Right.
And that's because the large trucks often park in the lane of travel on that section.
Yeah, but that's the part I didn't understand of that, because there really isn't a parking area where we were talking about. That is the lane of travel, where the line is and where Doug's, posts are. There's not enough to park a vehicle there, so I'm not sure they understood that.
There's not enough
Well, they
to
were
park a
there.
big vehicle.
They
You can
came
park a car.
they looked at it.
Yeah.
We went with them.
We were there.
Yeah.
They were. I mean, they did take photographs. So
Well,
that
then
was,
they have photographs, but there's no parking area there if
But-
you're not in the lane of travel.
correct, technically, and that's why they feel that's the best option. Again, I mean,
The best option is to leave it as is.
leave it as is, but to add the signs stating
Yes, no parking in the
no
lane of
parking in
travel.
lane of travel.
Which means park here.
Exactly, I mean, I don't get it.
That's why
It's.
there's
I
So do
know.
you want to go to the meeting?
No, I can't afford to go to Barry on the 11th.
Do you want us to send our town administrator?
I don't know, I mean, I don't know, I think we had to talk about it.
I park there. It's possible to park there without being in the lane of traffic.
Can I see that for a second?
You may.
I just
So-
want to-
I mean, so
Or
our
maybe
next
a car
select
can
board
park
meeting is
there.
only
Yeah.
2 days prior to that meeting. And it would be friendly of us if we let them know that, because they can only accommodate 25 people in that meeting room. So if you wish me to go, I think you should decide that tonight. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, no, I don't know, what do other people feel?
But we need to present.
Whether it's Peter or one
I'm
of us.
happy to take their recommendation in that letter.
If you do send me, I think it would be prudent for me to go with additional documentation.
Well, that's what
supporting your-
I don't know what
your
else
beliefs.
we could document that is gonna turn this decision.
I mean, it's
Over.
you, the civilian.
I understand,
you
that's
know,
what,
so
I
in-
agree,
in-
I'm not
yeah.
disagreeing, I'm just
They're
having
road
a.
safety experts.
I think we've done everything on, as a municipality of a small town that we can in that area with trying to raise the awareness with the state of Vermont, who, controls the road. So, am I wrong?
No, I mean, the only other option
I don't
would
know
be-
what else we could do.
Well, yes, you do, actually. The only other option would be for the select board to request the V-Trans and the state to grant the town ownership of that section of the road.
Right.
And that way you could post,
Yes, I understand that, Peter, but that's an unrealistic discussion, I think, for,
I would
one,
agree-
does
I
the
would
town
agree
want to
with
own it? And two, from the earlier conversations I heard about, that stretch of road, the state is very happy to control. When we were talking about the bridge, I mean, there was a whole bunch of issues. So
Yeah.
to say
I-
that the town
but-
could take, I don't.
So
It- it's-
can I
it is-
just
I'm
fo-
just saying it's
I'd
an
like to
option.
focus
It's
on-
not
You're right,
realistic.
Peter, I'm
Can
sorry.
I'd like to focus the discussion.
Yes,
I mean,
I agree.
the point is, do you want to go to the meeting or have Peter go to the
Right,
meeting and contest what this recommendation is? And I would suggest if you're going to contest it, you should have evidence
Yeah,
of
I
what you're
agree.
contesting.
I agree.
Or do we
So-
not want to?
So the only way to contest it is to go to the meeting.
At this point, yes.
Okay,
And
I think we
I
have to
don't know
put it
what
off
you
for another
contest.
And bring documentation
Yeah, and bring
of your
Unfortunately, I
argument.
agree with you, Gordon.
Yeah,
I don't.
I was just wanted to have a conversation about.
So I think that
Richard's
the issue
scope.
is that we are not going to the meeting and that the recommendation stands. Thank you.
And, I mean, there is a change that they recommended, and we can monitor the result of that change.
Yes.
I
exactly,
think
so there's
that's a
another
very
option
good-
That's
yeah,
good.
for down the road.
Excellent.
Very valid point.
Very valid point.
Excellent. Before we close, there was something that I wanted to introduce as a routine, as evidence, no, as a routine for our meetings, which is to look at the action
I
summary.
loved it, and I meant to make a comment about it, so I wish I had before you
Well,
had a chance.
So,
bring it up.
and that reason that I've asked
Well
for it to
done.
be there is so that we can review it
Good.
and to see what we've done.
Right, very
And
good.
so when we look at, so I think that that's how it would be the finale of all of our meetings.
Excellent.
But we know so post-tax
So,
fund, the transfers. were-
Action steps is
Actions.
what you're talking
Yes,
about for our audience.
And the action steps appear for our audience and for our select board in the draft minutes, and we're looking at the minutes of November 11th, 2019.
Yeah, and just for clarification, all of these action steps have always been in the minutes, but these are summarized in one section so you can review all
Right,
the
that's
actions
the
that were
way
taken. So
I
some of the-
like the way it's done here.
Some of the actions are actions that you, the select board, have taken, others are actions that you have directed me to take. So
Yep.
there's different types of actions outlined here.
So let's just check off, post-tax fund transfers were approved,
Yep.
that's an action that we did. Peter, to itemize transfer line items in the future, that's a future action.
That's correct, and I've given myself a memo to do that next year.
Excellent. We agreed to stay in the opioid class action suit with the state, that was the letter that we talked about. And the add terms and positions up for election in minutes and on the website, and I saw them on the website.
Yep, I did that the day after.
Excellent.
And
And
just a quick note, a resident sent me an email to note that there was a minor error in that, and I corrected that error today.
Thank
and
you.
for the term of one of the positions that is up.
All right. And then Veranda and Zahn are working with Peter on redrafting the vacation section of personnel policy. Where are we on that?
Well, due to some other events last week that involved me, I was not able to get to that last week, so that's on the list. Given we have a holiday this week and other things, I hope to get to it, but I don't want to make any promises.
Okay, so that goes on the actions of these minutes then, right? The current minutes.
It's a carryover.
It will be a carryover, but I don't
But it
think
has
the
to appear in the
urgency
minutes,
is
yeah.
as urgent as it was a week and a half ago, whatever it was.
Because of
2 weeks ago.
conversations and so forth, yeah.
Yes.
So,
Right.
yeah, so, but still, it does need to move over.
Yes,
It
needs
does
to move over.
It does need to be dealt
Peter
with,
will-
but it's not as urgent.
Right.
Continue. to
But it has
drive
to appear in the minutes. Excellent. And the warrants were approved. So now, oh, yes,
I do
please.
have one question. So, for instance, broadband, there was a meeting. I
Yes.
could possibly report on that. I don't know, do I need to talk to Peter to put it on the agenda if I wanted to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's
Or if,
So the way that works is in brief, the select board chair is the one that has the responsibility of dictating the agenda for the select board as a whole. All of the other select.
Dictating.
Has the responsibility, I thought was a very nice way to put that, Peter.
All the other select board members can make suggestions, but it is up to the chair that has
Bizarre.
that.
Thank you, Veranda, that's where I was going, but I didn't want to say that.
So if you have a topic you would like addressed, what you do is you send it to me, I will add it to the list, and when I have my weekly meeting with
It will
Sir
be
Chair,
considered.
it will be considered. I have yet to see something that is not accepted for the agenda. but-
well, yeah.
I would be very interested
I've got
in
to start
that.
learning about, did you go to that conversation? There was
For broadband?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was-
You were, I mean,
At
the
Wellington?
phone conversation? No, the phone
Oh, no.
conversation, no. Okay. I don't
So
know.
anyway, you're going to suggest to Peter that it goes on the agenda?
Well, maybe, I have to.
At some point?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, great.
yeah, So we can hear more
But
about
that's
it.
the process.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I
This
would love to
distinguished group.
make the motion to adjourn our meeting this evening.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
And is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Hurrah!
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And tell the town
The
of
motion is
Guilford
carried.
to have a lovely Thanksgiving.
And everyone,
Yes.
we all wish you from the select board to you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Bon appetit.
I do have a question, but it's not specifically for the BSBA. Since we are two entities, the WSESD and the Southeast Supervisory Union, if the first one votes not to allocate the funds, how does that work? I mean, how can the
Well, I thought the vote had to
WSESU
come from the SU. So the way I would look at it, the SD has taken a vote, which to me is advisory for the SU, is the way I would possibly see it, but we're going to have to vote. I think the SU has to be the body that takes the vote. So I'm going to need to now go back to Vernon, I would think, and get their advisory opinion as well. And then I would believe the five of us would be taking a vote.
I'm going to suggest that perhaps it is worth waiting until after our next WSESD meeting.
Okay. Which is when?
Wednesday after.
You guys are meeting Wednesday the 4th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which means if we met Monday, because, we can, have a vote of rescission or something, but I think it's very hard for representatives from the WSESD to vote against the vote of the membership. I don't know. I mean, this is sort of uncharted. We've always kind of done what was the advice of our boards. That was our practice. This is new territory.
This is. We're going to have to walk through this carefully.
There's so much new territory for us. Isn't this fun? So I don't know how things have happened in other districts, but I, as a representative to the WSSU, would bring something to my board, and my board would say, vote this way, and I would vote that way. And so this would be a departure. If we're going to make this decision, we could make that decision, but...
So if you're meeting on Wednesday the 4th, our next meeting after that is the 15th, am I correct, Brian? No. 16th. I might have the 16th, sorry.
Yeah.
Right. 16th. So we could have this on the agenda for the 16th. That would also give me time, and Vernon is having a very small meeting on Tuesday. Actually, we're not meeting till Tuesday the 3rd. So that would not make it work for us to take a position next Monday. So if I talk to Vernon on Tuesday the 3rd, you talk to the SD on Wednesday the 4th, and then our next
meeting on the 11th.
Oh, we have a budget meeting on the 11th?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
For the SU.
So we could do it on the 11th. Yeah. Get your Christmas shopping done now, people. You will be busy in December. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I guess in my mind, and I'm wondering if in other people's mind, I'm trying to get a sense of, there's this amount that is paid for, would be paid for by the district. And it seems to me that a lot of the work, certainly not all of the work, but a really core piece of the work is advocacy in Montpelier for the school boards, representing the interests of the school boards. Could you talk a little bit more about what that entails? I mean, I'm thinking, oh, Washington lobbyist, but I don't know. What is that work?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Susan Glowski. I'm the executive director of the VSBA, but prior to that, I was the director of legal and policy services. So what I was doing in my previous role was really sitting in on committee meetings in Montpelier and learning about what was happening with various bills and the effects that they would have, and then writing a very comprehensive legislative report that then goes out to all the school board members in the state, alerting them to issues that might affect their districts. So that is a very large part of what we do. The other portion of it is guided by our the VSBA's resolutions. So there is a resolution process for members, and the resolutions are voted on by the full membership at our fall meeting. And those resolutions are really what guides the the legislative efforts for the organization. If there's something that comes up in the legislature that isn't addressed by one of the resolutions, then it is brought to the VSBA board and they discuss it and decide what their approach is going to be.
So, and I'm sorry if it's already in here, I just haven't had a chance to look at this. So we're talking at least a full-time equivalent, at least one person full-time doing that work, probably more, question?
Yes, I would say one person full-time. We share a legislative analyst with some other educational associations to help cover the different committees. And then the executive director does spend some time in the State House as well.
So given the number of...
Carrie, point of order, we're 20 minutes into a 10-minute presentation, we've got a really long agenda.
Yeah.
I'd like us to wrap. You can maybe consult with them personally or separately. Thanks, Paul.
Sure, can I finish my question?
Yeah, why don't we
I'd rather
finish?
you didn't, 'cause
Well, why don't we
we're
do one
doubling
more
the time that
question
we're
and
gonna
then try and wrap it up
Okay.
if there aren't other questions to ask.
It seems to me that this goes to the heart of the question, is how much work gets done by a representative organization, and I just want to sort of tease that out a little bit. I can stop questioning. I just want to be clear, that's my objective.
So do you want a quick wrap up?
I'm not quite clear what the last question, how much work gets done? Is
Well,
that your question?
just sort of, we're talking people
Okay.
that have to be hired
Yeah.
to do this work.
Right. Yeah, so I think,
Four people.
well, there's 4 people that work for the organization, not all of them are in the State House, but yes, there's 4 people total that work for the organization.
So any other board member questions? Okay. So I think our plan is you will go back to SD, I will go back to Vernon. We will regroup on either the 11th, if it can fit on the agenda then, or no later than the 16th.
Yeah, the 16th.
The 16th is not a... Oh, that's a Vernon, I'm sorry, that's what I was thinking.
11 is
Sorry,
a-
the 11th, just the
That's
11th.
a budget meeting on the 11th
We have a budget meeting on the 11th.
at 5:30?
I don't believe we've set a
6 o'clock?
time yet, but it would be,
Because I didn't have it.
yeah, nope. It's only on the draft timeline right now, is where we're at.
We were thinking just for the SD board.
We
And-
emailed it.
We emailed it to Carrie and Lyle, but I can email it to
Did you
others.
share?
I shared it
Oh,
to the SU
She
board.
shared it with the SU
I
board.
can send it to you. as well.
Yeah. But if between now and the 11th, preferably prior to, if any board members have questions, let me know, and I will be happy to go back and forth with Sue or whoever to get answers. Sound good? Okay. Well, thank you all for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for the time.
Felt it was important.
So, we have some other visitors, principals.
Oh, okay.
Part of the reason they're here is probably the superintendent's search.
Which we should do next.
However, there was also discussion at the last WSESU meeting about cutting all dues and fees. And
CSD meeting.
SU, I'm pretty sure it was at the SU meeting.
I don't
That was
remember
the CSD meeting.
I don't remember the SU cutting
Dues and fees?
dues and fees.
I raised a question about the I think it was your office, this 14,000 or 16,000 that's in the budget.
Well, they want.
Thank you all. Thank you, good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, let me get the minutes.
I think that was part of this discussion at the SD level.
Okay, I thought it was at the SU meeting when we were,
The 14,
last month.
it was at this meeting at
Okay.
Vernon. Yeah, the $14,000 in the 8110 line dues and fees. I asked for a breakdown of the costs
Oh,
in
okay.
that line, and also whether we should consider purchasing Superintendent Association services à la carte, depending on what the dues were and what services we anticipate needing.
Okay. I guess I did not take that as David saying, let's cut everything.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, I took it as
a.
what is this? We need more info.
Okay, well, we have lots more info.
Okay. So why don't we go to the second item that we've added to the agenda. Christina started minutes for you. So we have a letter I am looking for approval to sign to Secretary French. I can read it to you. In accordance with Rule 3232.2 of the Vermont State Board of Education Manual of Rules and Practices and 16 VSA 241, I write to notify you that effective June 30th, 2020, Lyle S. Holliday, Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union Superintendent of Schools, will retire from this position. As we proceed with the search for Lyle's replacement, we look forward to guidance from the Agency of Education with the requirements of this search. I look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely, Carrie O. Amadon, Chair, WSESU. So apparently this is sort of step one in the process.
So if we don't send this in, can we keep lying?
So if it gets lost in the mail is what you are advocating? Incorrect postage?
Assuming not, I move that we authorize Carrie Amadon to sign the letter to Secretary French notifying him of Lyle's retirement.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Seeing none, I will sign it and get it in the mail with the incorrect postage.
At this point, should we just assume I'm Tim?
Tim is home with sick and crying children.
Oh.
So we'll assume I'm Tim.
You can be.
You can. Do you need or
Nope, that
no?
was.
Okay. Okay.
They were sick and crying when I
So
left.
while we're on this superintendent search, can maybe Christina or someone bring us up to date on what happened at the SD? Maybe not.
Boy. Anybody else want to kind of phone a friend?
What
on
happened
this?
at our board meeting?
About Lyle. We talked about putting together. Oh, I remember now.
Yeah.
We had two. Sorry, I got to flip to another part of the tape in my head. We had two people volunteer to serve on a committee.
Okay.
Three, because you did.
I volunteered as well. Yeah, it's two.
Did
other
you
people.
actually, or did he put it in the
No, I
minutes?
said
She did it on her own.
I said I'll help along too
Okay.
if need be. So it was Emily Murphy-Cowler and David Scholes and myself all signed on to
Okay.
assist with that.
Okay.
And that was pretty much as far as we got because it's an SU-led activity. So we were
Right.
I was just looking for bodies.
Gotcha. So we have at least 3 bodies.
And then I was also contacted by the chair of the teachers union. And the teachers union is interested in meeting, well, they asked to meet with me, but that's not really, I think it'd be better to meet with the committee and how teachers can be involved in the process.
Okay.
And the chair, Scott Noren, had floated the Thursday after Thanksgiving, I think that's the 5th, as a possible meeting time.
Okay.
After school. And so if we can put together some folks and try to get input from various stakeholders.
Thursday the 5th? Okay.
Is that meeting, is that 7 now, the time of that meeting? Because I haven't heard yet.
I have not confirmed because I wanted to find out if, because I realized I was moving forward as if it was a district thing and it's really an SU thing. And so I hit the brakes on that since we were meeting here tonight.
We can have the discussion. So
I forgot what hat I was wearing.
procedure-wise, we as an SU, can we have a committee that includes non-SU members? But how do we?
Yes, we have to be able to.
Right. There's, I mean, otherwise we all would,
Quit.
yeah. So I guess then the question is, do we establish a superintendent search committee tonight? Or an exploratory committee?
Yes.
I like exploratory
Yeah,
committee.
process committee.
Process committee, I like that. So it is not necessarily the long-term committee, but it is a committee that would kick things off.
Yeah,
Basically
to
next
kinda,
Thursday.
to explore what
To
we need to
explore
do,
what
yes.
we could do, what our options are, and they would be charged with reporting back to the SU so that the SU can make the decision how to move forward. I like that. I like exploratory committee.
Yep.
So, I would also be willing to serve if that helps.
How about I move the SU board creates an exploratory superintendent search committee.
That is good. And are we naming names?
So I'm naming my name, David's name, and
you just joined.
and Emily's.
And Emily, yeah.
And I will volunteer myself as well.
There's anybody else from Vernon that wants to join?
It's called,
I can ask.
It's called the
Well, I'm trying to think of an acronym, but SECS does not work.
Superintendent Search Exploratory Committee.
Superintendent
SEC.
Search
SEC.
Exploratory Committee. Yeah.
Sure.
The
Superintendent
search
Exploratory.
exploratory
Sorry.
committee.
Are you good with acronyms?
Hi, Julie. I would like to request that an administrator from the group be allowed to join that committee as well.
There certainly will be. We're going to just kind of figure out all the things that have to be done first and then invite people.
Well, I was talking about this committee you're naming to now.
Yeah, I think it's board work at this point, just to get it
Yeah,
squared
well,
away.
and I guess that's where I'm trying to wrap my head around this also. I don't want this committee of 4 to be it. Like, this to me is literally a committee that I think will exist for about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
While we wrap our heads around what's a possibility
What needs
for
to-
going forward. I'm glad that David's on it, because I would love to pick your brain on how you guys did the town manager search.
And human
'Cause
rights, and human resources, and sustainability.
Just because I feel like searches like that were very wide, they were very open, they were very transparent. I felt like they had a town component, and I mean that in a town employee component, but at the same time, they had a community
Yeah.
component.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure we get both, that we've got school employees getting involved, but I also want to make sure we've got community members,
Yeah.
because I feel like the school's such an integral part of the community, that
yeah, clearly.
if you do one without the other,
And I think the model that we've used to hire principals all along is exactly that. I think the
Okay.
school would be very similar. I think there's just, I didn't even know you had to write to the secretary and find out what they require. I didn't know that was requirements. But there are questions, there are questions about how do you do a search, how extensive a search, and but I think the process is, I think Lyle's, you volunteered,
I
you
sent
know.
it. I sent that process to you.
so
I should have sent it to you.
Oh, if you can,
I
that'd be
just
great.
never-
I can send it to you. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, a little bit.
So, because it's a committee of the board, the meetings will be warned, the public can be heard, so
Yes.
I think it's perhaps the way to do is for this 2-week committee, I mean, they're warned meetings, people can attend, so, if people want to come and give input, they're public meetings, they can
Absolutely.
input. So
Right,
that-
right.
that's
But
what
I
the-
do see this as being a very short-term committee as we move to a longer-term, broader, very clearly defined, open, transparent process. So we have a motion, I believe.
What is it?
That we convene a superintendent search exploratory committee, sorry. I had process committee, whatever the term.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Questions? Okay, so all those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay.
Now, can I clarify the, what's going to happen on December 5th, Thursday, after the December 5th? You were going to...
So Carrie.
Yes.
Or I can do it.
You can do it.
Try to set up a meeting that was requested by the chair of the teachers union with the committee.
But that is
Okay.
something that we could also, well, it will be warned.
Right.
Is there any reason not to really put it out there in public? As public as we possibly can, so that anybody who wanted to show up could.
I think absolutely, and we should have plenty of room, because I think there'll be a lot of interest.
So can we do it at
You tell me where I can rent Cusick, rent, I can.
So I just want to make sure that we're keeping, because Scott has to leave at 4:30.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that we get that.
His part done.
His part
Absolutely.
done.
We could start there.
Okay.
But then I feel like if we could, maybe you and I can talk about an agenda, just
Okay.
seeing what we're looking to cover then.
Sounds good. Yeah, heck of a week. Should be really rollicking by Wednesday night.
I'll be at a negotiation session that evening.
On Thursday?
As will Frank.
Okay,
yes.
okay,
We won't be there.
okay. Do we have a time? Sorry. I know you said he has to leave by 4:30,
So we were
but,
shooting for like 3:30.
okay. I think I can do that, or I can make it happen.
Okay, we can.
Are you,
She had said she could meet at 3:30, but I'm not sure. She can't, she has to be done at a certain time.
That's right, she has to be done, I think.
But we still have a
5 or
committee.
5:30.
we still have a committee, okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay. I mean, can we Skype her in? Can we call her
Yeah,
in?
Thursday
Something
was
like, I mean.
Thursday was
Oh,
the
okay.
better, Thursday
Okay.
was the better of the 2 days that we had talked about it for her anyway.
Let's try. I think we've got
Yeah, no,
to
let's
kick,
go for it.
we got to
Yeah,
kick it
yeah,
off
yeah.
and we got to
She
start
posts-
getting
yeah.
input and go from there.
And
Okay.
Are we still allowed to ask questions?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You always are.
You can come sit.
I know. I'm trying to follow along here. So there was a request from meeting by the teachers.
Mhm.
The
So-
chair of the teachers union.
Correct. So that's gonna happen next Thursday, but that's also gonna be a warned meeting.
Yeah, so I believe what we're saying is we have now established an exploratory committee.
Got that.
Just because
Yep.
we now know we have to move forward with a search. So to kick it off, let's get a couple people in a room from our board. We've already had someone approach someone about talking with a group. So we might as well invite him in. But I think this is also just a good time to open it up and
Gotcha.
say, look, the four of us are trying to figure out a process. That process would then come, or options for processes, they would then come back to this board and we'll figure out how to officially move forward with the true process. But right now, I think we're talking brainstorming, I think we're talking what worked here, what didn't work here, and
So say a group of administrators
Yep.
wanted to have a similar meeting, then we would request that from this exploratory.
either that or come to this one next Thursday.
Right.
Because this one to me is just,
Gonna be everywhere.
it's gonna be, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank
This
you for
is all new territory, at least for
Yeah.
many of us who
sure.
have never been through anything like this. So before we actually establish the committee that will move forward, I think we need to figure out what that committee would look like, what should it look like, what do people want it to look like.
Well, that's,
So,
thank you.
any other questions? All right, so we will get, I can email, or you and I can talk, then I will email Barb some possible.
I just asked her to check on availability of Cusick, so
Okay.
she'll be on that.
Okay, just, I mean, Cusick is,
If she can't, if it's booked already, then
Okay.
we'll just find space.
okay. All right.
And who's gonna contact the Vermont NEA to invite them specifically?
I've been having the conversations.
Okay,
Just
so
finish
Christina
that
will
off.
be on that, okay. And then I guess the only other thing we could do is just really get it out to, where are we now? Press, and see if, just get in the papers as a PSA kind of thing. So I can do that
I think Barb's probably on.
on that as well.
If it's a
Yeah.
warned meeting.
If it's a warned
it'll go
meeting,
to-
but, okay.
But it probably should get done sooner versus later.
Yes,
with the,
yes.
With the holiday schedule.
Right,
She might
so I
not be
think-
working
Should
Thanksgiving
have-
Day.
Right, she'd have to do it tomorrow,
Okay.
tomorrow morning.
So as long as we know where it is, let's do it. Okay. All right, so I think that takes care of the two things that were not on our agenda. Now we get to move to our agenda. Budget. What do you got for us, Frank?
Alrighty, here we go. Our allocation methodology discussion. Here's some document copies you can send around. Paul, you have one of those? No, we got plenty to share. Page. Yeah, we got plenty if we want to send them down there.
You guys have enough back there?
And feel free to sit at the table. I put baby in a corner. I was like, come on. Okay, so what do you got?
Alrighty,
What do you want
so
us to know?
it's not essential, but it's nice if you brought your
Last
documents
thing?
we gave you last SU board meeting as just a quick point of reference, and jump into moving forward.
Was yours the one with the draft on it?
There's that, and then I see this one right here, so I gave you the prior year
Yeah, okay.
to show you where, if we stay with the convention, where we would end up, and by the 11th. So, just a context for the allocation methodology. So, here's a summary of the administration and supportive instruction, the transportation, special education services, the grant programs, and the food services. So last meeting, we looked at the detailed proposals for administration, supportive instruction, the grant programs, and the food programs. Next Monday, we're scheduled to talk about special ed. And as you can see again, that's a substantial portion of the proposed budget. And that's where the allocation methodology has the greatest impact. So there's that context, and then just as to wrap the timeline up, we're shooting for December 11th as the vote on the entire budget for the SU. It's a week later than the prior year, but it's timely so that as we go into the SD planning, we've got those major assumptions in good shape, along with Vernon. So the other point of reference is this second page on the documents that we looked at last meeting. This is what we're revising. So we are revisiting an allocation methodology that's been in place for about 4 years. And it took a while to get to this standard.
Why?
Why are we doing that? And the main reason why is because of the re-governance of our structures. The SU still exists as it always has. So it's the one entity aside from Vernon that is essentially comparable data from FY20, this current fiscal year, to next year. But the way in which the SU interacts with the districts is quite different, because we went from 5 districts to 1 district in the Wyndham Southeast School District. And then the other issue, and the main issue, is because Vernon changed their status from a member town of the SU at K through 12 to a member town of the SU K6, and then you're organized just the same way Dover and Wardsboro are organized in the SU to the north of us. Vernon chose to be a tuition town. There's a lot of similar sort of structures where you have a supervisory union, you have a union school district, and then you have a district that operates a school K through 6 and then tuition 7 through 12. When you decide to be a tuition town, you are now subject to the tuition state laws. And again, that's what informs the allocation procedure. So we can talk about options, any questions you might have, but here is an outline of what is consistent with the statutes
and would be manageable in terms of implementing as well. So if I could take a few minutes to go through this, most of this is not different than what you're accustomed to. And just in terms of at a glance, looking at this document we've been living by for 4 years, and this document, the main difference is that we're now separating the way in which we assess secondary costs. And it's because, again, we're not all the same anymore. We used to be all the same, but we're not the same anymore. In terms of the way the state looks at the relationship between a tuition town and a union member district. Okay, so the first function to allocate, again, I come back to this document, the four areas: administration, sports instruction, special ed, grants, and so on. Administration, no change. Okay, that's the straightforward. Vernon is a member of the supervisory union as it relates to engaging for financial services, superintendent services, and ESL, English language learner, ELL. So just as a reminder, we look at all enrollment, K through 12, and then we just do that simple calculation of the proportion. What is Vernon as a proportion of total? What is Dummerston? But in this case now, the change, now going back to this page that I handed out last meeting, as far as a point of reference, the difference here is that the total impact is the same in terms of administration and supportive instruction. It's just that we no longer look at, well, what is Putney, Dummerston, Guilford, and Brattleboro Town separately. They're now one. And Vernon is another one entity. And we just look at K-12 enrollment, and then what is the proportion that Vernon is of K-12 enrollment? This current period is 7.1%, and the rest of the members are the 93%. Okay, so no change in that methodology. It's just that when we actually administer the mechanics of an assessment, it won't go to a Putney School District. Obviously, it will just go to Wyndham Southeast School District. 93% of those costs. 7%, depending on how our enrollments come out, it's likely to be similar. It's also a 2-year average.
Frank, just a quick clarification, the Brattleboro UHS at the bottom of that first section is 42.2%. Is there a place where that is broken down by town? Or was I typing when you said that? No, there's not. That's just, so how does that get assessed? Oh, it doesn't anymore.
No.
Duh. That changed.
It did, yeah. But it's a good point of reference in that, just in terms of numbers, it's nice to kind of put things in perspective. 2,287 kids, K through 12, and Vernon is 162. Well, 162 plus 158 in the prior year, taking a 2-year average is a 7%. The high school was 969 kids out of 2287. That's 42%. So on. Okay, so that's our kind of the broadest. We're all in together allocation methodology. The second one, special education, school age. So school age is a big qualifier as opposed to preschool. So school age is, now we're talking service, and then now we got to group things. It can't be just K-12 now. We have to group. Okay, what are we all alike in? Well, we're all alike in special ed services K through 6, and if you're Dummerston, it's in that site it's K through 8, and the same with Putney, K through 8. So when you look at essentially elementary education and the way in which we provide those services at the sites, knowing the SU employees and contracts for all special ed services, again, we are all the same. So it's a simple allocation. The only difference in this allocation between the FY21 budget and the current prior 4 years is that we were looking at K-12 proportions, but now we've got to look at just the K6, K8 portion, because we've got to isolate costs at the secondary level and treat Vernon the way they want to be treated, which is as a tuition town. So we wouldn't want to mix up K-12 enrollment statistics with costs that are going to be allocated over a K-6 basis. So essentially on the K-6 level, no change. It's still proportion. All right, so now the one that responds to Vernon's choice to be a tuition town, that basically says on the secondary level, just like Dover and Marlborough, we have to isolate costs at UHS and essentially turn those into what's called the excess cost charge. It's a reimbursement to the district. We have to do that now for Vernon. So how do we do that? I've got 4 steps. Keep in mind we're talking about BAMs, 7 and 8, and the high school 9 through 12, and about 120 Vernon students attend. And of those 120, and the number is going to vary, but approximately 26 are students that are in this group, students with IEP services. So the first step is to do what I just said, which is look at student enrollment at the high school and then identify the proportion of students at each site, or in this case, a resident, right? So how many kids are from Dover, how many kids are from Marlborough, how many are from Vernon, and then everybody else is together, right? Everybody else meaning Dummerston, Guilford, Putney, and Brattleboro, okay? Step 2 is just do the calculation. Okay, what's the proportion? Okay, so I don't have definitive numbers. Where the census data collection is happening right now. November 1st is come and gone, but that data goes to the Agency of Ed. They say, well, who else has claimed these students? And then they have a vetting process that says, well, so-and-so also claimed Johnny or Susie. And then they send the data back and says, okay, this is resolved. You get, your student FTE has been essentially verified. And that's when I take the data forward into this allocation methodology. So step 3 is essentially identifying the costs that should be shared. Okay, so in very round numbers, the BUHS services employed here at the SU, but are delivered at the high school, are about $5 million. $5 million in special education services employed here, but delivered in the BUHS building or delivered to students that are affiliated with BUHS. Okay. So, so we wouldn't want to just say, in this case, if 18% of the students are from Vernon with IEPs, you get 18% of 5 million. Why wouldn't we want to do that? It's because, well, right off the top, not all students are actually being educated in that building. So there's outside placements, kids that are going to Kennel Farm and Brattleboro Retreat. That's part of the 5 million using round numbers. And so if those kids are from Brattleboro Town or Dummerston, Vernon shouldn't be paying a percentage of that. That wouldn't make sense. And neither would Dover, and neither would Marlborough. So what we're doing here is we're taking total costs that we know are delivered. They are expenses to the SU, but we're saying what are shareable costs? What are proportionally used by Vernon kids, by all other kids, Dummerston, Putney, Brattleboro Town, and Guilford. So what are those major categories? It is the number one that's the easiest to isolate is the outside placement. It is a line item in the BUHS budget. And then to whatever extent there are costs that are being reimbursed by Marlborough and Dover, non-resident, non-member towns of the Union High School. We obviously don't want to put those into a pile to be shared.
So you're taking those out?
Those get
come
pulled out.
Of the 5 million?
They get pulled out. And then finally, all of the state aid that comes to the SU for special education costs. They're not going to send the state aid to Vernon, they're not going to send it to Dover for costs that are incurred by the SU on behalf, they're going to send it to the SU. So obviously we want to take those revenues out, right? So then you're left with 5 million minus, traditionally it's been about half of the costs come back at state aid, so minus 2.5 million, minus maybe $1 million of outside placements, and now you've got a shared cost basis that says how much is this attributed to the 26 students or the 18% of Vernon kids, and then the balance goes to the SD, the Wyndham Southeast SD. Okay, so then that is step 4. Step 4 is just doing that simple calculation, which is you take your proportionate share and you multiply it times cost.
So what hit is Vernon going to take on this?
It's too early to tell. Unfortunately, we know the entire system is up substantially. At this point, Shelley and Marisa are still working with principals and with their team to refine the proposed budget, but based on that service plan that the Agency of Ed requires to be submitted by October 15th, it's the very early forecast. They were saying 15% increase on the, and it's largely students moving in with high needs and the system not able to accommodate them in the outside
Everybody's
placement.
hit, not just Vernon.
Oh yeah, that's the whole
It
system.
wasn't like you were paying more.
Yeah.
We're all
Okay.
hit. We're all hit.
Right. I get that we are all hit by that. I'm worried whenever a new formula comes in, how it's...
Yeah, and it is a reason to be concerned when you now are a separate population of only 20 or 30 kids. 6 kids is a 20% change, and you can see how that can take a 20% cost impact. That is the problem of being small when you come to this state agency, state legislative funding formula, which is all about cost per student. So
how will 173 impact this? Because that would be a whole new ball game, right? So
it will be, but
changing the formula now, and it might get changed on us next year.
I don't see it changing the cost allocation. What I see is it changing the reimbursement.
Okay.
And ultimately, it's cost minus reimbursement equals the assessment to the users, to the communities, right? So if they change the reimbursement, that obviously changes the net amount that gets assessed. If they increase the reimbursement, then the net amount that gets assessed goes down. If they reduce the reimbursement, the net amount that gets assessed goes up.
Okay.
Right, because it's cost minus revenue equals net cost times your proportion.
So the formula that applies to Vernon then also is what applies to Marlborough and Dover. Basically, you're paying your tuition rate, which is lower than but
actual,
then the SU has to, in this case, it's like they're wearing different hats for you, but the SU has to reimburse for those costs, and that's what would happen with Wyndham Central for those students. So it's
That's right.
So
this is a common model.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like this is the only one. And this methodology it still follows the state law in that it's using average daily membership to apportion costs, but it's being refined by the two groups, the K through 6 elementary with it, 7, 8, and a couple of, so we're still being consistent with, general practice.
Okay. And you don't have to go into this now, but I'll try to make myself a note. I'm curious when you come to Vernon and talk about our budget, how it works with Pioneer and all of that. Don't do it now because it doesn't matter here, so.
Yeah, but if I could say just one sentence, because it does affect this board as well. that's a, if it's a secondary placement,
Yeah.
then it's a direct cost on the Vernon.
On Vernon, okay.
Yeah. If it's an elementary, then it's in the SU.
Then it's.
And that would be
gotcha.
the same, it would affect
Okay.
everybody here.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so that's the big change. The next to the last block there from the bottom is the special ed, and now we're not into the school age, we're into the pre-K, which is essential early ed. It's also referred to triple E. So those expenditures have varied over the years, but as you may recall, and again, if you just kind of get your bearings in terms of context, it's about 600,000, between 600,000 and 700,000 has been that program cost in the historically. We're back to the standard mechanism there in that we generally before would drop the BUHS proportion because it was irrelevant. That's not that those entities, the high school is not compatible with that grade level. Pre-K costs are in the elementary budgets, and that's where the triple E special ed pre-K costs would belong, has belonged, and again, it's just a proportional.
So no change there?
No change other than we're not looking at K-12, we're looking at K-6.
Right.
Okay. And then transportation, again, no change.
Okay.
I've added a little bit more narrative because we had gone from this older methodology from first student to Kosmuskas, so we changed vendors, and they changed to some extent the cost structure, the way they define costs to us, but it's very straightforward. They bid a 5-year bid, and based on the routes that we asked them to bid on, they said it'll take 17 buses for to and from school regular ed, and 3 of those need to be dedicated to Vernon. So it'll be 17 divided by cost times 3 for Vernon and times 14 for the SD. Special ed transportation, it is more, it's very customized, so it's going to be a reflection of utilization. Sometimes that's a Kosmuskas bus with 6 kids on it or 5 kids. It depends on what kids are on the bus and what town IEP is required to get that service. So, but that's no change. So that is the recommendation for the assessment methodology for fiscal year 21.
Questions? On the administrative services and supportive instruction, that first item, given that you're administering the WSESD and Vernon separate districts, do you feel that there are a large number of costs? I mean, I know like auditing might be one cost, but do you feel like there's a large number of costs having 2 districts that we should consider, and maybe not for this go round, but as we're sort of figuring it out, and you don't really have a lot of experience because we haven't even gone through a year, realizing, hey, people ask me those questions, I shouldn't ask you those questions. But I think I'm just throwing it on the table to say, is there a need to have a slightly different allocation in that line item because the cost of administering the separate district might be slightly higher?
You were referring to auditing specifically?
Or your time spent preparing for an audit for them and things like that, because you're, so it's a per pupil thing, so I would suspect it might be slightly easier to do the 5 merged districts, 1 audit for them versus the 5 previous
I can't imagine
districts.
that's easy, but okay.
Well, neither is good, neither is easy, but, and so I think with the VSBA dues, there was a certain, like, every superintendency is going to have a certain number of questions, and the questions are going to be greater based on the number of students. So the formula that they came up with was a 50-50 weighting. Like they divided half of the cost of administering the VSBA to an entity.
Mhm.
And I'm not suggesting this is our allocation, that would seem bizarre to me. And then half it was based on the number of students that they had, because the more students you have, the more things that will happen and the more questions. So that was kind of there. So I'm just thinking down the road, would that be a good application? And it's probably not a good year to do it because you don't know.
Yeah, and in general, what we're saying is, again, for administrative services, which includes the instruction, 2.6 million, audit is in there, and it's now the proportionate of total enrollment. So there is no sub-analysis of components of costs. I think that's what you're saying. Maybe we want to look at, but
not now.
Yeah, but I think we need at least a year or two.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. The default in the statute for all SU costs is a proportion of ADM, and that is what we're using.
Okay.
But it does say that the SU board can, if you agree, you can come up with a different allocation method. Generally, it has to comply with the the other laws, and the biggest one is tuition. Even though most of our impact is special ed, because school districts like BUHS, well, we all did set tuition rates. Putney would have a number of tuition students. Dummerston had some. BUHS would have over $2 million worth of tuition students. But the point is that it has to be a regular ed tuition rate. So to get to that number, you've got to understand your special ed costs. And when you're in your special ed cost allocation methodology, that affects the regular ed tuition. So it is all absolutely connected. Mm-hmm. So that just means when you're doing your allocation methodology, you got to be aware that you don't want to create a situation where you inadvertently run a profit in the regular ed tuition, because the state law says 3 years later you will refund it back to that district you charged too much for. Mm-hmm. And that creates a lot of problems with future budgets, and tax rates.
I was not looking at
Yeah.
I was just thinking about kind of your time. So.
Yeah.
Other questions? We can go right to the quiz.
So what we would do then is for the meeting on Monday, the 2nd, we would apply these assumptions to that budget, and it would be, obviously the special ed budget is the one that will have the greatest impact.
Okay.
Unfortunately, on December, December 2nd,
Mm-hmm.
we will not have the AOE statistics, which are, absolutely central. So what I typically do in these pre-meeting drafts before the December 11 is I just use the prior year, because I don't know what the new data is.
Well, would you even have them on the 11th? Not until the 15th? And...
Yeah, we may have draft numbers, but again, if I don't have them, boards vote on expenditures.
Okay.
You're not voting on the revenue.
Okay.
And we can revise the revenue when the numbers do come in.
Well, Frankie, does the special ed service plan, does that drive what's in the budget, the expenditures budget? So
it helps inform,
right.
but Shelley and Marisa, Lyle, myself, we do a lot of refining that analysis, and in typical fashion, it is the time of year where a lot of families come and go. So it's a big difference between October 15 and December 1st or so.
So if we see any numbers next week, they'll be last year's.
I think in terms of just the enrollment statistics, they'll be last year's, but the spending will be the forward-looking numbers.
So if there are significant changes, we'll be able to see those.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. That's what I was wondering about.
Yeah.
Where are we headed?
Yeah.
Where are we investing?
We also hope to have the health commission's at least the public version of the 2 requests by December 1st, and then there's supposedly we all get by December 15 the arbitrator's decision on the path ahead. So you can see that's not great timing for a December 11th vote. But I will update you with what the VHI has given us with what they believe the rates will be for next year. And then we'll just have to see what the Health Commission does to the real cost of that expense to the employer. You may recall the SU board and the SD board approved a tentative agreement with the union to extend health benefits through December of 2020. So we'll proceed with those assumptions in this budget as if it was a 12-month, and then we'll see. We don't know if that's going to be close or not, but it's best information we have at this point. So the last thing I had was Paul had a chance to look at the grant budget a little more closely, and it's also a similar scenario where we get revisions from the state. So I was just going to turn it over to Paul for just a kind of a quick update.
Did we get this last time?
Yes. So this
okay, so there's a new one.
So this
is revised.
So this is the new grant budget?
Yeah, and I have a couple more if folks need it.
We could use one more for.
Yeah. And this would be typical where Paul will get updates from the Agency of Ed about new allocations. And those aren't final until it's not until next July, right? June, July, that they're final?
Right.
Well, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Maybe one last thing about that, just related to that, is it is why, if you look back at your historical documents, like this thing, this summary, you will not see the same number that's on these grants, because you may remember I mentioned we are required to amend them. So I can always show you how we got from here to there, but I have to show you what has been.
But that's this, right?
And that's part of that. It's part of that. Yeah. Paul, you want to give us?
Sure. So on the first page, first of all, make sure we're looking WSSU FY20 regular ed grant program revenue and expenditure detail. So on page 1, as I said last time, the grants I generally deal with are Title I, what we call the Consolidated Federal Programs grants, Title I, Title IIA, Title IV. And the first of those is on about the middle, slightly lower than the middle of page 1. You'll see that revenues anticipated are up about 7%, and that's a combination of increased allocation from the state and some anticipated carryover. Okay.
And if I could just say, the first 2 pages are revenues. You didn't have that last meeting.
Okay.
And that's why they're in the credits. So the first 2 pages are revenues, and you'll see total revenues actually on the very top of page 3.
Gotcha. Okay.
So immediately below that, you see a larger increase, almost 13%. Again, that's anticipated larger allocations to the SU. This is a relatively new grant program, and I'm still seeing additional revenues added in, granted to the district for these activities. And then there's skip 1, 21st century schools. Below that, the 2A is down slightly again based on anticipated allocations. Okay, so that's a change from prior year. The percentage change is from prior year budget. And then I've annotated my copy, but it might not be the same. It should be the same. If you skip forward a few pages, I talked about page 4, talked about this last time. We're moving a fair chunk of some of the allocations to individual schools to a school-wide. In the past, we've separated out a number. You'll see at the top near the top of page 4, subgrants to Academy, Guilford, Oak, Green, BAMS. Those are all now loaded into It's a few lines down, subgrant to WSESD, right? You'll see that there are zeros to the right of all those school subgrants and zeros to the left of all of the SD subgrants. And that includes not only the anticipated grants from, mostly it's for academic support teachers that are providing the kind of on-the-ground support for students who are struggling. We've also added in some internship, some support that we're doing with a collaboration with Antioch, and we've got some tutors built into that as well at the SU level. Okay. Question?
What are the Title I stipends? What's that?
Title I stipends is, I've got a reference on that. That is the interns that we've added in. And as I say, those were in the school-wide subgrants. They're actually outside of that.
And I think we're hoping that they become future teachers. Is that?
Yeah, this is a great program. Deb can talk a little bit more about what we're doing with those folks.
Sure. I mean, this is its third year, and we've got at this point at least 2 interns from last year hired, and teachers, current teachers this year, first-year teachers in our district.
Right. So these are folks that were in the Antioch program that we hired as tutors to provide academic support. So
they're simultaneously doing part-time tutoring positions and then also fulfilling their internship requirements. So they're essentially in the classrooms full-time across the year.
And then a couple of those have now become have become teachers. Were hired as full-time teachers this year.
It's a little bit off topic, but I wonder if Deb could be part of that, the Franklin Pierce visit, if she could talk about that program with those kids. These are students of color coming from Franklin Pierce to Brattleboro to just kind of explore Brattleboro, and that would be an attractive. Getting paid part of the cost of an internship.
So you and I should. Yeah, we'll go check it.
Thank you.
So continuing on page 4, slightly going the other way, we've moved some stipends that were at the SU level for the academic support camp during the summer to school-wide, simply because by and large we're hiring school teachers to do that, and it's much clearer accounting-wise to be paying them out of the district that they're employed in. What other markers do I have? Not huge changes. Let's see. So the bottom line, as noted for Title I, that's on page 6, is up batch 7%. Minor shifts otherwise.
And keep in mind at this point, I don't think we have the salary increases in, right?
Right.
Yep.
Could I just back up? I'm still not sure what I'm looking at. The first 2 pages are revenues?
Revenues, yeah.
Okay, right to the bottom of page 2?
And then you see on the very top of page 3, you see the total revenue.
I have it, yeah.
Yeah, 2,802,000.
Oh, right at the top of.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so that 2,802,000, if you went all the way to the back page, you'd see that number.
Thank you. I didn't see that. It's, tucked right on top there. Great, thanks. So then we're looking at technical admin, project admin, safety grant, and then it becomes substance abuse, and then it becomes Title I.
Yes.
Perfect. Great.
The other program that we talked about briefly in the grants that we took another look at is the social justice, and we had brought in essentially a duplicate assumption there that just because of the way it was coded in the system.
Okay.
So there was an increase. It's on page 13, but it wasn't double like we had. So page 13, the program consultant there, where on the left it starts at a $10,000 number, 11, and then 12, 14. So we've reviewed that. The social competency and the diversity training that is done is a little more refined.
So it's up 3 instead of 18?
Yes. And that's, what's her name?
Diana Wall.
Diane Wally.
Anything else, Paul?
If there are questions for, I mean, it's sort of adjustments, for instance, on page 6, in the 2A section that's below where it says Title I grants about halfway down, a large increase in general supplies. That the percentage increase is actually very similar. The FY21 is very similar to the FY19. We didn't have some funds allocated for additional support materials that we are going to spend, and we're anticipating spending them again next year. So it's more like the question might be in the FY20 interim budget column rather than in the FY19 or FY21 budgeted. And again, these are grants, so as money comes in, we spend that money. We don't go over or under that budget. Okay? Other questions?
Is Title I audited every couple of years?
It is, yeah, every year, yeah. It's part of that, they call it the Single Audit Act, and if a system receives more than, I think it's 750,000, then the CPA is required to do a single audit review, and that's a much more thorough analysis of, did we comply with the requirements of the grant?
But it looks like we didn't have it last year in our budget?
Right.
Or in the FY19 actual. So page 5, we had the money, but we didn't spend it in FY19?
Yeah, we didn't allocate it, and so we incur an expense, and that's in the administrative budget, and if we can allocate a portion to the grant as part of an indirect cost, which is absolutely allowed, we do, but in certain circumstances we can't fit it into the grant, so that does happen from time to time.
And they're fine with that?
Yeah, the state always wants to see the money going to program development, so
versus
they're happy to have us not allocate.
No,
They're probably more happy.
That's true.
But it doesn't
Because
matter.
it comes on our taxpayers.
Yeah, the work is still done.
Okay.
It's not optional. It's the state.
We have to do it. We hope we can pay for it out
Out
of this,
different
but if we
buckets.
can't,
Yeah.
we're still on the hook for it.
Yes.
Okay.
And the next page is 6 and 7. That's the Title IV. That the ends in the 4570, and then the rest of that is cut off. That's all the Title IV, and you'll see some increases there, but that's because we're expecting increased revenue. Those programs are well-rounded. The goals for Title IV are well-rounded education, safe and healthy schools, and technology integration. And we've found good things to do with that money, with that additional allocation that we have.
And that's a relatively new grant, right, Paul? It's 200,000 is within the last 4 years. That's new money.
Yeah.
So.
Can you give us some highlights about what that looks like?
Sure. One of the big expenses that we're sort of working on right now is supplying science units, science instructional kits to teachers across K-8. It's through a program from the Lawrence Hall of Science, which I don't know whether you ever ran into the GEMS curriculum way back. They have done just some fabulous stuff, and it's extremely well integrated with online resource support. We're finding, in fact, there's one of the kits is sitting ready to be distributed.
I was looking at it.
Yeah, ready to be distributed. Yeah,
Keep an eye on it tonight when she leaves.
Yeah, it's supposed to go to Vernon, so.
Not the teacher's manual, I love the teacher's manual.
Right.
Well chosen one to present to me, Paul.
Other questions?
And what happened to Title II? And what is Title II?
Title II is professional development. Okay, so
between,
Is it targeted at any particular student, like 4 is lower income, or no, 4 is students that are behind?
no, so
One is
Title
lower.
I is for
Low
students who are struggling academically. The payment is based on free and reduced, right?
Yeah.
But once the payment happens, right, then you have one of two choices. Either you are a targeted assistance school, in which case you identify a list of students who become Title I students and they are provided support for the entire year. Or the other case, which is true of all of the WSESU schools that are Title I schools, we are school-wide program schools, and that is any student, all students are eligible for that support. It provides much more flexibility. Students can go in and out of academic support on an as-needed basis rather than being identified for the entire year. So much more flexibility, much more responsiveness to the needs of students. And an added benefit of school-wide program schools is you can consolidate funds.
And Title II is just blanket professional.
Title II is really designed for improving instruction through professional development of teachers and administrators. So really, we think about it as Title I is really frontline teachers working with students. Title IIA is supporting teachers to implement best practices. And Title IV is for that well-rounded piece. We're right now using it for, as I said, technology integration, buying materials, supporting social studies, curriculum work groups, that sort of thing.
So the professional development that we see in the line items previously in district budgets, that's separate from this.
In addition, yeah.
In addition.
This is in addition,
Mhm.
okay.
And could any of that be in this?
Well, we can't subgrade, but,
Well-
supplant, I mean, but, you want to speak to that?
Sure, there are things, and the way most often the way I think about it is, there are professional development activities that we want to provide on an SU level, right? Sometimes that professional development is for a specific curriculum area, and we'll pull teachers from a specific grade span. And we'll pull teachers together, say, to do some work on the social studies curriculum and provide a stipend for that, right? Or the science curriculum. In some cases, there's a district-wide initiative like differentiation, where we want to provide someone to come in to do SU-wide professional development, right? Conversely, schools may have some specific interest in a professional development activity that's really focused on their work in their school. And I think more often you're going to find that in those budgets than you are the sort of the more SU level stuff.
The other area that I know Bratt Town in particular had heard a lot about the impact on student growth. Isn't this where Mr. Rittner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A big chunk of Title IIA is coaching support.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Piece of Brian, all of Team Reed is provided there.
yeah, so so it's a fair amount of direct service, and I don't know how much the other board members have seen the Brattleboro Town presentations. I don't recall, Lila, how broadly those were. Probably
Just
But mostly it
yeah,
was.
but really a remarkable impact about how the student growth over all kinds of different challenges and over many years.
When we get done with all this, we can have.
Were these the ones you guys did at the pre-town meeting?
Yes.
That's an example.
That's an example
Yeah.
of, okay.
We had the English language learners people come in. We had the behaviorists. We had Shelley come in one time.
Brian had come in.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and it's just, aside from helping us understand things, it wows the community with how competent these people are, how expert these people are.
Yeah. So that's largely funded by the Title IIA, and the stability of that has just had a tremendous impact over time. Other questions on our grants? They really are a very, very valuable resource. The $2.8 million is, it's highly regulated, highly accountable, in terms of, Paul develops strategies that identify, student learning goals that will be addressed and outcomes to be accomplished, and then the oversight is all about them monitoring, okay, we gave you 2.8 million, show us that strategy and how did you do, and let's look at the data. So it's a very rigorous type of resource to manage, because if we don't follow the rules, they will come in and say, you have to give us the money back. That doesn't happen.
And I was going to say, I'm assuming that does not happen.
It happens frequently across the state, but it has
But it
not
does not
happened.
happen to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody? Okay. Other questions on this? So what's next, I guess, is, I always like to know, what can we do to be better prepared for?
So our next two meetings, our next two meetings, I'm going to be working with Lyle and Shelley and Marisa very diligently through right up to the holiday, and I do hope to send you the special ed draft budget before the holiday, just so we don't have to work on it during the holiday, because it's a Monday meeting.
Okay.
So that's my goal. I'm not sure if we'll make it, but we'll try.
Okay.
Get you a draft special ed budget. We will have some updated figures for the food service as well. You saw that last week. We'll have some refined numbers there. So we'll send you everything that we have, and the draft that you receive will be, certainly the focus is special education, but it will probably be the whole budget.
Okay.
So you'll start to get a sense of what we look like. I forewarn you, it's gonna be a big spending proposal increase because of the need, primarily in special ed.
Okay.
And then the 11th, between the 2nd, us having the discussion that we're having now, any questions you might have, we'll bring back the best estimate we can come up with for the 11th, including the enrollment statistics if they're available. And then that's the budget process for the SU. That's the typical cycle.
Okay. So our next meeting is for budget next Monday, December 2nd, 5:30, and we're here again?
We're here.
Okay.
And it's the special ed budget.
And it's special ed, so check your email if I, and I'm fine if you guys want to send it directly to everybody, that way I'm not holding it up if I don't happen to look at my email until 4 o'clock and go, oops.
And I'll probably forward it to Barb just so you're not getting email from a bunch of, generally I try to have Barb be
perfectly
the
good
distributor.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that 15% up? Is that 15% up revenue minus expenditure or just expenditure?
Expenditure.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Yeah, I hope it's better.
It sort of occurred to me, that's what I thought you meant, but then I just thought I should, before I wake up in the middle of the night worrying about that.
Yeah, we're hoping the net impact is less.
All right, so just so we're all on the same page, right now, okay, we're gonna make it through this week. Next Monday, 5:30 here, special ed budget. Thursday, December 5th, 3:30, to be determined where, our exploratory committee.
SSEC.
SSEC kicks off. Is there any reason that either I guess it would be me. Is there any reason for me not to email principals and say welcome?
I would appreciate it if you did. And
Okay.
I would as well.
Okay. Does anyone, is that okay with people if I just sort of put it out there to can I be town crier running around going?
I think the more it feels like that, the better. Because
Okay.
we really are like, sort of feeling our way through this, but we
Yes.
do have excellent models for how to hire
Yeah.
administrators.
Yeah, and
But we just need to get clear about how we're gonna do it.
And probably some admin people at the SU level would
Okay.
be important as well. If we're gonna do
Do this.
now.
Okay.
They'd be another important.
Yeah. Okay, well, you and I are gonna talk agenda, so you can
Okay.
help me with.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, just wanna make sure the board is happy with me cheerleading through town. Get my baton out.
Look forward to seeing that.
I want video.
Okay, so for the next agenda, the focus will be on special ed and budget. We will probably have an update, no, we won't have any update on because we won't have met yet, on the superintendent search. That'll really come later. VSBA dues we will do later. I think I would like, if it's okay, I think we've got time for the next, on the 2nd. If there's any warrants, I'd like to kind of do warrants and keep up with them, so we're not doing $8 million worth of stuff. I know there's one we didn't get to.
Correct.
That I had post last meeting.
We didn't get one in the last week or so, though, did we?
No, we did not. We got one almost the day of.
We got triple E.
Yeah, so there's one, but I would almost expect that another one's gonna come, so if you guys don't mind trying to keep up with those right now, I would much rather not have a huge massive stack. All right, anything else?
One Monday?
Yep. Have we set a date and time for the 12/11 meeting?
We have not, other than.
Just because maybe we want to get that warned and taken care of, since you're having Barb warn that Thursday meeting, maybe have her do both.
I mean, what is everybody's pleasure? So that's a Wednesday. Does that mess you guys up?
My daughter has a concert, so you can plan it for any time. 'Cause I'll miss that one.
Okay.
I mean, 5:30 seems to work for people mostly, so.
Yeah.
Do we work?
People good with 5:30 here? Okay. Okay.
We're gonna see if Emily can come. Just add to the confusion.
Yeah. Hey, we worked through it.
It's kind of amazing, really.
So the other item that I wanted to add, again, this is just such a busy time of year for most of us, and data is kind of slow coming, but obviously we need to make an assumption for negotiations.
Okay.
And it would be timely if we made an assumption on December 2nd. So that I can bring that to the full board, on the December 11th document.
So we would need an executive session
Yeah.
for budget assumptions?
Yeah,
Okay.
related to negotiations.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, can do.
Next
Okay, so everybody clear when we're back here next Monday?
December 2nd.
5:30?
Same back channel.
All right. And I know you're not technically, but it's your line.
Oh, okay. I just remembered, Christina, you asked a question on food service about Putney.
Oh, revenues,
Yeah, and Putney, because it was a totally different model, it's coming back to the historical norm of about 170,000 spending. The budget said something like
230.
Yeah. And
239.
And what it was is the old model of SU gets money and then sub-grants money back to the other entity had been left in.
Okay.
So that came out, and that brings us back to the about the 170 historical norm. So just wanted to mention that. And those are the kinds of things you'll see when I send out all of the documents.
Okay.
Okay. No, and if, as you're going through all these budgets, if there's any questions you've got, feel free, send them my way. We can tip off Frank and see if we can get answers. All right.
Thanks, Stephanie.
All right, you pretend to be Anne.
Go ahead.
There being no further business before this body, Madam Chair, I move to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
7:12 p.m.
All right, thank you guys, thank you all.
Thank you.
Did I make you home by 8? My husband was laughing.
Let's get started. Welcome everyone. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, I have one addition to the agenda tonight, and that is the cemetery deed for Harold and Cindy Smith. Anybody else have anything?
Permission for the giving tree? Do you want that as a vote or just information?
We can throw it on there.
So moved.
Second, sorry.
So moved and seconded to add the cemetery deeds for Harold and Cindy Smith and the giving tree. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, remarks. The board would like to give its condolences to the family of Irene Miller. I know we're a little late in doing so, but Irene was an employee of the town of Vernon, and we appreciated her service here and the family itself. The other announcement that I have is a few hours ago on social media, Coldbrook store has announced its closure at the end of the year unless something changes dramatically in the usage. So I will encourage all Vernon residents and all folks that work here in Vernon to utilize that service. It's been a great asset to the community thus far, from being able to grab, quick grocery items and not having to drive all the way into town, and breakfast sandwiches for lunch, all that kind of thing. Please, if at all possible, support the Coldbrook store so we can maintain that store in the town of Vernon. Open public comments on agenda items only. Come on up, Cindy.
I did a spreadsheet for all of you to give you additional information on the funds that you were to talk about at Arctic.
Oh, that's wonderful, because
okay.
I wondered about that.
I tried to put them in the order that the articles in. Do you want one?
Yeah, please.
Do you want one?
Anyone else? Yes, come on up, RT. RT Brown from BDCC.
Hi, how's everyone doing?
Good.
First of all,
How are you?
Bear with me while I pass out the material. And congratulations to Chris and Josh on the
Thank you.
Rising Star
thank you.
Awards. So, we'll see if I can talk and do this at the same time. We're here, we try to update as many select boards as possible during the year with our programs, and also to one short.
We'll share.
Okay. So I'm here to do that this evening. I will do my best without the packet because I've given them all away. Yeah, I'll use this as my prompt.
I'll let you borrow that.
So, every year we try to, as I said, update select boards with what our projects are. But also, back in June, we sent our annual funding request to municipalities, so I'm here to support that request as well. I know you, in the past, have asked that we petition. This year, we sort of do that assessment on, we have a limited staff and capacity, so where we are able to put resources for those efforts. We're not able to do that in Vernon this year, but we still request that maybe you consider it as a separate article, and we'd certainly make sure somebody's there to address that on town meeting day. And I know in the past, our request has been put together with other nonprofits and service-focused organizations. I want to speak to that for a minute. In many ways, we're a little bit different because we're probably one of the only organizations that sort of has a focus on the revenue side of the equation. So that might resonate a little bit with fiscal conservatives. In order for people to support the things that they love about Southern Vermont, those sorts of services that are here, the people need to be able to have houses and pay their property taxes, have jobs, pay their income taxes that go to those kinds of programs. So our work in economic development, the sole focus is on that revenue side. So, I just like you to think about that a little bit more in your consideration for whether or not you could put this in as an article for town meeting. So now I'll jump to some programmatic updates. As you know, the relationship between Brattleboro Development, Credit Corporation, and SEVEDS, there's a close relationship. We like to say SEVEDS leads with strategy and insight and contracts with the BDCC to operationally fulfill that work. SEVEDS has a board but no staff. SEVEDS contracts with the BDCC to do that work. So sometimes it gets a little confusing when trying to understand the relationship. We look for gaps and then go out and try to address those gaps. One example, and it supports the area that I work in, which is the development of entrepreneurs and small business owners, is the Southern Vermont Micro Entrepreneur Loan Fund. This is for folks who can't obtain traditional financing. So a business that is new can't walk into a bank and provide multiple years of financial historical statements. So we're able to fill that gap by supporting them with a loan. And then, some businesses, for whatever reason, just won't qualify for a traditional loan. So we sort of look at a whole picture and try to understand if the project can be funded so that they can help grow their business. In fact, I had a meeting today with a Vernon resident who I've worked with over the past, who's interested in this program. So we'll see where that goes. SEVEDS works on the roadmap for the region, the economic development roadmap. As you probably know, it's called SEDS, the Southeast, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. We just went through an update in 2019. And it's actually a bi-county SED, so it includes Bennington County and Windham County, and many of the same strategies and objectives, attracting a younger workforce, helping to retain business and grow business, improving the overall wages, household median income in the region. So those sorts of endeavors and considerations are part of that SEDS. We have our internship program for recent college graduates or folks enrolled in college. We try to place them with area employers. Notably, one of the big projects that's really gained traction this year is Pipelines Pathways, the P3 program. So it's Pipelines Pathways program, and it is a program where we have funded, we went out and received funding to put a person in all 4 high schools in the region so that they can help connect students with, understand what are the skills that they need to go into a career. We work with the schools to understand that they just don't have the capacity to think about it from sort of a vocational perspective. So we realize that they don't have the capacity, our employers have a need, so we're gonna have to go out, get the funding, to get somebody in those schools to work with those students. And it also helps and complements the other high school program we have, Fast Tracks, which exposes sophomores to area employers so that they know that there's opportunities here, should they not necessarily be college bound, or in fact, if they are college bound. We have the Young Professionals program, which you folks are aware of. That helps young professionals have a rounded life if they have a job but no friends. My colleague, I'm stealing this from my colleague Alex Beck, who used to run the program. If they have a job and no friends, they're probably not going to stay. If they have friends but no job, probably not going to stay. So we try to surround them with some activities, and that it ranges anything from social to very practical, like how to buy your first house kinds of programming. We just announced an event that's going to take place on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, where I forget what they labeled it, but the idea is essentially trying to capture the people that are coming home to visit their parents. So, come by Hermit Thrush and, network, meet some people, maybe meet a new potential employer, and we'll see how that goes. It's, this is our first year out of the gate with that, but we'll see what happens. In the folder is also the most recent annual report. It's a pared down version than what we've done in the past, since we've now done it for a couple of years. It's not as dense, so you should be able to digest it. But it has a lot of the information about our impact analysis and some of the highlight projects that we've done this year. We have the relatively new program, and Michelle, I know you and I have talked about it a little bit, the BDCC's Community Facilities Technical Support Program. It's a USDA funded program that helps try and align projects with the USDA Community Facilities Program. It's what we call a technical assistance program, so it really tries to just help projects get from point A to point B. A lot of towns don't have a wonderful town administrator, and it's a volunteer select board, so it can be very difficult for folks to sort of wind their way through the USDA maze. So we saw that need and put this program in place to help them bring additional capacity to those types of projects, like a renovation of the town hall, or I had a visit with another town who has a building that they'd like to try to do something with. So oftentimes they're multi-year projects, but they need to do an environmental survey, they need to do structural analysis, so a lot of things need to be coordinated to understand what those projects are all about. I talked really fast. I don't know if there's any questions. I think I've hit on the highlights, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain them. Questions? Leave you to the rest of your evening.
I do not have any questions. I did just start working with, forgive me, I've forgotten her name, but she comes up to Leland and Gray.
Oh, Christy.
Chris, yes.
Yeah.
So I did just start working with her. I think the stuff that you guys are doing is great. I know that Young Professionals is doing a first-time home buyers workshop, which is anybody that's going to go for first-time homeowners loan has to go through those courses. So these are all stuff that you guys are offering for the people around. I would be curious what kind of, how much assistance or help does come back to Vernon? How many people from Vernon are you seeing and helping?
Yeah, it's hard for me to answer. Oh, well, no, it's not hard for me to answer. Sometimes I have concerns about confidentiality stuff.
Sure.
So, I've had a couple of clients from Vernon. I will stress that we think of our work as a regional organization, similar to like the Wyndham Regional Commission. the easiest way for me to say it is we're trying to build a more vibrant economy in southern Vermont. So much of the work has informed, for example, some of the industry expansion projects like GS Precision or the paper mill that was about to close last year. I mean, I would wager there's a bunch of people that live in Vernon that work at those facilities, and the work of FedSevets has helped to bring the capacity to the region, the ability to do those kinds of projects and to retain those kinds of projects. So it's a complicated.
Good enough. I
Yeah, it's a
understand what you're
complicated
saying. That's fine.
Answer, but yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, appreciate your time. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Archie.
Approval of regular meeting minutes from the 5th and budget from the 6th, please.
Can I have it back? Archie?
Yes.
Can I have
Oh,
it
I
back?
am so sorry.
On the November 5th minutes, on the page 5, in the 4th paragraph, it should be December 4th. I did say the 5th, but I was guessing at the date. And it's actually December 4th that someone from the Census Bureau will be in the library to talk to people. That was all I had. And so do we do these separate then?
Yeah, we'll do them separate since we gotta do a correction on one.
Yeah. I move that we accept the Tuesday, November 5th Select Board minutes as corrected. Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the regular meeting minutes from November 5th as corrected. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
And I move that we approve the Wednesday, November 6th special budget meeting minutes as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the budget meeting minutes as written. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
I abstain.
An abstention. Okay, bills and warrants, please.
All right, I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 11T, accounts payable, $64,538.70. 44S, $8,682.12. And 45S payroll, $7,606.61. Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. Recreation lawnmower. Seth is at a basketball meeting, so I am going to be speaking to it. You have in your packet a quote of $10,200 for a lake replacement mower. That money is already sitting in the capital plan to be used. And being that it's a town full of John Deeres, we would like to stay that way, forego the bid policy, because we can send it to 3 different John Deere dealers if we want, I guess. But if we're happy with the quote that we have and that it's a like product and the money is already there to replace, then we'd like to forego the bid policy and get approval to expend that money.
So are you foregoing? Waiving the bid
policy.
because the amount he's got is over the 10,000, or just because you just wanna?
Because we can send it out to 3 John Deere dealers if we wanted to, but it doesn't really make any sense because they all sell at the same price.
So in here it also says that can't use the capital money? I don't understand that.
It's gotta be over $10,000 to use the capital.
Oh,
money.
so he's afraid if it came in under, okay.
Yeah.
And who is this from?
It's Padula Brothers in Greenfield.
But the price is the same regardless of dealership?
That would be my understanding. It's a John Deere, and Toyota's a Toyota. They all pay the same for them, so.
I don't feel like there's a ton of information here with this.
Well,
I mean,
that's fine.
The departments bring in more.
Yeah.
I think that if we were to waive it without a little more here, that is, it's not good precedent.
I'm not worried about it.
I mean.
We can ask him to send us bids.
10,000's been put aside, but if he can get it for less, he can't buy it because it's less?
If it goes under 10,000, then it has to come out of a budget. It can't be used out of capital plan because it'd be under $10,000.
And unless he could find $10,000 extra in his budget, he wouldn't be able to purchase it.
That's why capital plans are what they are, and the reason that we made that little $500 emergency fund thing, because when you set limitations like that to your capital plan, which I don't think are bad, but this is what you deal with. You either put it in the budget or you deal with what you got. But as far as like specs on what the mower is and stuff like that, we can absolutely get those.
And I don't care if we forego the bid process, but I don't feel comfortable doing that based on a couple of numbers that are written here with nothing actually from the dealership or anything.
That's fine. I will ask him to get that to us. And we can move it to next agenda.
I'm just thinking there's things in the past that came under what was in the capital plan. Maybe ultimately they cost more than $10,000, but I can't remember. Like doing the resurfacing the tennis courts came in way less than.
But Gene, it was over 10,000.
It still was over
Yeah,
10?
14,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
14. It's got to be over
Yeah.
10. So.
Is that including selling the old mower outright trade-in, or?
I believe we were holding on to it, but I don't remember that for sure. I haven't been to a recreation board meeting in quite some time.
Because there were also the attachments to it, the brush and the snow blower
I
attachment.
believe those are all gone, but I could be wrong. I really don't know. I don't pay attention to the inventory of the town, unfortunately, of every piece of equipment that we have.
Next meeting would be good.
All right, we will move it to the next meeting. Ask them to provide the bid specs and the actual quote.
So how, I mean, could that go before the town if there was one cheaper? Can the town say that, sure, we would allow you to use that money, or it's absolutely off limits if it's under 10 grand?
The way it's written, if it's under 10 grand, you can't use it.
But do the townspeople have the right to overrule that in a town meeting so that you could get a lower priced piece of equipment and save money? This sounds ridiculous. You can don't have that option.
You can change the dollar figure of the capital plan, that we can vote at town meeting to say you don't need a specific dollar figure to use the capital plan.
Or you could just put it in the recreation budget.
Or you can put it in the recreation budget. So, I don't know, could we move that money from the capital plan to, so, you're gonna be raising $10,000 more by doing, or $9,500 more by taxes, by
No,
doing that.
I'm asking if
And then-
at town meeting, the townspeople can vote to approve spending less than $10,000 because it saves them money and still take that out of the capital plan.
They'd have to change the
You
requirements.
have to change everything.
But they could vote to change, we could have an article to change the requirements.
Yeah, that's what I mean, we can change it so there is no limit, and whatever, we need, it doesn't have to be $10,000, it could be $2, and we can put it in the capital plan. But you have to change everything leading up to it to be able to do anything.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, as I mentioned, that's part of the reason why we went to that $500 fund.
Yeah.
Is because we have that fund set, and if we don't hit that mark, then we can't do anything with that, out of that fund. So, So I will ask Seth to provide us the full information on that lawnmower. Transportation Alternatives Grant, Tyler Hill Road culvert. So you can talk to that. 'Cause I don't know
So,
anything about it.
as part of the grant requirement, as, when we're writing this grant, is that it goes to public meeting and that there's an opportunity for public comment. We are asking for a $300,000 grant. This is a $430,000 project. It is probably not gonna be completed for at least 3 years. It could be longer than that. There's a lot of design and engineering that goes into it. And this is the opportunity for the public to make comments on whether they want us to actually apply for this. And the select board.
Where is this culvert? Because it seemed like there was some culverts done in the last several years on
This is
Tyler
the,
Hill.
this is the Tyler Hill culvert. This is a temporary culvert that was put in because the first culvert was actually rotted. And the state has given us a permit to have this temporary culvert in, but it does need to be repaired as soon as we can secure funding to get it done.
Oh, okay.
Do you need a motion?
Yes, that would be great.
I move that we approve the applying for the grant for this Tyler Hill Road culvert.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the, what are we approving exactly?
The grant.
Applying for
Applying
the
for the
grant
grant.
for the transportation alternatives
Okay.
grant for the Tyler Hill culvert.
Okay. So
I'll
moved and
make it.
seconded to approve the application for the Transportation Alternatives Grant for the Tyler Hill Road culvert. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, let's go through some articles. Shall the voters appropriate a sum of $20,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Vernon Farmland Protection Fund?
And this was a request that the Farmland Protection started last year to replenish the fund after monies were used. I believe they would like to get the fund back to up to, I'm sorry, I think it's $200,000. So I think that their plan is to do it this year and next year is their request.
The current balance is
Oh,
$200,000.
So, I'm wrong, don't quote me.
Okay.
That's why I said don't quote me about the total. They have a specific total in mind. I believe that they wanted to do this year and another 20 next year.
Maybe
And,
25.
and until they get to that. sort of amount.
That's a good idea.
But that was the request that came from that.
Chris?
Yep.
Joe?
Folks, is it okay to ask questions at this point about these different articles, or are these?
Yeah, let us get through our discussion here, but yes, you can. Jeff? Gene?
Fine.
Yes, sir.
Well, 2 years ago, I think Art Miller stood up and talked about some farmland with this fund, I believe. I think it was Mr. Dunkley's farm, some of his land that was being put on. How many more farms do we keep taking money and putting towards this fund to preserve farmland, which I get, but we don't have, as I see it, our revenue that we had from Vermont Yankee is gone, and we keep putting this farmland off and conserving it. What about developing some of this land to put some more houses to get some more property tax relief? All these are about through taxation, and at what point do we look at this and say, we're kind of broke? And I keep looking at the farmland, and I get it, but how many more pieces of property in Vernon, which is one of the smallest towns in Vermont, are we going to keep putting off the farmland and not develop the actual town a little bit to help us out a bit?
Can you get your name?
Yeah, Jeff Costas from Tyler Hill Road.
Okay. That's a good question. When it comes to articles and that kind of thing, it's the town's decision whether they want to expend that money through taxes or not. What we do here as a select board is we set forth these articles in a budget and say, this is what, our committees and our department heads have brought to us. And, you know, we obviously, you know, go through the budgets and that kind of thing and try to cut them down as much as possible. Our budgets have stayed pretty even. And you are correct. The big jump that, you know, in what we're spending comes in articles on a regular basis.
Right.
Our budgets are flat or less than last year. But that's the town's choice to expend that money. But we're not making a choice as a select board right now to expend the money.
No,
we're making the choice to set it in front of the taxpayer and say, hey, this is here, this is available, and do you want to do this or not?
Right.
Farmland is obviously very important to the town of Vernon. I will tell you, I had a conversation with Art this last year, and he said that, you know, he really didn't foresee any new, you know, things coming up. And the idea, you know, was to rebuild to about $250,000 in case something does come up. Now, that fund already has $200,000 in it, so you're talking, you know, $40,000 over the next 2 years at $20,000 a year. Not a significant dollar amount, but I've said it many times that every time that I hear it's only $20 in taxes for the year, it's only $5 in taxes for the year, it's only $3 in taxes for the year, it drives me crazy because all of those $3 and $5 and $20 add up quickly. And we're all conscious of that as well. So I think we do our best to, you know, set the options in front of the townspeople, and it's the townspeople's choice from there. And I think all of us have a different perspective on every article, from the sheriff's department to farmland to the elderly assistance fund to the town bus. We all have those different perspectives as a select board, and agree and disagree with the expenditures that are made in those groups and categories. But in the end, it's up to the town. And we can sit up as a select board and say, you know, we agree with this for X, Y, Z, or disagree with this for X, Y, Z, but ultimately we don't make the decision. If the taxpayers are okay with their taxes continuing to rise by, you know, supporting the things that they, you know, want and to continue to have in the town of Vernon, then there's not a whole heck of a lot we can do as a select board.
Yeah, I know. I just read, you know, Sherman Voters were pretty, so if you folks decided not to appropriate the sum of money for that, then that's what I was kind of feeling you guys out a little bit as far as your voters would appropriate that, or put it on the town meeting, I'm assuming.
Yes, we're voting right now to even bring it in front. We could essentially take this article and if we all agreed, you know, we don't want to even bring this in front of the town this year. We should just leave it off of you know, everything. Right. Then it wouldn't even come to a town vote. Gotcha. But it's something that we've done for, you know, many years, and as I said, agriculture is important in the town of Vernon, and it is widely supported at town meeting. Last year it was widely supported, previous years it's been widely supported. And
it is important. The money coming from the taxpayers to conserve it is that's my ag is very important. You know, we're taking town money to help out, you know, and conserve some land, but I mean,
Jeff, I'd like to point one thing out.
Yeah.
I'll be a bit briefer. There's a lot of studies that have been done looking at conserving farmland. For every dollar in tax revenue that open land provides to a municipality, it requires 70 cents in municipal services. Houses do not make money for a town. They require fire and police and schools, roads. So just building houses is not gonna be good for the bottom line for the town. A mix of different.
But some other development, something in the town that can actually generate something here, because we're kind of with
industrial, but again, I mean, a lot of that is going to be open land too.
I understand, but there's got to be something, because we keep taking the town, and I don't mind. I have no issue with ag, you know, but we're taking town money to conserve it, and it's just, you know, I don't know all the ins and outs of conservation for the farmland, whether it's locked down or it's gotta be, the money's donated is gonna be paid back, or how that all works, but we're looking at, you know, looking just right today that the Colebrook establishment, they're gonna close any year. There's just no, you know, whether it be, you know, the schoolhouse grocery, doesn't involve a bunch of gallons, and the Colebrook is dying on the vine. So clearly there's nothing, the traffic counts aren't good in the town. That's my concern, is just taking more money and putting it towards this fund. That 20,000 could go someplace else. Where would it be better utilized in the town for the taxpayer dollars? That's kind of where I'm at with things, and saying, if we've got X amount of dollars for the town, what's the best utilization for that fund to help everybody? And I don't disagree. I think housing, again, I agree. If you got all the utilities it takes and municipality support for homes, but we should have some sort of plan to come up with something that's going to generate some more tax base for us.
So just a little inside baseball from the Planning Commission, which Jeff could probably talk to it better because I'm not part of the Planning Commission, but I do a lot of work.
I've talked to them already.
Yeah, I do a lot of work in conjunction with the Planning Commission regarding the VY property.
Yeah.
So right now, that is the Planning Commission's focus. It's the Select Board focus to redevelop that property. Simply because of the infrastructure that's already in existence there.
Yeah.
So we are, doing several different things to that end. So I don't want you to feel like, the Select Board's sitting up here and we're not looking for the future of Vernon, because we all very much understand what you're saying. We have all been involved in the Select Board long enough, or lived in town long enough, and saw the massive decline in property tax value right after the closure of VY. It's come back, thankfully. We've seen, our taxes skyrocket and will continue to go up. There's just no way to stop that, unfortunately, unless we significantly decrease the budget and significantly decrease the spending on our articles. That's just not going to happen. But our town is used to certain things, and they're used to certain abilities to do things like conserve farmland or provide elderly assistance and being able to go out and plow the elderly folks' driveway without any cost to them. These are wonderful things that most towns our size don't have, and our town chooses to continue to support that. Will that always be the case? Probably not, based on the outcry of how high taxes were when tax bills went out the first time this year.
Yep.
And will continue to be that way. It's not going to get cheaper. It's going to get more expensive. So that's why we, as a Select Board and a Planning Commission, are looking to the VY property to help us offset some of the loss that we've seen. We'll never get back to where we were, but we're going to work our butts off to make sure that our town is taken care of as much as possible, and that property is used to its fullest potential to regain some of the tax revenue that we lost. We are completely focused on that.
Fair enough. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome, and I appreciate the question very much. All right, so we got through that one. Shall the voters appropriate a sum of $10,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established elderly assistance fund? Chris?
Nope. I'm good.
Jeff?
This might be a question for Cindy. So, the current balance in the elderly assistance fund is $45,000. In general, the last few years, have they spent $10,000? In other words, has the balance kind of stabilized at $45,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
The last couple of years, they've spent 10,000 or just under 10,000. It depends on how much snow we get. And
They do other projects too.
They do.
If there's
they do, and
handicap ramps and
we have.
So potentially there could be some projects that...
There could be. There wasn't anything big last year, other than the snow. But I think the year before we had a big project. Yeah. So it's hard to know. We try, the Elderly Assistance Committee does try to, when people ask for funding, to see if there's other avenues that they can get some assistance from. But,
You're on that committee, right?
no, I'm no longer on that
okay.
committee.
Not anymore, okay.
Could we change that to 5,000 and bring that up to $50,000 instead of?
We'll be back to 45 by the end of next year.
Well, that's
If they spend
we spent
around
just
that.
under 10 this year.
So did Marilyn chime in on this? I seem to remember her coming last year and actually reducing the amount that was originally in the article.
They were asking for 20 and they reduced it to
And
10.
they reduced it to 10,
And
so did she
this
have
year
any
she
thoughts
said
this
the
year?
same.
Just
I think she was
like
basing that on what we spent,
What's
what we
been
spent
spent.
last year.
So she doesn't foresee any big projects, I would assume then.
Right.
Cindy?
I'm okay with the 10 because we spent over 9.
Yep. Gee.
Yes, same.
So I'm gonna follow the same line of thinking as Jeff, and, you know, if we spend $10,000 a year or somewhere thereabouts, we have 4.5 years of reserve that sits in that fund right now. And to this gentleman's point, we are at a point where we can no longer lean on our tax base on a monthly basis just to keep a high amount in a fund that is not necessary.
I mean, the return on investment isn't that great. You know, if we've got $45,000 sitting, basically kind of returning inflation.
Yeah. So I would be okay in removing this article this year. Because honestly, if we're gonna put $10,000 in the thing every single year anyway, why not run it down to $20,000 and then start putting $10,000 in it every year from there? And because then it doesn't matter. We're not holding this huge fund balance that never does anything because it's sitting there. And everybody still gets the same services that they've always gotten and always need. We just don't have this huge chunk of money sitting there doing nothing.
But then what do you do if a big project comes along?
That's a risk we have to take. I mean, we have $45,000. Unless we're rebuilding half of somebody's house, I think we'll be okay for a couple of years. Just my thought.
Well, another thought is, as you talk of taxes continually to rise, and then in a few years, you're gonna ask for that money back. You know, it's like you're robbing Peter to pay Paul here.
No, we're spending down an extremely high fund balance and then starting to replenish it again.
Yeah.
What if you were just to appropriate, to put it into 5,000
yeah.
and see what the voters say?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that either. I'm just giving
I
a
don't-
suggestion.
Yeah, I don't think we ought to take the article out totally. A more modest request I would agree with.
That's why I thought the 50,000, we just bring it up to that number and call it a day. I mean, we're at 4570 right now.
Okay, so everybody's okay at 5?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $1,100 to be raised by taxes to fund the Vernon historians for the purpose of records, preservation, retention, and promotion of historical education initiatives and insurance coverage? That's really hard to say.
You got through it though.
Yeah, yeah. Guess who's gonna be reading this one at town meeting?
Not you.
No, he's gonna do it too.
Oh, you get the hard ones.
So we don't have any balance.
Let's make this easy on yourself.
It's not a fund,
That
Jean.
goes straight. to
It's not a
them.
fund.
It's just an
Oh,
article.
yeah, yeah. And that is what they
just get
requested.
we just cut a check to them and give it to them and they do what they want.
Yeah.
So we don't have any
Do what they
tracking of
want
what it was
with it.
done with. So we don't know how much they spent last year.
They spent it all because they got it all.
Do other nonprofits have this privilege?
That's how they should. That's what we should do. As a select board, you should say, yes, we want to give the nonprofit this, and it's their treasurer's
It's what they do.
job. So it shouldn't, I mean, if you like what they do, this is you supporting, and essentially it's just like BDCC or hospice, except this is a local nonprofit that you've all agreed to support. So it really should go in, just write them a check and they pay their bills.
Okay.
That's really how it should work. We used to do their budgets all the time, but it's really up to them. They have a board, they have their own board to figure that stuff out. So.
We have a really hard time of letting go of things like that, and I think it was last year or 2 years ago that we said, you know, this money is yours, you have a board, you can pay your own bills and take care of things.
Except that we're paying.
Except for we're paying to do that, yes, you're correct. You're supporting a local nonprofit. Everybody good with this one? Head nod, one way or the other? Okay.
Fine.
Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the operation of the Emergency Management Office?
Have we spoken to David at all?
No.
Just in general, making sure that amount is still.
Yes, yes, I've spoken to everybody. This did not go in front of you unless I checked. Yes, and he can, it's, you know, about $3,000 for the electric and the utilities for that, and he's taking much less of a salary these days than he was when he first started, when we had more grant money. So yes, he said that was fine.
Good.
And with any luck, we'll actually move the EOC at some point.
That's something, that's a long-term thing we need to consider as well, and this is probably gonna happen long after I'm gone and all of us here are gone. But do we need to continue to operate an emergency management office in the town of Vernon? Obviously, we still have nuclear waste that sits there. It's very well protected on its own. Could there be an incident? Sure. Being in a part of the emergency management team and the assistant emergency management director in the town of Vernon, I understand the value of it. But it's something that, you know, we need to start considering as a town, and do we need it long term? We obviously do other things outside of, you know, the power plant itself. We look at trains and things like that. There is a crazy amount of stuff and weird things that come through on our tracks. And we have one of the largest number of railroad crossings for a small town in this corner of the state. So we have those issues as well. So I support it, but I'm just saying it's something for us to think about before we go spend, you know, $50,000 on a generator and $100,000 to move the office and, you know, all that kind of thing. What's the long-term goal for the town for the emergency management building and office? So it's something to consider. Being really contemplative tonight, and I'm not sure why, but we're gonna get through this, I swear to God. It is the fumes. Thank you.
He's altered, he's in an altered state.
I think I am. Not in a good way either. Shall the voters appropriate $2,000 to be raised by taxes to fund a public fireworks display?
And that was just on last year, so.
So it's the same number as last
Put it
year.
out there for your consideration.
Last year we voted it down.
What's
Because
that?
last year Hannah asked us not to vote for
Yeah.
it because she was gonna raise it by fundraising.
Yeah, but we had some money in the fund anyway that she added to make it happen. I don't think that we have anything left in that fund.
We have
do we?
some left, not a whole lot, but we do have some left.
Yeah, like $700 maybe. It's very minimal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
This is one, do we want to leave it to the town, or do we want to lean on our volunteers that made it happen last year and say, you know.
And
But
remember,
they didn't pay for the fireworks because they had the money in the fund.
Yes.
So they didn't actually raise money to pay for the fireworks last year.
They did the year before.
The year before.
They did a real big fundraiser.
Yeah. So the money was in the fund from their fundraising efforts, I guess.
Because remember, this will
Previous
fund
years.
fireworks, not this year, but next year.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'd leave it on, let the town decide.
Is that everybody else was thinking? This is one that is almost as controversial as the sheriff's.
Yeah, there'll be longer discussion about this.
So we'll have a lot of discussion about $2,000 and have no discussion about $200,000.
Right.
Shall the voters appropriate $25,000 to be raised to fund the professional services fund?
I don't think we need that one. We've got 264,000 in that fund.
That's what I said about elderly assistants, and you disagreed with me.
Well,
we're talking half $1,000,000.
64, that's like, you know, over
I'm just giving you a hard
$20,000.
time.
Yeah,
Just giving you a hard
someone
time.
get the air freshener going.
Money
So-
reimbursed to us from North Star that was spent out of there, so
Yes.
we got the whole amount that we had submitted to them.
Yep.
We don't need to request 25.
Okay. I'm in the same
See,
thing.
look at what you've done for us now. Look at all the stuff we're pulling out of here.
Shall the voters approve the provision of notice of availability of the town report, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
This is mailing, only those that we have to, and it's just postcard. Same thing we've done for the last few years to save money. Yes, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Shall the voters appropriate $40,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town culvert fund?
Oh, yeah. Isn't the culvert gonna be like 400 plus thousand?
The Tyler Hill culvert is 430,000 is what they're looking at.
So,
Price tag going up
So
every
the-
day.
And
It does.
right now, we have enough for the match for the grant, for that. So
that's all.
we do, the 300 is the limit on this, the TA grant we're attacking.
Not sure.
Pretty much doing it in.
They didn't guarantee they'll give us any, so.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we still gotta continue to build that fund and
Mhm.
hope that we have the grant, and then maybe next year, if we get the grant and we get some of the big projects done, we can pull it next year.
Right.
Make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's not a culvert.
Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town road upgrade fund?
Yeah.
So if we look at current spending and past spending,
We need it.
it's right where we need to be. Do we know what projects, I think we might have asked David, what roads that we're planning 2 years out for this?
What his plans are for 2 years out?
Well, that's
Well,
what this
this
would be
budget
funding.
year. Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I can get a list from him.
I'm sure he has a list, I was just curious. So I'm being contemplative. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $2,500 to be raised by taxes to fund the town parking lots maintenance fund?
So we got $64,000 in it already.
Yeah, this is another one that I'm, because the rec's been done in the last 4 years, the town office has been done in the last 4 years, if I remember
At
correctly.
the school.
It wouldn't be our expenditure.
That's not us, I hope.
So the only project that I can foresee is
What did they,
the highway garage. So if we wanna kick it, it's $2,500 one way or the other. I mean,
Or we can leave and have David defend it at town meeting.
yeah, nobody's gonna say anything about $2,500 at town meeting, but most likely.
Unless it's fireworks.
Unless it's fireworks, yeah, yeah.
they'll move that to the fire.
Town parking lots fireworks. Maintenance.
Yeah, I like it. So what do we wanna do with this, folks?
You wanna table it and see if I can get Dave on that?
If he can
Find out
just,
what his plans are for the.
if he could just send us in an email, he doesn't need to come here. Send us in an email what his road upgrade fund plans are, what roads he has planned, and what parking lots he has planned for that budget season.
And is there any other culverts that are on the agenda, not including the Tyler Hill one?
I think there might,
There's, it's kind of continual.
as the state changes their regulations.
Right, but, I mean, that's all I'm saying
Thanks
is,
for that.
is there going to be if we didn't get that grant, are we going to have enough money in here to take care of that as well as upkeep on any of the other ones?
We should by the time that the culvert has to be done by state regs.
So Dave's original plan was to finish this culvert by Tyler Hill by 2023.
Yeah.
So hopefully if we get the grant funding, we can start saving money for the next culvert. There's quite a culvert inventory was recently done in 2018, and it lists pretty specifically what culverts need to be changed and what needs to be upgraded. And Tyler Hill happened to be one that absolutely needed to be fixed immediately because it was so degraded that they need to put a temporary in. So that's why he's going for that one.
Yeah, it's a large culvert too.
Yeah, it's big. But there's a number of culverts that need upgrading in town, and they're quite pricey. So
They get more expensive as the state changes their regulations, how everything has to flow and diameters of culverts and all that kind of thing.
but I would get a list of his culvert
You gotta
priorities.
save Lake Champlain. Not sure how that works from down here, but that's the idea. All right.
So we're keeping the parking lot, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
we'll question David on the parking lot and
I will.
and the roads and.
I will put that correspondence in your packet for next
Okay.
time, or forward you an email.
So do we want to relook at both articles with when we have the information in front of us?
Sure.
Okay. So we'll relook at I and J.
Just I and J?
Yep.
If you go okay with culverts, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Giving Tree, we need to allow the library to have the Giving Tree up again this year.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to grant permission for the Giving Tree this year. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Very good. Harold and Cindy.
I don't benefit from it, but.
I'm sorry, Smith Cemetery deed, please.
I move that we approve and sign the cemetery deed for Harold and Cindy Smith and Tyler Cemetery, so called.
Second.
Moved and seconded to sign the cemetery deed for Harold and Cindy Smith. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay. Public participation on non-agenda items. We lost our public. Bye, public.
Sure.
Correspondence and town admin report.
Okay, you have correspondence in your packets. Not a lot this last couple weeks. I did want to call your attention to the email from Andrew Mills, who emailed from the National Grid. They are planning to build a maintenance and operations center in the same location as a house now on Fort Bridgeton Road, Route 142. And in order to do that, they are going through Act 250 permitting and have asked me to fill out the municipal impact questionnaire. Just wanted to double check with the select board that there's going to be minimal employees there, occasionally some maintenance done in the building. They'll be removing the house that's there and just replacing it with the building. And the question is, do we foresee any impact on our emergency services, EMS, police, fire, any road maintenance impacts, or what's the other one? Solid waste disposal impacts.
Is everybody familiar with where this is? I can kind of explain it to you. So
Okay.
as you're going down 142 and it starts to get back to where Governor Hunt Road comes back together on the south end, there's a little white house, and then there's a 2-bay woodshed that sits way in the back that's fairly new. So I think it's very shortly after the Richardson's house. So Richardson's, and it's got its own, it's the last house on the left before you get to the opening where all the houses are that sit in the triangle.
So Covey's old house.
Here's a picture.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
If you-
it's in the
if you
packet.
got-
I know,
Sorry.
but I couldn't tell. I'm just
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
I know where it is. So I didn't need to see, look at the picture, but
I
But yeah, it's that little white house, and the yard is open way in the back, and then there's a big woodshed in the back there.
Oh.
You'll see it on the
It's
way
very
home. We go,
open.
duh. Yes.
The property's very
The
open.
property is extremely open,
There's
yeah.
like a garage is nearest the road and then the house? Is that-
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
So it's right on the edge.
And what is that for?
It's whether it will impact the town or not.
No, I get, but what is?
They're going to build an operations, I think it's 3,000 square foot.
32.
A couple of offices, which won't be manned all the time. And mostly repair area, maintenance shop.
It's a warehouse.
For who?
So.
For the National Grid.
Okay, that was the part I missed.
Oh, sorry.
And I don't have my packet with me, so.
Because this is going Act 250, does that
Yes.
mean that the neighbors get information from the Yes. state? It
They have
does,
to
right?
sign off on
Yeah.
Act 250.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I would want the neighbors to be informed.
No.
Right.
So
They have
is going through that list of what it will impact, obviously it's not a town road, so it's probably not gonna impact our town roads. The only thing that I can think of that it would have any impact on is emergency services. So if someone gets hurt from National Grid, whether on the property, if there is a fire at the building, obviously that becomes our issue as a town to assist them in that. That was my only thinking in looking at that questionnaire that could possibly be an impact to the town.
But we do have the capacity to provide it, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
we do have the
Right,
capacity.
we would
It's-
provide those services.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have to hire more people.
Right.
No. You get what you get with the volunteer fire department anyway.
I think it's a good idea.
Brattleboro's not far away.
That's true.
I move that we have Michelle sign this.
Second.
Do we really need a
Came to.
vote on this?
No, not really, but
Okay.
it's, because you have given me the
So we're good.
ability to do administrative stuff,
Just-
but this was kind of on the cusp, I just wanted.
Just general consensus, we're
Yeah.
okay with
Yeah.
her signing it?
We both have drew it, so you don't have to put it in.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
General consensus is yes.
Yes.
Consensus,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and the only other thing I have is that MFT is working on the floors, almost done. He was hoping to have them done
Really?
by
I
this
didn't notice.
evening. And
I'm only high as a kite right now.
you had
from
approved
that
the
stuff.
expense of $1,800 for it. He did submit an invoice. He did have a lot of higher dump fee than he was hoping, so the invoice came in at $1,830 to cover all of the 15 boxes of pads, I guess, that he had to pay to get rid of. So I said that I would bring it to my select board to get that approved this evening.
Do you need a motion to approve the?
Well, it's over the 1,800, and it's
I
over
move that we
that.
approve the overage for the floors.
$30.
That's
Second.
$30.
Moved and seconded to approve the overage of the floor stripping and waxing of $30. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Just as a side note, before I adjourn the meeting, I did
Just
send,
seconded.
Gene.
I did send Seth a quick message that we need to see everything. He's going to attempt to bring it to tomorrow's budget meeting because he's going to be here anyway. And if we want to take the time and look at it and are okay with it, we can approve it tomorrow night. If not, we'll push it off to the next agenda. But we should have everything in hand tomorrow, since he's going to attend anyway. All right?
Very good.
Upcoming meetings, tomorrow night, same bad time, same bad channel. Regular select board meeting December 3rd and budget meeting on December 4th. We are adjourned.
Did you forget Bruce?